Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 2 1566 Chapter 6. Thy will be done, Chapter 6. Being a hero was hard work. In between patrolling the streets, aiding police operations, fighting villains and endorsing their own products, a pro's schedule was nearly always packed to the brim with events. Many heroes simply got overwhelmed by the sheer amount of work, opting to take a week off at least once a month. Endeavor was not one of those heroes. He was currently patrolling the streets as usual, on the lookout for any sort of unusual activity. The number 2 hero dedicated himself to one thing, and one thing only: to surpass the colossal wall known as All Might. The sea of people that inhabited Musutafu City parted for him as he walked through, many civilians pointing, chattering and some even taking pictures of the respected pro-hero. Despite the relative peace in recent times, there were still rare cases of villains popping up unannounced, such as the assault on UA's USJ facility yesterday. And to think Shoto had been there, too. Endeavor clenched his fists. It was pure luck that the boy had not been harmed. The audacity of those villains. If anything had happened to his progeny, there'd be hell to pay. Not just because Shoto was his plan to finally surpass All Might, but also because the boy was his son. Truth be told, despite his proficiency at hero work, Endeavor knew he wasn't the best parent. There simply wasn't time to coddle the boy. Defeating All Might would require tremendous amounts of skill, talent and prowess, something that he nurtured into Shoto since the tender age of 5. The boy was to be his legacy, a being capable of wielding his fire and his wife's frost. The best traits of both parents bred into the perfect warrior, resulting in overwhelming power. Well, it would be except the boy only used his right side like a damned fool. Didn't he realize this was how the world worked? Power was everything. In this world strewn with superpowers, people were not born equal. Might makes right. Just as the powerful controlled the world, the powerless were controlled by it. Law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and that the weak should fear the strong. That was what Endeavor believed in. So why was it that Shoto still refused to use his inherited power? The hero's train of thought was derailed when a low whine followed by a monstrous roar split the air, something screaming across the sky overhead in a flash of green. It sounded like a fighter jet, complete with Doppler effect as it rapidly covered distance. A second later, something else sped past in pursuit in a blur of white. The Buster Hero Airjet. While the nearby civilians cowered and looked on in awe, Endeavor snarled, tapping at his earpiece communicator to contact his own hero agency over a priority line. Endeavor-san, sir, we've received reports of a panicked voice began. Send strike package Epsilon 1 to my location, he barked, chasing after the trail Airjet and his quarry had left, and patch me through to the Buster Hero Airjet. Roger, Epsilon 1 en route, patching you through. Endeavor cursed, knowing the package would take at least a minute or two. That thing Airjet had been chasing, some sort of missile? He had a bad feeling about this. Endeavor-san, this is Airjet speaking. The Buster Hero's friendly voice crackled over the comm channel. Good to have you. Reports of an unknown bogey flying over the city came in from the local police only minutes ago. I'm in pursuit. No idea what it is, but it keeps on circling around the city, almost like it's looking for something. Give me more details. Any identifying markings or anything of the sort? I see. There was more crackling as the connection fluctuated. A streamlined profile, green armor plating. Bright green exhaust, 2 plumes. Need to get a little closer. Epsilon 1 has arrived at your location. A computerized voice chirped. Moments later, a riderless motorcycle screeched across the street in front of Endeavor, patiently waiting for its owner. The number 2 hero wasted no time and hopped on in one smooth motion, his flames fueling the infernal high-tech machine and bringing it to life. The heavy vehicle roared and bucked like a live animal as Endeavor shifted into gear and revved the throttle, his signature orange flames flaring along its wheels. Talk to me, Airjet, he barked, swerving around traffic and blazing a literal trail behind him. What does your radar show? Minimal radar cross-section. A stealth aircraft? No, it's tiny compared to conventional craft, Airjet replied hastily, clearly struggling to keep up with the unknown bogey. I think it's an unmanned aerial vehicle. I'm going to try for visual confirmation. Activating afterburners. Tell me what you see. I'm still chasing it. This thing's speed and maneuverability is insane. It can turn on a dime. No wings, too small to fit a pilot. Silhouette does not match anything in the JASDF database. It almost looks like a missile. Do you have radio contact? He could see them now. The bright yellow emission of Airjet's thruster pack chasing a comet tail of green energy. His eyes tracked their forms as they bobbed and weaved through the air like a pair of dragonflies, the unknown making directional changes that were nigh impossible for aircraft. It almost seemed to slide and shift mid-air, bleeding off speed in tight turns. Non-responsive. Wait, what the? Say again, Jet. Endeavor frowned at the bewilderment in Airjet's voice and the abrupt cutoff, tapping at his earpiece twice to send 2 mic clicks his way. Jet, do you copy? I copy. It's a man, Airjet said incredulously, and he just flipped me off. TCH, cocky bastard. Endeavor's voice sizzled through the mic. Shoot him down. Try to ground him in an uninhabited area. But Endeavor-san. Do as I say, Airjet, he ordered. Or are you doubting my decision? No, Endeavor-san. I just think that we should at least try to talk. I don't care what you think, that man is hereby considered a criminal and you are a hero, do your bloody job. Alright, but I'm firing a warning shot, flashbang payload. A missile shot out from Airjet's pack and burst midair like a firework, resulting in a blinding blast of light. That certainly got the unknown's attention. It reversed its heading to slam into Airjet with an ear-splitting explosion of green, sending the Buster hero spiraling to the ground. Endeavor cursed and revved the throttle, accelerating to where he predicted the downed hero would land. Only moments later a distant crash was heard, the hero coming across a scene of panicking civilians. He advanced forward and issued a command to his hero agency to begin evacuations and form a perimeter around the crash site as a crowd of civilians rushed past him to safety. A shallow crater had formed in the middle of the street, Airjet sprawled spread eagle within it. Atop him was the unknown villain, his armored boot resting upon the Buster hero's head. Can't get a hint, can you? Piss off. The villain said, grinding his heel against Airjet's armored helmet. The downed hero let out a painful groan, indicating he was at least alive. You shoot at me again and I'll shove that jetpack so far up your ass you'll shit exhaust for a year. Hey, you, Endeavor shouted, the flames along his shoulder flaring out. That's right, punk. I'm talking to you. What the hell do you think you're doing in my city, huh? The villain whirled around to face Endeavor, presenting a green rabbit-like mask with long ears and dark eye lenses, coupled with a metallic respirator that protected his mouth. The unknown man's head tilted to the side curiously, surveying his soon-to-be opponent. You're Endeavor, aren't you? He grunted, almost sounding confused, in the flesh. That's right, scumbag. And I'll be the one to bring you into custody, Endeavor growled. Just another notch on my belt for some good-for-nothing, spineless nobody in a silly costume. Don't diss the costume. That's rich coming from someone whose head is on fire. I've heard of you, a real hothead. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way, though I'm hoping you'll resist so I can put you into the ground. So what will it be, asshole? The hero's eyes narrowed. Surrender or run. That's an ultimatum. I don't do ultimatums. Now that Endeavor was closer he could take in the villain's form in more detail. He was clad in a green jumpsuit with plated armor that protected his forearms, hands, torso, and shins. A dark utility belt with pouches circled his waist, a pair of heavy boots completing the outfit. He kind of looked like a hero, but the way he spoke was similar to a villain, rude and uncouth. Blame it on your friend here, the villain gave Airjet a light kick, prompting another pained groan. For trying to shoot me down. Is this how things work around here? In my time anyone could use their quirks whenever they wanted to as long as they weren't hurting anyone. You people are so backwards. Those who utilize their quirks outside of what is permissible under the law shall be perceived as villains, and dealt with as seen fit, Endeavor recited, growling. This iron rule has not, and will not change. This is your last warning. If you continue to resist arrest we might have an accident that will leave you in excruciating, burning pain. The only accident I fear will be your head being blasted off with me wearing your fucking moron face as a party mask, the villain said nonchalantly, beginning to take off. Leave me alone hothead, I've got work to do. You're not going anywhere. An inferno flared from Endeavor's fingertips, the orange conflagration forming a fiery net to ensnare its unlucky target. The man cocked his head, an explosion erupting from his torso and shredding the encircling net apart effortlessly. TCH. I need to find him and you're wasting my precious time. Look, I'm not trying to terrorize your city or anything like that, but I can see reasoning with you is no longer an option. So if it's a fight you want so badly, then that's what you'll get. You goddamn villain punk, save your breath, you'll need it when I make you scream like a pussy. He pointed his armored fist towards Endeavor, crackling and popping with energy. Lacquered chain prison. A series of thick branches shot through the air and crashed into the attacker with a crunch, twisting and sliding over each other to bind him in a tangled ball of wood. Kamui Woods stood atop a gigantified Mount Lady's shoulder, accompanied by Death Arms who flanked from below. Endeavor-san. We saw the commotion and we're here to help, Mount Lady called, giving him a thumbs up and reaching for the captured villain to hold him down. I just need to. Stay back. Endeavor shouted. An eerie emerald light flared from within the gaps of the overlapping branches. Mount Lady barely managed to withdraw her hand when the wooden prison exploded into 1,000 splinters, revealing the villain within. All these distractions, all these obstacles. The armored man hissed, his voice strangely distorted, almost like two people speaking at once. Emerald energy crackled from his entire body, flaring out in concentric waves and forcing the heroes back. Get away from me, you fucking ghosts. Surrender, villain. There's no escape. You are surrounded, Kamui Woods yelled bravely. All I am surrounded by is ignorance. Green motes of light glowed behind dark lenses, and dead heroes. The sweltering afternoon heat bore down on Izuku like a blanket of discomfort, the blazing sun hanging high in bright blue sky. Glancing at his watch, the boy noted it was already 1 p.m. He was currently taking a short break to catch his breath and get something to eat, buying some takoyaki and gulping them down as they walked through Musudafu's uptown park. On his shoulder, Kiri was eating one too, nibbling at the snack hungrily. He was still considering the current situation he had found himself in. Johnny had mentioned the last two were villains, but it didn't make any sense. Izuku scratched his head, his mind struggling to comprehend that. Why would villains be in possession of One for All? Theoretically it was possible, but he wondered what kind of circumstances would result in such a thing happening. One for All could only be given, not taken. The only explanations he could come up with were that one of the previous wielders went mad whilst in possession of One for All, which would lead them to become a villain. Or a dying wielder made the choice to pass on the legendary quirk even to a villain to prevent the flames of hope from being snuffed out. Izuku suspected it was the latter, remembering that little tidbit Johnny mentioned before he faded away. Someone by the name of Koenig, the old hero, had said that she was the one who killed him, and that she was the one who probably caused the breach that allowed them to escape. She killed Johnny and got One for All. And her name. The boy brought up his phone and typed it into the search bar, eyes widening slightly at the result. Koenig is the German word for king, the device displayed in neat little letters. Well, that was encouraging. Just wonderful. A quick look through the online global hero villain public database showed no such record of anyone prominent bearing that name. There were 2 or 3 small-time heroes and villains, but they were all male, not the one he was looking for. The implications were frightening, perhaps a little too much to think about at this time. Izuku felt a shiver creep up his spine at the possibilities before squashing the thought. Johnny also mentioned she was fast as hell, which he interpreted as her having some kind of speed or mobility capability. A mover-type quirk? Mover-type metahumans were notoriously hard to capture and contain, with speedsters like the hero Ingenium being a prime example of their sheer versatility and potential. Then there was the remaining unknown villain, the one he had no information on. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. Regardless, things weren't looking very good at all. He had no idea what he was dealing with, or how these villains would act. For a moment an image of the thin, sickly-looking villain from USJ resurfaced in his mind again like a monster from the deep, gnarled ghost-like fingers reaching out towards him. He imagined his classmate Tsuyu falling into pieces, cracked and withering away, Nomu's tar-black muscles rippling and coiling as Aizawa-sensei's arm snapped like a cheap toothpick. Izuku shivered and gulped, swallowing the fear that threatened to well up and spill forth from his mouth. He locked up that terrified part of himself into the detention cell of his mind, imprisoning it for the time being. Now wasn't the time for fear, to let that part of him out. Kiri poked at him in concern, letting out a worried murmur while eating away at his negativity. I'm fine. The next one's somewhere around here, Kiri-chan? NN. The little construct nodded, pointing in the direction she wanted him to go. Okay. Izuku breathed, scanning the park for any unusual activity. Let's see. He reminded himself to be extremely cautious when approaching. Still, there was nothing out of the ordinary here. The few people in the park were relaxed as always, not a hint of fear nor alarm on their features. Izuku focused, his eyes taking in every detail in the surroundings no matter how insignificant. One of the 2 villains was here somewhere. A jogger blurred past him, huffing and puffing with effort. A family of 4 strolled down the main path, enjoying the fresh air. There was a camera flash as a pair of tourists took a picture of the nearby fountain. A man walked alongside his dog leisurely, the animal panting in excitement. A policeman cycled by, patrolling the area with vigilant eyes. Why here, in the park? There was nothing of use here besides the fresh air. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people walked through this park on their way to and from the city, but it wasn't anything special. Just the normal greenery, along with the cherry blossoms that bloomed beautifully when the spring came. He struggled to think of why a villain would come here, factors like human traffic and the surrounding plant life taken into account. Nothing came to mind. He didn't have enough info to form a solid theory or hypothesis. Izuku sighed. He still didn't see anything unusual. Perhaps this villain had some sort of camouflage or stealth-based quirk that allowed them to hide amongst the human traffic or lush greenery. But then again, there weren't many people around at this time of the day either. Kiri continued searching as well, eyes closed in focused concentration. The boy took another bite of takoyaki, contemplating what he would say when he inevitably met him or her. "Step aside, you pheasants," a bright young voice called out cheerfully. "Make way for the king." "It's peasant, Sat-chan. Pheasants are a type of bird," another voice corrected. "Also, shouldn't it be queen instead of king, since Yui is a girl?" "Are you questioning my royal authority as the king's right hand, Minister Kotoha? To the dungeons with you, 10 years dungeon, no trial? What say you, your majesty?" "Forward, my mighty steed," a third voice squealed with childish delight. "Mush. Wan, woof." Izuku whirled to face the source of the commotion, eyebrows rising into his messy hair as he witnessed the strange scene. A trio of kids were parading down the wide cobblestone path of the park, nearby commuters parting for them with amused smiles. Among them was a little redhead girl riding atop her large black and tan dog like a horse, giggling. She was flanked by two of her friends. One with blonde hair and the other with blue. They were apparently having the time of their lives in a game of pretend under the afternoon sun. All three held long sticks that they brandished like swords, waving them back and forth in the air happily. Izuku smiled, briefly reminded of his childhood adventures with Bakugo. "Well, the good parts, at least. Ah, youth." "There," Kiri chirped, pointing at the trio, "it's them." The UA student blinked, then did a panicked double take at the kids. "Wait, what? The villain we're looking for, it's one of them." It couldn't be. The villain was one of those kids? But they looked so ordinary, their behavior matching that of what would normally be seen in children their age. They looked like they were around 10 years old. He never could judge ages correctly. The gears in Izuku's head spun like pinwheels, his young mind trying to comprehend what he was seeing. "But I can't tell which one because they're standing so close together." She continued tracking them to make sure, nodding. When it came to quirks, one needed to think out of the box. Things weren't always as they seemed. If he thought about it rationally, it was probably some sort of disguise or stealth-based quirk in action. Maybe one that allowed the villain to take the form of a child. But what were the activation parameters and effects? The possibilities were practically endless, but there were already some clues that he could guess just by observing. The fact that they looked entirely ordinary was already a clue. This villain had to have some kind of stealth-based ability that let them hide in plain sight or disguise themselves. Possible stranger, changer rating. The boy began to think of possible scenarios, diving into his extensive knowledge of metahumans. Why take the form or body of a child? The villain could be using the form as a disguise like Kiri did to avoid detection, or perhaps for a more sinister purpose like luring people towards them. For a moment Izuku's wild imagination conjured up the image of an invisible villain floating behind the trio, tethered to one of the girls via an equally invisible fleshy cord and using the child's form as a puppet. A lure to attract prey. Much like how an anglerfish uses its glowing lure in the dark ocean depths. As freaky as the image was, it was completely ridiculous, yet the boy shuddered, reminding himself that he was dealing with a villain here. Going in blind without any info was foolish, even suicidal. The only upside would be that the unknown villain would understand that killing him would result in their demise as well. With a nervous sigh Izuku made his decision, slowly trudging forward. No choice but to approach and see if one of them showed a reaction to him since they were unlikely to separate. He hoped he didn't look like a creep due to approaching a group of little girls, but then again he wasn't much older than them. Squaring his shoulders the aspiring hero moved towards them, lowering his hood to show his face while Kiri hid inside his disheveled dark green hair to observe. He gave her a command to hide in silence, just in case. "You there, plain Oni-san." The little blonde girl noticed his approach, drawing her sword defensively. "Stop right there, criminal scum. You have violated the law." I have?" Izuku stammered, holding both hands up nervously. "In what way?" "You're in the way and still haven't paid tribute to passing royalty, matey." "What? Yar har, ye scurvy dog, part with 100 doubloons or ye be the talk of the town." The girl's eyes glinted with mischief, lips curling into a cheeky smile. "And the talk will not be merry." Izuku blinked slowly, now being subject to a mix of extortion and piracy by a bunch of brats. "Are you a pirate now, Sat-chan?" the redhead remarked curiously from atop her mount. "I thought we were playing royal knights." "Oyaji told us to be careful whenever a suspicious-looking guy approaches us." The blue-haired girl piped up, munching on a skewer of roasted meat. She plucked off the last piece and fed it to their dog, the delighted pet gobbling the morsel in a flash. But you look harmless, Oni-san.
Thanks, that wasn't a compliment.
Right, Izuku said awkwardly.
Okay, time to be blunt.
Have you three seen anything weird happening around here? He hoped to get a reaction out of that, but the three kids simply tilted their heads, eyeing him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. What are you talking about, Oni-san? Are you perhaps sick in the head? Don't tell me, maybe you're one of those sea creeps that mom warned me about? The kind that goes around talking to little girls like us.
You're weird.
Does that count?
Woof, ouch.
Well, that was a critical hit to his self-esteem. He should have just got Kiri to turn into her child form to approach them instead.
Fear not, my king. I'll defend you from this miscreant.
The blonde girl interrupted and raised her makeshift weapon in challenge. Prepare to face our wrath, weird Oni-san. For I am the holy knight Sachan.
I am Kotoha.
The passive blue-haired girl said simply, wielding the stick at her hip in an Iaido stance like a samurai.
And I am Yui,
the mounted rider squeaked, raising her own trembling stick.
Together, we're colors, they announced in unison, striking a pose, protectors of this town.
Wait, I just wanted to.
Take this, divine smite.
Sachan cried playfully, lightly whacking Izuku on the shin.
You take 2d8 points of damage.
Be purged from this world.
Kotoha adjusted her hat in a way that she clearly seemed to think was cool, her stick slicing through the air in a practiced, Chunibyo-like motion. Arrow slash.
Yui looked around timidly, then patted the dog she was riding on.
I'll use my mount to attack,
girl. But don't hurt him, just bark at him or something.
Wan.
Her dog barked happily, tongue lolling out and panting, Wan.
At that final statement Izuku's eyes widened in alarm. He was in no mood to be attacked by a dog, especially one without a leash. He automatically assumed it was some sort of guard dog for the girls with its size and fearsome aesthetics. In fact, it almost looked like a wolf. He raised both arms high into the air in surrender, which caused the girls to stop attacking and give each other high fives.
We did it, once again. The day is saved thanks to colors.
3 swords were raised skywards into the air triumphantly.
Victory is ours.
Okay. Izuku sighed. He still didn't see anything out of the ordinary, the three kids behaving as kids should.
However, the blue-haired girl, Kotoha, suddenly stepped aside to join him.
It is clear that a change has to be made around here.
Minister Kotoha, what do you think you're doing?
Sachan gasped in mock horror.
That is the enemy. With this Oni-san's help, Kotoha eyed Izuku, giving him a knowing nod.
Izuku's eyes widened.
Was she the villain or still playing? I can finally overthrow the corrupt monarchy and free the people from your oppression. Vive la revolution.
Look girls, I don't really have time to be playing around with you.
What's happening?
Little Yui's head swiveled back and forth in confusion.
A CC coup d'etat?
In the name of the Royal Senate of Colors, Kotoha drew her stick, pointing the tip at her previous ally.
You're under arrest, Holy Knight.
Are you threatening me, Minister Kotoha?
The blonde whispered, her voice low and dangerous.
The Senate will decide your fate. I am the Senate.
Not yet, Kotoha said carefully, her eyes narrowed to razor-thin lines.
Sachan straightened, her stick twirling in an arc to come into a ready stance at her side.
It began to glow with amber electricity along with her body, demonstrating her power. She was using her quirk. Was that one for all's lightning effect?
No, this was clearly different. Taking a closer look he realized she was imbuing objects like the stick and her clothes with the strange power. It didn't extend to her own body. This wasn't one for all.
It's treason, then.
The blonde hissed. She charged with an intricate spin attack, a high-pitched battle cry upon her lips.
Girls, wait!
Izuku called, only to be completely ignored when Kotoha leapt into the fray as well, her stick clashing with her opponent's when she launched herself forward with a blast of air. She was using her quirk as well.
Hey, don't use your quirks.
They completely ignored him and began play fighting, darting around with impressive speed and sending loud cracks into the air when their weapons clashed.
Izuku groaned, exasperated. So this was what an elementary school teacher felt like every day.
Well, at least nobody was around when he took a quick look at the surroundings.
Our imperial glory will shine forevermore. To think that you would stoop to relying on foreign aid. Fall, rebel scum.
Sic semper tyrannis.
Your so-called royal prerogative gives extensive, unaccountable power, and with that power you have committed atrocities. You've earned a place at the guillotine for your crimes.
He looked between all three girls, gauging their behaviors carefully. One of them was the villain disguised in another form, but which one? Was it excitable Sachan, who seemed to be unafraid of anything. Or was it calm Kotoha, who was unusually fluent and articulate? Or perhaps it was the timid Yui, who had shown extra caution when he approached. The boy hummed, deep in thought. If he thought about it rationally, the first two kids had already shown their quirks, which ruled them out as the villain. Atop his head, Kiri tugged on his hair, making him turn towards the redhead girl. She wanted him to talk to her. She let out a small squeak under his gaze, wary of his approach. Was this the Yui that Kendo confused for Kiri earlier? No, this little girl was obviously too young to be confused with Kiri's teenage form and looked nothing like her short brownish red hair bobbing from side to side as she brandished her stick at him. It could be her. She looked a little reluctant to join her friends for some reason. Also, they had called her King earlier. Aren't you going to join them? Izuku asked, trying to garner a response to determine if she was actually the villain. They're not serious, just play fighting. I can't. And mommy told me not to talk to strangers, she said defensively, heels tapping against her mount in an effort to get it to reverse. The dog didn't budge an inch, staring at Izuku happily with its tongue lolling out. Well, he patted his chest and gave her a friendly smile. Midoriya Izuku. No, we aren't strangers, are we? I guess not. The redhead looked around nervously. Won't we get in trouble for using our quirks? Well, not really, after all, you're just kids. An old memory of an explosion splashing across his 4-year-old face along with the scorching heat and subsequent pain resurfaced, causing Izuku to cringe internally. Yeah, adults don't really care about that sort of stuff when you're young. But I don't like to use mine because sometimes people get scared and confused when I do. The little girl hung her head sadly. I wish I got a simpler quirk. I want to play along with them but I can't, I want to be a hero, too. For a moment Izuku sympathized with her, reminding himself of the days where everyone doubted him, when nobody believed he could even amount to anything. Yet here he was, currently attending UA and in search of a villain. His heroic spirit shone once more and the boy decided to again meddle in affairs that didn't concern him. Now, don't be like that. Izuku knelt down to look her in the eyes, giving the girl a warm smile. Your quirk is a part of you, after all. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You can still be a hero. Woof, the dog agreed. No, you don't understand, Yui shook her head. My quirk, it can be dangerous when I use it around people. Should he? A part of him thought he had finally cornered the villain and was taking a gamble, but another part of him just saw someone who needed a little help, just like he did in the past. Who knows, a few words of encouragement can go a long way, especially for a child who was chasing their dreams. He knew that from first-hand experience. Show me. Izuku inched closer to her, unafraid. But Oni-san. Don't worry, the boy flashed her a reassuring grin, warm and full of trust. It'll be okay. Now or never. Either little Yui would reveal herself to be a delusional villain in hiding or just a normal kid who was just afraid of her own power. Izuku gulped, bracing himself just in case things went awry. Alright. If you say so. She mumbled shyly and closed her eyes. It's not as flashy as theirs, but you'll know when it happens. For a moment nothing happened, Izuku's brows rising in puzzlement. Then he felt it. The surrounding air started to turn cold. The moisture in the air began to freeze, creating a light mist that shrouded the girl like a ghostly veil. Some sort of temperature-altering effect that ate away at the surroundings. That wasn't so bad. Izuku tried to touch his hands. Something was wrong. Everything was moving so slowly. The two girls play fighting in the background now looked like they were moving in slow motion, their swift momentum grinding to a halt with looks of alarm. Izuku's movement, his breathing, even his thoughts slowed to a painful crawl. The boy began to feel dreadfully lethargic, almost as if he was losing the will to do anything at all. The strange effect ended abruptly a few seconds later, Izuku letting out an explosive gasp at being freed from its grasp. The dog let out a sneeze, shivering a little before shaking its head rapidly. Yuwa, it's cold. Brr. Sat-chan and Kotoha shivered and shook off the effect quickly, continuing their play fighting once more. I am fine. Izuku quickly held out a hand to reassure the little brunette, who looked like she was about to burst into tears. Don't worry, I'm fine. That was. Sorry, Oni-san, Yui wailed, looking miserable. I tried to make it as small as possible. Awesome, she blinked. At first I thought it was some cold generation effect but your quirk affects the mind, too. Izuku brought out his hero notebook and began scribbling while mumbling to himself almost incoherently. A quirk that robs the surroundings of heat, while also taking away the opponent's will to fight. Think of the applications. It's perfect for neutralizing threats. Your quirk is amazing. Really? The girl turned red in embarrassment. Oh, only my parents and Nei-chan have ever said that before?
You should try out for UA High when you're older if you want to be a hero. That's where I'm studying now. Izuku smiled. With a formidable quirk like that, you'll be sure to earn a spot if you work hard enough. That torpor side effect sure is powerful. I don't know what that word means. Yui admitted timidly. I still haven't picked a name for my quirk, so the doctors are temporarily calling it Fimbulwinter. I'm still learning to control it properly, but basically I can create an area around me that makes everything inside slow and cold. Fast things become slow, hot things become cold, and active people become tired. They're saying I might be able to reverse the effect when I'm older. Izuku's scribbling on his notebook intensified. A quirk that affected the surrounding environment and people, but not the user. Shaker rating confirmed. If he was understanding it right, her dampening effect caused moving objects to lose inertia, surroundings to lose heat, and humans to lose willpower. It was fascinating, if a little hard to control, but ultimately it wasn't what he was looking for. She had basically proven she was not a villain, just a normal kid who had some trouble controlling their quirk. Your quirk is amazing, and so are you. Izuku flashed her a wide, encouraging grin. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Yui-chan. Oh okay. The girl blushed at his praise, the corners of her lips tugging upwards almost unnoticeably. Thanks, Oni-san. He nodded in assurance, closing his notebook. Right, time to refocus. Now it meant that the villain wasn't taking the form of one of the girls, which hinted at a more esoteric explanation for why Kiri had thought he or she was one of them. For all he knew, the villain could be invisible or even worse, intangible. Izuku turned to look at the two kids still fighting happily without a care, deep in thought. It's the colors. Oh dear, are they playing Revolution again? Those two, really? Shiozaki-ne-chan, Yui exclaimed, her mood instantly brightening. Hello. Izuku looked up to see a teenage girl around his age gazing down at them with a patient curiosity, wearing a pristine white sundress and plain brown sandals. The most eye-catching part of her appearance was her hair. Long, vibrant thorn-covered vines that cascaded down from her head and ended at her waist like a lush waterfall of green. Lovely acorn eyes gazed down at them, a small smile forming on the girl's face. Hello, Yui-chan. Shiozaki greeted calmly, before turning her attention to Izuku. And who's this? This is, The little girl squeezed her eyes shut and tried to recall his name, before giving up completely. Weird Oni-san. WW Weird? In a good way. Shiozaki giggled, bringing a demure hand to her mouth. Izuku meanwhile began to blush helplessly, his shyness around girls flaring up once more. It didn't exactly help that she was pretty attractive, her graceful and soft-spoken demeanor giving the impression that she was one of those pure, innocent girls that were way out of his league. Somehow, he felt as though he had seen her before. My apologies, where are my manners? I am Shiozaki Ibara. She bowed politely. Thank you for playing along with them. As you can see, these three can be quite the handful. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stammered, bowing back awkwardly. It was no problem, really. Naturally, he didn't tell her about his true intention, which was to look for a villain that had escaped from within his head and was now possibly disguised as one of the three kids. Yeah, no, the last thing he needed was the neighborhood police on his case. It's Ne-chan. Sat-chan and Kotoha stopped playing when they noticed the older girl and scrambled over excitedly. Yahalo, Oni-chan. Salutations. Hello Sat-chan, Koto-chan. Shiozaki smiled warmly, an air of quiet tranquility around her. Were you two playing around with your quirks again? Just be careful not to hurt each other. It's fun, and look, we met this Oni-san just now. He's financing my rebel operations to destabilize the region for long-term war profiteering, Kotoha said simply. Is one of them your little sister? Izuku ventured curiously, noting that the four girls were color-coded in red, blue, yellow and green. Maybe Shiozaki could help gauge their behaviors to spot if something was wrong. No, but I helped to babysit them when they were younger. The teenager reached out and pat their heads tenderly, eliciting a bright laughter from the girls. Midoriya-ni-san goes to the same school you do, Oni-chan, Yui mentioned helpfully. What? Izuku turned to the vine-haired girl in bewilderment. Wait a minute. Don't tell me, you're from UA? No wonder I found you familiar. You're that plain-looking boy from 1A. Are you not? Shiozaki tilted her head curiously. Yes, I'm from Class 1B, Midoriya-san. Plain-looking boy, Kendo had used the same term to describe him earlier, too. The two girls were in the same class as well. Izuku groaned internally, feeling a little depressed. Was that how everyone's first impression of him was like? Gah. At least now he knew why Shiozaki looked familiar to him. He had remembered seeing her distinctive thorn vine hair around in school from time to time. That's me. Izuku sighed.
I knew I recognized you from somewhere, so this is our first time actually speaking to each other. Not a bad introduction, considering the circumstances. I suppose not. She giggled. What a coincidence, or so it seems. What brings you here to the park? Not many tend to come here at this hour. I'm enjoying the scenery, he lied through his teeth, trying to throw her off his trail. Why yeah. I guess you could say I'm quite the nature lover. Oh my. It seems we share similar interests. I too enjoy appreciating the beauty of Mother Earth. Though I suppose you can see why from my appearance. Shiozaki hummed and gave him a demure smile. I have a feeling we'll cross paths again, Midoriya-san. Especially if you frequent this place in the afternoons. Maybe. He was talking with a girl, a cute one, casually. I must say I'm impressed by how well disciplined your dog is. To be quite honest, I was rather worried when I saw them playing with it, but I can see now it has been trained to be around children. My dog? Izuku said blankly. This isn't my dog. It's not, Shiozaki frowned, turning to her little charges. Girls, where did you find this gentle creature? Here in the park. She came to us when we were eating earlier and looked really hungry, so we fed her some meat. And then we took her to Oyaji and he fed her some doggy biscuits, and then we had a lot of fun playing fetch and stuff. She's really nice, she even lets us ride on her back. Oh dear, I wonder where the owner is. Kiri suddenly began pulling on several strands of his hair like reins while hidden atop his head, forcing him to look back at Yui. His little sister was trying to tell him something about the girl, but she'd already shown her quirk, and it clearly wasn't one that allowed her to change her form. The little fairy hidden within his hair began to pull in different directions and he responded appropriately, looking up when she yanked his hair back, and down when she yanked it forward. Shiozaki blinked curiously, starting to look a little worried. Is there something wrong, Midoriya-san? I'm, just stretching, Izuku answered awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Why yeah. What was Kiri trying to tell him? She couldn't exactly speak due to him ordering her to hide herself, but she was clearly trying to convey some sort of message to him. She made his head go up and down several times, repeating the process to the point where Kotoha and Sat-chan got interested and began to point and laugh at him. Ha ha ha, look at this weirdo. It's like he's at a concert. Sat-chan giggled and thrust out her hand to form the sign of the horns. Rock on, Oni-san. You're super weird, Oni-san, Kotoha remarked, reaching into her bag. I'm gonna take a picture to commemorate your weirdness. Juan, he ignored them, thinking hard. Up and down. Kiri was trying to tell him something. His head jerked skyward, then down towards the ground with a little more force. She was telling him to look down. There was nothing to look at unless the villain was the size of an ant or something, it could be anything. But that would mean that his earlier theory still stood, that the villain was some kind of. Izuku head jerked downward to stare at the large dog Yui was riding. Shape, his eyes widened just a tiny fraction and the dog smiled, revealing a row of gleaming white razor-sharp teeth. Shifter. That bitch is fast as hell and will be halfway around the country if you startle her. Izuku paled visibly, realizing what was currently happening in front of him. He'd been looking for the wrong target all this while. The villain had taken the form of a dog. Shapeshifting into an animal form. He got careless and focused too much on one thing when he should have been thinking out of the box. He should have thought of that in the first place. That little girl was riding on top of a villain. He wanted to scream, to warn her of the immeasurable danger that she was in, but the words just wouldn't come out, his brain simply unable to comprehend nor process the sheer ludicrousness of the situation. Are you okay, Oni-san? You're looking a little off color. Kotoha's features twisted into a smug grin. Don't tell me, you're afraid of dogs? And no, that's not it, Izuku said shakily. The large canine continued smiling at him, its tongue now hanging out and dripping with saliva. Oh, Yui pushed herself off the hound's back, stroking its head carefully. Maybe you want to play with the doggy. The moment the dog heard the word, play, it lunged at Izuku, bowling him over much to the shock of Shiozaki and the three kids. They immediately went over to pry the large canine off him in fear that he was being attacked, but all it did was lick his face happily, causing the boy to cough and sputter. Wah! Hey! Izuku cried, defenseless against the playful animal. See, cut it out. Ah, she really likes you, Sat-chan giggled. Oh my, Shiozaki said. Gah! The boy protested, feeling drool all over his face as the animal licked him endlessly. He still didn't know what the villain's intentions were. Why was she behaving like this? Then he saw it. Upon her neck was a simple leather collar, and hanging from it was a small, silver dog tag that bore a name and details in bold capital letters. Now that he was this close, he could actually read the minute script. Koenig, F. Polizei K9 Einheit ID. GS 1203, Deutscher Schäferhund, Dia, 6. That all but confirmed it. He could only read the first sentence which described her name, the rest were in what he supposed was in German. This was the villain Johnny had mentioned, the one who had killed him and received one for all as a result. But still, it didn't explain why she was acting this way. Perhaps she had gone mad, or it was a side effect of her quirk. Or maybe she was committed to deceiving the kids as well. Kate Koenig-san, he tried, raising his arms in defense. Stop. She stopped, all right. But what happened next was rather unexpected. Izuku couldn't believe what was happening even while it was taking place right before his eyes. Koenig transformed without a sound in a flash, limbs lengthening and fur receding to form the lithe yet toned body of a girl in her early 20s. And now she was straddling him, not a single scrap of clothing on her form. Nice. Kotoha was the first to react, bringing up her portable game console to take a quick snapshot. This'll make good blackmail material. Kaya, Yui squealed, turning a bright shade of red and covering her eyes. It's super lewd. What do you think you're doing, Oni-san? Ha 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 ha. Sat-chan laughed. Not only is he weird, he's also a big pervert. Unacceptable. Hentai-ni-san. To the dungeon with you, 1,000,000 years dungeon. Shiozaki said nothing, though her lovely pale cheeks turned bright red. Her eyes were wide before snapping themselves shut, clearly much more uncomfortable than Izuku despite being a bystander. The innocent maiden was much too pure to have experienced any lewdness in her life. And now she had a front row seat to the scandalous perversion taking place. She was unable to stop blushing, hands wrapped around her own graceful body protectively. How lecherous, look away, girls, Shiozaki cried, eyes scrunched shut in a mix of disbelief and overwhelming embarrassment. Unfortunately she couldn't stop herself from peeking, her blush intensifying tenfold. I can't believe you, Midoriya-san. And here I was beginning to see you as such a sweet guy. You deviant. You heathen. To think that you're one who consorts with beasts. Giving yourself over to shameful lust. No wait, it's not what you think, Izuku said frantically, his cheeks burning and struggling under the dog girl's superhuman grip. It was useless. Her wrists were bands of iron that pinned him down firmly but gently. Let go of me. His eyes couldn't help but travel up his captor's feminine figure where strips of thick, velvety black fur lined her tan skin in tribal patterns to form a natural costume, just barely protecting her modesty. A youthful face was framed by short, tomboyish dark hair that parted above her head for a pair of cute, pointed ears that were alert and twitching with excitement. She looked like a perfectly normal human with the exception of her limbs, her arms and legs ending in large, mitten-like paws that pressed softly against Izuku as he struggled. A long, bushy tail extended from her tailbone, swishing from side to side rapidly. She kept on licking his face, which caused the poor boy to blush even further, thanking his lucky stars that nobody was around to witness this aside from the girls. A pair of brownish-red pupils surrounded by black sclera locked onto his, wisps of ghostly red energy flowing outward like flames. Gazing into those eyes, Izuku realized he had jumped to conclusions once again. Within there was a small spark of humanity nearly overwhelmed by pure animalistic glee and primal hunger. The look of a predator who had cornered her prey and was ready to devour it, or one that had found a new chew toy to play with. She was practically salivating over him, her hot, panting breaths tickling his face. Now he finally understood why she was acting this way. She wasn't a human who could turn into a dog. She was a dog who could turn into a human. Oh no, Izuku whispered. Oyeesssss, Koenig howled. Tendrils of crimson lightning crisscrossing and arcing off her body like a Tesla coil's discharge. She snatched him into a princess carry, powerful legs tensing to jump. Wan for all. All Might was not having a good week. Just yesterday USJ had been attacked by a group of villains, which resulted in them learning about their sinister secret weapon. The artificial human known as Nomu. Not only that, a new mystery had arisen in the form of the vigilante. Valkyrie, who displayed abilities and power that nobody had never observed from her before, most notably the form and fighting skills of the late Shimura Nana. Then earlier this morning he'd gotten reports of the UA teachers encountering and battling an unknown individual who'd gotten away with the help of another unknown at the grounds near USJ. To escape not one, but 4 UA teachers, how troubling. But right now he was focused on his current task. Only minutes ago he had received a call from Tsukachi that Endeavor and a few other heroes were facing down an unknown opponent that had been flying over the city, and that the situation wasn't looking good. All Might grit his teeth in worry. Endeavor was an extremely powerful and talented hero that he respected, but the man could be rather overzealous when in combat. The fact that he was having trouble with fighting the unknown, that sent his alarm bells ringing. Leaping across multiple city blocks with a single leap, the hero finally found the cordoned-off combat zone, and his eyes widened at the sight. Several heroes were lying unconscious in the broken street, defeated by the unknown villain. He quickly checked up on them and was relieved to see that they were still breathing, if a little bruised and battered. Airjet, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Mount Lady were all down for the count. The villain was someone who could take on 5 heroes all at once. Incredible. Continuing onward, All Might finally found his fiery comrade still in combat with the unknown. Endeavor's right arm hung limply by his side while he rocketed forward down the scorched street, the villain doing the same. A miniature sun flared and throbbed in Endeavor's hand while his opponent chambered an armored fist, a lance of green flaring from his elbow. All Might's eyes widened, recognizing that technique. Though it was slightly different with the additional elbow rocket effect, that was one of his trademarked. Iowa, Forbidden Sun, Endeavor roared, a tsunami of fire flaring from his palm, the sphere of flame growing exponentially as it screamed down the street, its blazing core grossly incandescent. Smash! Scorching orange and immolating green clashed in a single moment before the colossal sphere of condensed heat and flame was torn apart by a gargantuan emerald explosion, the pressure wave shearing through the curtain of flames. Endeavor cursed as the spiraling torrent of burning viridescent energy rumbled towards him like a speeding train, roaring and surging. The hero's boots ignited to thrust himself backward, ready to launch a counterattack until a blur of yellow and blue darted into his line of sight. Texas SMASH. All Might's hefty fist impacted the oncoming blast and split it in two, sending twin blasts of green spinning to his sides while he stood in front of his comrade, his massive back presented like an immovable wall. "Are you okay, Endeavor?" "All Might," the flame hero snarled. "Stay back, this is between him and me." The tall, armored man tilted his head, gazing at the new arrival with curiosity. Endeavor growled and stood beside his rival, features twisted with rage. Despite his broken arm, he kept pushing on without a care, determined to take down his opponent. Such unbreakable willpower was admirable. "You're All Might," the villain whispered reverently, pointing at him with a steady finger. "You're the symbol of peace." "That's right, now I suggest you surrender," All Might said. "I appreciate all my fans, but I don't take kindly to you hurting my fellow heroes." "What?" Another tilt of the head, the villain's voice laced with confusion. "That was one of my signature smash attacks you launched, was it not? I can tell you're a big fan. Now let us settle this peacefully. I'm willing to talk things out. Let's just all calm down now, young man." "All Might, you can't possibly be serious. How can you get soft on this goddamn punk? He's in direct violation of. I've gotten a sitrep from the Hero Association. He was just flying around the city when you ordered Airjet to shoot him down." All Might held out a hand slowly. "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. Violence only begets more violence." Wise words from a great hero. Your fiery friend never could reach your level. "Who the hell do you think you are, you little shit?" Endeavor hissed. "I'm going to make sure they lock you up and throw away the key. I don't have time to listen to the nonsensical ramblings of some washed-up old man." The villain shot back, beginning to hover into the air as flickering bursts ignited under his boots. Especially one so blinded by ambition that he abused his own wife and child. For a moment no one spoke, digesting what had just been said. That moment soon ended when Endeavor's face twisted into a snarl, his muscular frame seeming to expand with volcanic rage. Towering flames erupted and flared from his massive back, a wave of heat rising off him and distorting the air. "You son of a," Endeavor roared, fists aflame with wrath. "I'd suggest you spend some quality time with your family, hothead. It's not too late. And All Might, you really shouldn't be here. You're looking a little," the villain tapped 3 fingers along his own ribs, "bony." "He knows." The number 1 hero's eyes widened slightly, which went unnoticed by Endeavor when a torrent of fire erupted from his palm. The villain simply dodged the attack gracefully and flew off, blasting into the skies once more. In his shock, All Might didn't pursue, simply staring at the rapidly diminishing dot in the sky. "TCH, he got away, and my bike was trashed in the battle." Endeavor tapped at his earpiece angrily, though he seemed a little shaken. "I need a recovery team for Epsilon 1. "Wait, Endeavor. Your arm, I'm fine. He landed a lucky shot, that's all." The flame hero growled, shoving All Might away roughly. "Get out of my way, I didn't need your goddamn help." "Everyone needs a little help sometimes, Todoroki." All Might gazed at the horizon. Something about that guy felt wrong. Sometimes a little help can make all the difference in the world. The hero kept watching the sky for a few more seconds before turning away, deciding to let the aerial specialist heroes go after the unknown. There'd be time to ask questions if they caught him. The biggest question was, if that villain knew about his true form, why hadn't he told anyone yet? Just before he flew off, All Might had gotten a good look at him. His costume seemed eerily familiar, a heavily warped distortion of something he once saw before. It was at the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't remember where. Despite not being able to see his face, the hero seemed to get a feel of that villain's current emotions from his body language alone. Beneath all that indifference and anger, that man had looked incredibly sad. Midoriya Izuku screamed incoherently, hanging on for dear life. Ha 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 ha, Koenig screamed along with him, her voice thrumming with delighted glee. You found me, you found me. The villainess had leapt into the air without a word earlier, leaving Shiozaki and the kids behind in bewildered confusion. Now Izuku was currently being princess carried by an overexcited dog girl. The wind rushing past his face as she leapt from rooftop to rooftop with dizzying speed. Kiri was still hanging onto his hair, holding on tightly. This was insane. The girl carrying him was traveling at a speed much too fast for him to get used to. The surroundings were a blur of light and sound. Koenig clearing multiple city blocks in a single bound. He had to stop her before he blacked out and wasted even more time. Koenig, his yelling was barely audible over the rushing wind. Stop. Don't wanna, she yelled back, kicking off a nearby water tower and almost parallel to the ground. I wanna play, I wanna have fun. No, yes. Izuku's mind raced. Maybe he could get Kiri to turn into her adult form and drag her down. No, that wasn't a very good idea in hindsight. Koenig could drop him, and then he'd have to go on a wild goose chase to look for her all over again. There had to be a way to stop the dog girl without startling her, a way to make her listen to him. Listen to him. It was absolutely crazy, and he doubted it would actually succeed. But all he had to work on was the little existing information he had. Koenig was a dog who once had a master, as indicated by her collar and tag. And the fact that she could speak Japanese meant that the other wielders within his head must have taught her at some point, which ultimately meant she could perhaps understand and respond to him as well. Koenig, Izuku cried out, making his voice as authoritative as possible. Heel. The dog girl twitched, but ultimately obeyed his command. She slowed down, decelerating until they were now traversing at a comfortable speed instead of her earlier breakneck pace. Now he had to look for a place to set them down. He spotted a wide-open concrete rooftop of an apartment and chose that as their landing zone. There, he commanded. Stay. Koenig complied and stopped at exactly where he'd indicated, reluctantly letting him out of her arms. Izuku sighed and took a deep breath, glad the ordeal was over. Now that he finally had a moment to think, he turned towards the girl and… Whoa! It took all it had in him not to back away. He didn't realize how huge Koenig was in her human form until she stood upright in front of him. The girl was as tall as All Might's hero form and had the body of an elite gymnast or athlete, all lean muscle and tan skin. Thick, fluffy fur covered her limbs up to her elbows and thighs, giving the impression that she was wearing evening gloves and thigh-high socks. More fur lined her shoulders like a pair of fluffy pauldrons, making her torso look bigger than it actually was. He took a moment to thank his lucky stars once more. All that fur across her body formed a costume to clothe her so nobody could actually see anything important. She stared at Izuku expectantly, her eyes hungry. He noticed the jagged line of lighter scar tissue running horizontally across her face, an old wound. Koenig-san. He tried nervously, not sure what to call her. That's me, but everyone calls me Coco. She introduced herself excitedly. You can call me that, too. I like exercise and eating, and my special skill is eating a lot. Also, I can turn into a human. Sort of. Alright, Coco. This had to be one of the weirdest moments in his life, period. You're the new host, new friend, Coco gushed, towering over him and twitching sporadically. New master, yaw. No, I'm not. Don't worry, master, it's a doggy-dog world. And Coco is top dog. The girl ignored his protest and smiled widely, gazing down and examining him from all angles. Actually, it's dog-eat-dog, he began. Coco no eat doggies, she exclaimed defensively, aghast. Bad. Izuku sighed exasperatedly. Never mind. You recognized me earlier? Why didn't you try to get my attention or something? I was looking for everyone because I was lost, but then I got hungry, then I went to play with the children. They gave me food, yummy food. Then I found you, then we played hide and seek in plain sight, and then you found me. Right, as he looked at her the boy blushed. Her costume was nothing more than strips of her own fur that somehow made it onto her semi-human form and barely preserved her modesty, but it made her look like something out of an adult anime or eroge. In fact, she reminded him of one of those monster girls that were popular in Japanese manga, inhuman yet gorgeous. Right, he really shouldn't be thinking about that. Her very existence was an unusual phenomenon. There had been documented cases of animals with quirks, but they were extremely rare. Only 2 such examples had been seen in Japan in the past few decades. The first and most notable was UA's very own Principal Nezu, who appeared to be a possible combination of several different animals including a dog, mouse or a bear. His quirk, high spec, granted him superior intelligence that surpassed humans. Despite being an animal, Nezu's quirk enabled him to live in society like a normal person. The second was a cat that had possessed a bus in Tokyo some time ago with its monster cat quirk and caused it to go out of control. But luckily no one was hurt thanks to the combined efforts of the turbo hero, Ingenium, and a local vigilante known as the Crawler. He supposed Koenig, Coco, was such a creature, an animal that had somehow developed a quirk. Then it sunk in and the boy could barely believe what his mind was telling him. A literal dog used to wield one for all. Things just kept getting crazier and crazier. Damn it, why didn't they tell him about this? He supposed they'd been living with her for so long that they completely forgot how abnormal it was for an animal to have a quirk. A dog that could turn into a human, well, mostly human. It was almost beyond belief. Izuku brought his hands to his face, breathing in deeply to calm down. When he removed them, Coco was standing right in front of him, looking rather eager and still twitchy. She then picked him up effortlessly and pressed him against her sizable bosom in a warm, tight hug, causing the boy to turn red once more. Hey, you don't look like master," Coco hummed, scrutinizing him carefully. She sniffed and pawed at his messy hair, breathing in his scent thoroughly. Kiri emerged from within, staring up passively. "You don't smell like master." Finally the girl gave Izuku a long lick on the cheek, sending him into a fit of embarrassed sputtering. "You don't taste like master." She scratched her chin with an extended claw, thinking hard. An imaginary light bulb seemed to turn on above her head, the girl's face lighting up. "I know, Coco will call you new master." "Please don't," he sighed. "Put me down, Coco, yeah, new master." The dog girl put him down carefully, still looking at him with expectant eyes. She wanted something from him. Beside him Kiri transformed into her adult form, staring at the much larger female with an almost challenging gaze. "Friend," Coco chuffed, examining Kiri intensely. "New friend." NN. The projection grunted, unimpressed. "For starters, can you not call me new master? It's a little embarrassing," Izuku murmured. "Juan." Coco tilted her head, before nodding rapidly. "Yeah, master." He clearly wasn't going to get across to her. Never mind then. He had to focus on getting her back within his head, but judging by her behavior so far she was rather harmless despite being called a villain. She clearly had no intention of hurting him whatsoever. If she really wanted to, the girl could have just squeezed and popped his head like an overripe grape. Coco. I need you to go back inside my head." "Neen. Don't wanna." Izuku blinked. "Why not?" "Nobody plays with me anymore. Coco wants to play." She grabbed his left arm, her gaze pleading, "Play with me." "You sorry, but we don't really have time for that right now." Kiri squeezed his other arm, expressionless. However, he could feel a sort of jealousy flowing off her. "That's mine," Kiri said quietly, her tone low and dangerous. They glared at each other for a second, their gazes clashing like thunderbolts. Both girls tensed, each daring the other to make the first move. Usually it would be a teenage boy's dream to have 2 beautiful girls fighting over him. Izuku felt as though he was in a waking nightmare as they began to pull in opposite directions, threatening to split him in 2. Blood rushed to his face and left the poor boy's cheeks alight with embarrassment, the sensory stimuli almost too much for his young, hormonal mind. "Don't think about it, you're not supposed to think about them that way. One's a dog, and the other's your sister, and they're both projections. So stop thinking about it. No fair. I want to have a turn. Oni-chan's mine. My Oni-chan, doggy." They continued tugging at him, though not too forcefully to avoid hurting him. Both were controlling their strength carefully. If they went at it with full power he'd be torn to pieces, and they knew it. The girls moved to hug his arms tighter and closer. "Okay, that's enough," Izuku exclaimed quickly, his cheeks glowing bright red. They immediately let go of him, worried. Sighing, the boy put a hand to his chin and thought about his options. He couldn't afford to waste time playing around when one of those villains was still out there, but few choices were left, and he highly doubted Coco could be reasoned with using logic. "Look, Coco," he said reluctantly. "I'm on an urgent mission to retrieve those who escaped, so I can't really play around that long. Okay? No playing any long games like fetch or whatever. Just a little bit." The dog girl's face lit up with delight at that. while Kiri folded her arms and puffed up her cheeks. He sent an apologetic look her way and shrugged, right before Coco barreled into him with another warm hug. "Master's so small, so cute," Coco grinned, baring a row of gleaming, pointed teeth. "It makes me just want to eat you up." Izuku gulped. That was just a joke, right? She was a villain, but he could see that she meant no harm. Offhandedly he wondered what earned her the title of villain in the first place before pushing it to the back of his mind. Still, better safe than sorry. Alright. So what am I supposed to do?" Izuku asked. He never had a dog before, so he was at a complete loss on how to play with one. "Pet me," the boy blinked, then his eyes widened comically. "Www what?" he stammered. She couldn't mean, "pet me." She sat down and presented her back towards him as a sign of trust. Her long, bushy tail wagged back and forth rapidly in anticipation. "Rub my back." "Oh, that wasn't too bad, but still. See, can't you change back into a dog for this?" Izuku blushed. It would make me feel a lot less embarrassed." "Don't wanna." The boy sighed in defeat, accepting his fate. What a stubborn dog. Without a word he began massaging her back, feeling the warmth of her skin. Izuku was no stranger to back rubs. He would sometimes give them to his mother to help stop her from stress eating too much, the circumstances of her life building up an unhealthy level of stress. She had often commented and joked on how Izuku was an expert at it. Though he was no chiropractor or masseuse, he had looked up on the internet on how he could help his dear old mom. Now he got a chance to test his learned skills. But this was the first time he was giving one to someone else besides his mom, and to someone without clothes, at that. It felt so different when there wasn't a layer of cloth separating his hands from skin. He could feel the knots in her flesh with just his fingers. Coco's back was practically a canvas of rippling muscle, not too much to be overly masculine but clearly that of someone who was extremely fit. A perfect example of a peak human female. Her lightly tanned skin was marred with numerous lines of ugly scarred tissue from old wounds all over her body, the largest one being a long, uneven gash that ran down her back like a grotesque fin. What kind of life had she led to amass this horrific amount of damage? The poor thing. Perhaps this was the least he could do to make her feel better. Izuku pressed onto her firmly but gently, pushing his thumbs into specific trigger points on her back and muscle knots. "Ooh," she moaned, tail sweeping across the ground. "Feels good." "Please don't moan like that." Izuku sighed, feeling rather embarrassed at what he was doing. "You're making this really weird. Nobody's done this for you before." "Only when I'm a doggy." Coco glanced back at him with a toothy grin. "This feels much better." The boy was doing his best to think of her as a dog, rather than a person, but there were limits to how much he could delude himself. This was a girl, a human female that he was touching rather inappropriately. He couldn't help but feel flustered as he rubbed his hands along her back, feeling every curve along her supple flesh. His fingers ran across silky skin and rough scar tissue, a strange contrast of textures. He moved to her lower back and pressed near her tailbone, which suddenly caused her tail to stiffen, the girl letting out a high-pitched yelp. "Ah, sorry, did I hurt you?" "And no, keep going." Izuku made sure not to touch there anymore, for it seemed a little too sensitive to the point where the girl had to bite her lip whenever his hands brushed near that particular spot. "Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. Just pretend she's a dog." She flipped over without warning, lying on her back this time. Izuku raised an eyebrow, already expecting what she was about to ask of him. "And no, there's no way I'm gonna rub my belly," Coco exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with completely innocent intentions. "You can't be serious," Izuku said flatly. "Rub me." The dog girl started rolling from side to side like a spoiled child. "Or I won't move, master." The teenager groaned, closing his eyes and mentally calming himself down. What had he done to deserve this? Yes, she was attractive in a rough, primal sort of way, but she was also a dog who could turn into a human. He felt as though he had crossed some line he shouldn't have. "Mom, forgive me for my degeneracy. I won't mind if you erase my name off your will. Forgive me, ancestors, give me strength." Coco squealed in delight when he put his hands on her stomach and began to rub slowly and tenderly, his eyes shut tightly in embarrassment. Ironically, closing his eyes only had the opposite effect. He could trace and feel every inch of her toned abs, along with the contracting and relaxing of her diaphragm. Her patterned strips of fur were soft and velvety, contrasting against her smooth, silky skin. Naturally, he steered clear of her bosom, but the rise and fall of her chest was increasing. She was breathing harder and faster with each passing second. He feared that something had gone wrong and that he was hurting her, but opening his eyes revealed it was in fact quite the opposite. Her cheeks were flushed and her breathing was ragged, hot breaths escaping from an unstable mix of growling and giggling as he ran his hands over her warm skin. Her clawed toes were curling back, brownish-red eyes completely glazed over and lost in a haze of rapturous ecstasy. At one point they even rolled to the back of her head, demonstrating that the intensity of the stimuli she was experiencing was worlds apart compared to a regular human. She was now putty in his hands, practically melting at his touch. To have a girl this powerful completely at his mercy felt somewhat good. Izuku quickly began thinking of something else like mathematical equations to get the intrusive thoughts out of his head, certain that he would develop some troubling fetishes if he continued down that slippery slope. "Ooh, okay, we're done," Izuku yelled frantically, quickly throwing his hands off her. Ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha. The dog girl stopped laughing maniacally to refocus her gaze upon him. Within those flaming ruby eyes there was that primal hunger once again, pupils dilated and twitching erratically. Her human instincts had been completely overwhelmed by her animal ones. The beast in her had been rattling at its cage and now Izuku had unlatched the lock. Ha 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 ha, Coco, sit, he ordered nervously, stay. She didn't listen, completely ignoring his commands. Wide eyes locked onto him, bone-white canines glinting in the afternoon light as Coco grinned inhumanly, low, predatory rumble emanating from her throat. The ancient prey instincts dormant within every human triggered within Izuku, causing him to flinch. He got too overconfident. No matter how well she was trained, he simply didn't have enough experience to control her. She wants something. Don't tell me, she wants to eat me? Kiri advanced forward to restrain the other girl, but was quickly stopped by a mental command from Izuku. This was bad. Really, really bad. For a moment it looked like Coco was either about to devour him or assault him in ways he wasn't old enough to understand. He had to stop her somehow, but startling her would only cause her to run away, which meant Kiri couldn't attack. There had to be a way to calm her down, but he needed to know what she wanted. His vision blurred without warning, allowing him to experience another memory that didn't belong to him. This was clearly Coco's memory. He felt a strong dissonance when looking through her eyes as the memory wasn't made in a human body. She was in her dog form and barking furiously at a pair of men, one cuffing the other with a pair of metallic handcuffs. A policeman at work, Izuku realized. She was, or rather used to be, a police dog. Then how'd she become a villain? His thoughts were interrupted when Coco tugged at her leash wildly, surging forward and snarling. Easy, girl. Easy. A tall, well-built man came into view, kneeling down and rubbing her head gently. You did good, Coco. Izuku seemed to realize who the man was. He was Coco's old master, her partner back when she was just a normal dog. She didn't even know that she had a quirk at that time, content to serve as a part of the local K9 unit. He continued rubbing her head and scratching gently behind her ears, getting her to calm down. Shush. Shush, it's okay. Easy. The blonde man spoke softly in German, holding her tight to his chest. It's okay. Good girl, haha. You always get so overexcited when you're hungry. Feeling calmer now, girl? Good doggy. Juan. Coco chuffed happily, licking the man in the face. Hey, come on, girl. He opened the door to his police cruiser for her, the dog hopping in easily. Let's go home for dinner. The world shuddered and spun. Izuku broke out of his daze, back in reality. Coco was mere inches away from him now, hot breath tickling his face as she opened her mouth to reveal a maw full of razor-sharp teeth that could rip his throat out in a flash. Kiri stood only inches behind the taller girl, fist drawn back and ready to tear her into pieces if she tried to hurt Izuku. He now realized Coco wasn't just hungry for food, she was also hungry for affection. Her intentions had been completely innocent. All she wanted was for somebody to hold her and say those words again. He didn't hesitate, grabbing hold of the dog girl's head and pulling her close. In one smooth motion he hugged and held her tight to his chest, just like how her old master had done to get her to calm down. She twitched violently and shuddered with volatile energy until the boy began rubbing her head and scratching her behind the ears gently, replicating that sensation that she'd been looking for all this while. She began to feel safe, contented. The ever-present gnawing hunger that accompanied her transformation started to dissipate. Shush. Shush, it's okay. Easy, Izuku whispered softly, feeling her breathing gradually stabilize. Her tail stopped wagging rapidly, slowing down and beginning to relax. It's okay, good girl. Coco whined, the coiled tension in her body finally loosening. With Izuku using the exact same words and holding her in the same way her old master did, the dog girl began to experience a deep sense of nostalgia, something she hadn't felt in a long, long time. When the boy slowly let her go she seemed more composed and collected now, no longer in a state of perpetual excitement and hunger. Coco is, good girl? She tried timidly, her gaze flickering between him and the ground. Good doggy? Yeah. Izuku reached up and ruffled her hair, feeling her fluffy, twitching ears. She nuzzled against his hand, her pupils slowly returning to normal. "You did good, Coco." A low rumble rose from the girl's throat, followed by her hugging him again. He should have guessed it from the start. She had probably woken up all alone in this strange new world, lost, hungry, and confused. The first thing she sought out was food, followed by love. No wonder she went to interact with those kids, they would have provided her both of those in abundance. She had been wound up like a spring, pent-up energy within her threatening to burst. The only thing missing was for somebody to calm her down and tell her that everything was alright, and Izuku had finally fulfilled that role. "Sorry to cut this short, but I really need you to return back to my head so I can go look for the last one. Can you do that for me, girl?" "Oh, okay. Will." She looked hesitant for a moment. "Will I see you again, new master?" "New master is East Freund. Friend. Coco, I want to see you again." Izuku hummed, then patted her head tenderly. "I don't know, but I'll try." The dog girl nodded obediently and then turned to face Kiri, who had shrunk down into her miniature form after realizing Izuku was safe. Coco gave the little fairy a long, loving lick along the entirety of her tiny body and began to smolder, returning the borrowed power. The simulacrum looked rather unamused, doggy drool slicking down her form before she shook it off. "Master, be careful," Coco warned, fading away. "Last one is powerful. Let us out." "Let us out?" Izuku repeated blankly, then his eyes widened in realization. Johnny had made a mistake. Coco wasn't the one that had caused the breach. It was the last escaped villain. "I need more details. Why did they let you all out? What's their goal?" "Don't know. Is faster than me. Strong, very strong." The dog girl murmured and turned translucent. Very angry, but also very sad. "Give me a name. What was their name when they were a villain?" The Amazon closed her eyes, recalling the one who had inherited One for All from her. The one who explained to her what it was and why they needed it. One for All must always have a wielder. Aftermath. Her form dissolved into a flurry of crimson particles, swirling in the air like a storm of rose petals before diving into his forehead. Izuku braced himself, knowing what was coming next. A memory that belonged to her, not him. He should be able to distance himself from the memory and view it as an observer now since their minds were so different. The first thing he saw was blood. Dark red and maroon pooling around an unmoving body, the man he had seen earlier. Coco's old partner and master. She pawed and sniffed at him pitifully, crying, and then she turned into a human for the first time in her life. The first time she used her quirk. "That's what you get for messing with the wild hunt." Somebody outside the building screamed, followed by the cacophonous noise of at least a dozen engines roaring to life. "Let's ride, boys." Around her the police station burned, a raging inferno consuming the place she called home. Dead officers and personnel lined the hallways, her master among the bullet-ridden corpses. No matter how much she nudged at him and wailed, she knew he was dead. The light in his eyes was gone and she screamed and sobbed and howled, her heart shattering into a million pieces as the world around her turned to embers and ash. Her master was gone. Her human friends were gone. Her brothers and sisters were gone. Even the old caretaker was gone. Everything she loved was gone, the police department building going up in flames. All because they protected the people in the name of justice. And so for the first time, Coco spoke. "I find who hurt you." Razor-sharp canines glinted in the flickering firelight as the girl's features twisted into an enraged, bestial snarl. "I kill." Hot tears rolled down her cheeks, burning blood-red energy flaring out from crimson pupils surrounded by black sclera. "I good doggy." Izuku lurched back into reality, feeling bile rise up in his throat. He barely stopped himself from vomiting, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He had felt what she had felt in that short memory. There had been so much grief and hate within her at that time. He supposed she had made good on her promise and gotten her revenge, which was probably why she was classified as a villain. Heroes didn't exactly take kindly to vigilantes killing even criminals, often just putting the two groups into the same category. But he didn't have time to stop and cry. The last one was still out there. Izuku grunted and pushed himself up unsteadily, Kiri helping him to his feet. He shoved his current feelings to the back of his mind, putting them away for later thought. He had to keep moving forward. Coco manifested back into Izuku's mind with a whirl of noise, the air displacing around her with a whoosh. She spotted the still tiny Nana and immediately bounded over with uncanny speed, clearly excited. "Hey Coco, I'm glad you're ourie, oof," Nana cried out as the canine knocked her over began licking happily. "It's good to see you too. Gaw, easy, down, girl." "Nana," Coco thought spoke, somehow able to speak inside Izuku's mind even as a dog. Like the other wielders, she too could use her quirkier if she wanted to. Nana became small, cute, so cute. Get off me, the little girl squawked, blah. A moment later Nana got up, wiping the drool off with her cape. Coco was running circles around All Might. Toshinori, now. Friend, Coco gasped, delighted at the prospect of meeting someone new yet again. New friend, big, funny face. Hello, Coco. I am Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Hello, she barked, darting around his legs energetically. Sean Dick Zu Treffen, Amerikaner. What's she saying? Toshinori whispered, leaning over to his mentor. Nice to meet you, American, Nana grunted. I'm glad you didn't eat anyone, Coco, good girl. Juan, but what have we said about using your human form? Nana frowned, hands on her hips. Wear clothes when I'm human, Coco said slowly, tilting her head. And what did you do? Didn't wear clothes. The dog seemed to think about it for a moment, then quickly decided she didn't care anymore. Juan. Gah, never mind. Here, fetch. Nana threw the red soul orb high into the air and Coco lunged up to catch it, disappearing once she made contact. Her companions buzzed and flickered upon Toshinori's halo to welcome her back. Unbelievable, she really is a dog. The blonde muttered. I still can't believe it. Let me give you a bit of context, then. Koenig, aka Coco. Villain name. Hellhound. Quirk, human, Nana explained. Well, it's pretty much as it says on the tin. She can turn into a superhuman with incredible speed and strength. She was an absolute monster back in the day. A brute in every sense of the word. The German heroes deemed her a villain after she began killing the members of a metahuman villain gang known as the Wild Hunt. But she always managed to get away thanks to her inhuman prowess and the fact that nobody realized she was actually a dog. Why was she killing them? Revenge. Poor girl used to be a police dog, but that changed when the Wild Hunt killed her master and burned down her home. She managed to keep surviving her battles because of the secondary effect of her quirk. Her stored form heals way faster so she can swap between forms to fix injuries. The downside is, well, I think you can guess it by now. Her human and animal instincts don't mix well. Toshinori hummed. Which is why she eats people. Partially correct. Swapping between forms and healing takes a ton of energy. Her caloric intake skyrockets as a result. She also regenerates faster when consuming more biomass, so she used to eat the people she killed, only bad guys though. Yeah, I know. I was pretty disgusted and outraged by that at first. I was worried that she would get confused and fight some heroes out in the real world, and that one thing would lead to another. Glad to see that didn't happen. Wait a minute. Toshinori frowned. How did she get one for all in the first place? Oh, that's a long story. Short version is that Johnny crash landed from space, got chased into the forests by the local heroes who thought he was an insane metahuman who had lost control of his quirk, which technically he was. Crash landed from space? So he lived there for a while like an animal and met Coco by sheer chance. Lots of stuff happened after they fought the first few times, yada yada. Johnny later gets eviscerated so he passes her one for all in his last moments when she ate what remained of him so the flame doesn't get snuffed out, yada yada yada. You just yada yada'd over the most important parts. No, I mentioned the part where he was insane. Nana shrugged. I'll let them tell you the story. Fine, one last thing. Why did Johnny and Chen address her differently? They called her Koenig instead of Coco. Johnny got eaten so it's no surprise that he's still wary around her. Chen isn't comfortable with dogs due to a childhood incident when she got thrown into a dogfighting pit to be torn apart. Toshinori winced. But I digress. The last one is still out there, but why cause the breach? It just doesn't make any sense. Why, especially after being content to spend that much time in hibernation? Why now? The sky turned blood red without warning, causing the two heroes to look up in alarm. Lighting up like a screen, it showed what Izuku was currently seeing. An armored figure hovering in the air. Flickering bursts of green energy blazing beneath heavy boots. It turned out that Izuku didn't have to look for the last one after all. They had been looking for him. Young Izuku's heart was thumping madly in his chest like a jackhammer, beating against his ribs with a steadily increasing rhythm. He hadn't even managed to get off the rooftop Coco had landed on when this new individual showed up, hovering in the air menacingly. Kiri pointed at him with a quiet finality, confirming his fears. This was the one Coco had spoken of, the villain known as Aftermath. For a moment they just stared at each other in silence. The boy's mind tried desperately to analyze the villain's capabilities, starting with his costume. The man didn't dress like a villain, wearing a mask with dark lenses that ended in long ears, coupled with a metallic respirator on his neck that shielded his mouth. Green armor along his torso and limbs, along with a pair of heavy boots. The outfit looked somewhat familiar, yet completely alien to him. The man was slightly smaller than All Might, but he looked leaner, younger. I found you. I finally found you. An armored finger pointed at him shakily. Midoriya, Izuku. Kiri transformed into her combat form, ready to fight. She could go at a 100% now after retrieving the power Koko borrowed from her. The villain still held the remaining surplus power she kept in emergency reserve to manifest himself. Who are you? Izuku yelled, standing his ground despite the crushing fear. Why you caused the breach? Why? You, construct. Valkyrie. Aftermath growled, still hovering in the air above them. You stole something that's supposed to be mine. Are you willing to fight for it? Because I sure as hell am. WW what? Izuku stammered, genuinely confused. Beside him Kiri tensed, taking up a stance. She already knew from the villain's tone alone that Izuku wouldn't be able to change his mind. She had seen something similar before. The man's voice was ice and granite and raw, bloody rage but controlled. Taut like a guitar string and ready to snap. I won't use one for all against you like I did with the hothead, only my own quirk. I'll prove my worth, I'll beat you with my power alone. You against me against you. Show me your conviction. Wait, the boy cried out frantically. Wait, just hang on a minute, we can just talk this out. No we can't. Aftermath entered his own stance, his palms facing backwards, so stop waiting. Kiri's fists tightened as his opened, the armored man rocketing forward. And start fighting. The simulacrum jumped and crashed into her new opponent with a gut-wrenching crunch, her adversary taking the blow and dragging them both into the sky. Below Izuku gasped, running for the rooftop door and barreling down the stairs to follow them. Finally exiting the building he looked up, and wished he hadn't. The clear afternoon sky was dotted with bright emerald flashes like fireworks, and Kiri was right in the middle of that relentless barrage. Nearby civilians were beginning to point, taking pictures and recording. He watched in horror as his little sister got bracketed by a flaring burst, followed by a vicious kick to the midsection that sent her spiraling backwards. Though their mental link, he felt her shock and pain. What? She was supposed to be invulnerable, how was Aftermath doing that? Izuku grit his teeth, feeling helpless to do anything. Think, Izuku. Think, flight, mover rating confirmed. Ranged offensive capability, blaster rating confirmed. Izuku narrowed his eyes, analyzing how Aftermath strafed Kiri and peppered her with concussive energy blasts on each flyby. No, it was different applications of the same ability. Omnidirectional movement via explosions. Kiri managed to close in to land a solid hit, and the spot where she had landed her attack exploded. A blast that didn't come out of his hands or feet, activated via impact. Some sort of reactive armor, brute rating confirmed. That had to be the most troubling thing to deal with. Landing a strike would also result in the attacker taking damage. It seemed to be dependent on whether the villain chose to react, Kiri managing to land a few blows without the hit area detonating. Aftermath's mobility and maneuverability was incredible, his attacks employing a mix of melee combat and energy bursts from both his hands and feet that also helped him to fly in irregular, unpredictable patterns, a frighteningly powerful combination. Izuku cursed, his mind spinning. There had to be a way to help her, if only he could see what she was seeing. Wait a minute. He could do that, but it had happened only in his dreams via their mental connection. The boy closed his eyes and focused hard, trying to ignore the sounds of combat and commotion from people observing. He had to help her. He had to. A big brother had to be responsible for his younger sibling. There was a flickering behind his eyes followed by an itch in his head, and then, light. He was looking through her eyes. His right eye now glowed an ethereal green and displayed exactly what she was seeing in real time, while his left one remained normal as usual. The overlapping images began to make him dizzy, so he closed his right eye, focusing on what Kiri was doing. A deafening boom echoed in his head, followed by a wave of burning energy splashing across the projection's face. So he could hear what she was hearing, too. Kiri was at a massive disadvantage. She could only float and boost herself using the recoil of her attacks, while Aftermath could fly freely. I bet you're curious why I can hit you though your invulnerability. Aftermath's fist met her jaw with a thunderous crash, snapping her head sideways painfully. Simple, really. It's because we're on the same wavelength. We're practically the same thing. Kiri sent a punch backward, which in turn sent her forward using recoil. Her shin slammed into the area under his torso with inhuman speed, right where the kidneys would be. Dazzling green flames erupted from the impact, sending her sprawling back. But Izuku saw it. For a moment the spot that had exploded was empty, resembling a hole in a porcelain figurine. Aftermath was hollow? See, that's what sucks about being invulnerable. A point-blank blast to the face that blinded her like a flashbang grenade, followed up with a knee to the solar plexus which Kiri caught just in time. You never really have to learn how to fight properly. The girl flipped and rotated midair to land a high kick on Aftermath's temple, sending her opponent pinwheeling into a nearby empty construction site. She struck like a meteorite, ramming head-on and driving him through multiple floors of steel and concrete in a series of pandemonic crashes. Dust and debris rushed out of the construction site in a hazy cloud of gray, sending nearby civilians panicking and scrambling for safety. Which is why I'm surprised when it turns out you're not that bad. It shows that you're not just some brainless puppet. Aftermath hissed. You can think for yourself, can't you? Under different circumstances we might have been friends. Perhaps in a different world. Kiri's fist impacted his face with a sound akin to a car crash and was flung aside from the resulting explosion from his reactive armor. She snatched an I-beam off the wall and stabbed it into the ground to halt her momentum, launching herself forward to swing the massive chunk of steel like a baseball bat. The back of Aftermath's head exploded, snapping his skull forward as he headbutted the beam, creating a massive blast that sheared the makeshift weapon into countless pieces. Steely fingers wrapped around her throat like a vice, the girl still a little too stunned to react. A blinding corona of green streaked into the sky as Aftermath rocketed from the destroyed construction site, Kiri struggling in his grip. There was a monstrous roar as he increased his speed exponentially, twin jets blazing beneath his boots, a pristine white cloud starting to form around them like a disc. The cloud narrowed to a sharp point, turning into a vapor cone with supersonic expansion fans, resulting in an ear-splitting crack as the armored figure broke the sound barrier. Izuku gasped, watching them through his own eye. Kiri executed an arm lock onto her opponent midair, sending the pair spiraling into a tight corkscrew maneuver as Aftermath tried to regain control. They were headed to the forested outskirts of the city. Izuku began running towards it. Twin juggernauts impacted the forest grounds at 741 miles per hour, sending a giant plume of earth and broken wood into the air. A burning discharge sent Kiri flying out of the crater, the girl correcting herself midair and retaliating with a bone-shattering elbow drop. Izuku was still looking through her point of view with his closed right eye, his left eye focusing on the road. He borrowed a nearby fallen bicycle along the way, cycling with all his might. I can unleash explosive energy at range, but I choose to engage up close in melee combat, and you know why? An armored fist rammed into her stomach with the power of a freight train, sending the simulacrum crashing through a dozen trees. Because it feels good. Aftermath cocked his arm back in a specific fashion, chambering a clenched fist. A lance of energy erupted from his elbow, the effect resembling the afterburners of a jet engine. Izuku's eyes widened. That stance, that was All Might's Iowa's smash. Kiri received his mental warning just in time, arms Xing to shield herself from the massive rocket-boosted corkscrew punch, the attack detonating with the force of an artillery salvo. There had been enough raw power in that attack to demolish multiple city blocks, the forest behind her parting like the Red Sea as she split the blast in two with her own body. It was like she'd been hit by a tidal wave, a warped distortion of one of All Might's attacks. This guy's a fan of All Might. It doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody who admired All Might become a villain? No, he clearly predates All Might. What the hell is going on? Milky white knuckles cleaved through burning energy as Kiri punched her way into the massive conflagration, her fist slamming against the villain's palm. He just barely caught her other incoming hand by the wrist, only for the girl to brace two fingers against her thumb to launch a vicious, point-blank Delaware smash. Her invulnerable fingers impacted Aftermath's face like a pair of .50 BMGs, the brutal strike snapping his head back and sending him flying. Gravel and soil ruptured under heavy boots as the man found his footing, boosting back into the fight. That's right, just like that. It feels good when you let loose, doesn't it? The thrill, the sheer power within? Not against the squishy little people, but people like me who can fight back. It's a feeling like you want to scream, and when you do it feels great. Alive. I've been hiding and holding back all these years for my chance. NN. Kiri answered, sidestepping a jab to grab his wrist and the back of his neck, slamming the man's face into the dirt with a crunch. She stomped on the middle of his shoulder blades, twisting his arm like a drumstick with a sudden, sickening snap, nearly tearing the limb off until Aftermath detonated his own arm to escape the hold. A wave of white-hot agony surged over her mental connection as she got flung back from the massive blast, recovering quickly with a kip up. For a moment the villain's right arm was gone, until white particles rushed together to reform the limb. That was how their fists clashed, driving into each other with inhuman force. Aftermath was clearly weaker than her in terms of physical strength, but he made up for it with his relentlessness and those fiery green energy blasts and flames. He was all aggression, aggression, aggression. Always going on the offensive and never defending, never giving her time to think, to plan, to retreat. But Kiri didn't need to retreat, and she knew it. Just as Aftermath was focused on offense, she was the opposite. She was slower but stronger, her infamous defense a shield for the innocent, built to stand and deliver. And she intended to do so now. Kiri tanked his assault to get in close, switching her fighting style to strike between the lapses of Aftermath's offense with counterpunches, exploiting the openings in his attacks. A heavy right cross hurtled towards her. The girl deliberately accepted the punch, her retaliatory haymaker left already crashing into his jaw with the added momentum. She then brought her arms together like a boxer, maintaining a tight guard and shifting her weight to weave and slip under his blasts, executing a near-perfect Dempsey roll to launch a flurry of savage hooks. Switch. Her opponent immediately adjusted his own strategy accordingly to combat her fighting style, initiating the unorthodox acrobatic maneuver of an air flare like a breakdancer, his legs sweeping wide to become a cyclone of viridescent flames. Switch. Kiri swapped to a different style again, her movements now graceful and flowing to redirect incoming attacks with minimal effort, using his own momentum against him. Her roundhouse kick scythed through the air and into his temple. Switch. Aftermath responded by changing styles as well, legs braced and stomping into the earth with a heavy, angular stance. He attacked with elbows and knees, the effects amplified by his blasts. A lightning-fast palm strike crashed into her jawline. Their fighting styles and attacks were adapting to each other like pieces on a chessboard. "You don't get it, do you?" the villain snarled. "This is all happening because of you. You were never supposed to happen. You're a fucking accident, an abnormal irregularity." "What?" She paused in confusion, leaping back to create some space between them. "Everything had been planned out, but because of you." His voice became distorted, seeming to overlap with another. "You ruined everything." They moved simultaneously, landing a ferocious cross-counter on each other. "If it wasn't for me, there wouldn't be a one for all in this world. It was me who retrieved it from Coco, me who forced it onto Chen. All that grueling hard work, and this is the thanks I get?" Aftermath was starting to get emotional, his earlier calm demeanor giving way to unrestrained fury. She could hear him gradually losing it from his voice alone, distorting like two people speaking at once. His tone was slipping like tectonic plates, inch by inch, and any second now the fault line would snap and send him cascading into overwhelming rage. Izuku dodged past a group of policemen setting up a safety barrier, ignoring their alarmed yells. They didn't bother to run after him, too busy helping to evacuate nearby civilians. Emergency sirens blared in the background. "Everything I did it for him, and I'd do it all over again. You'll never understand how much I sacrificed, nor will you be able to make the hard decisions that matter. All because you follow those stupid fucking ideals of being a goddamn hero." Kiri snarled, her expressionless face now contorting with wrath. The tip of Aftermath's boot ignited as he flipped overhead, flaring like a rocket engine to send his armored leg downward in a vicious axe kick, speeding towards her neck like a falling guillotine. "Manchester, dodge it," Izuku screamed mentally. Kiri obeyed his command and backstepped just in time, the boot heel missing her face by millimeters. Smash! A thunderclap of energy, followed by blinding light and intense pressure as the ground shattered into enormous chunks, buckling beneath that rocket-boosted heel smash. Izuku was still looking through her eyes, and now he saw yet another oddity. There it was again. Whenever Aftermath launched a heavy blast, the origin point seemed to disappear for a moment. If he used his right arm to launch a larger-than-average blast, his right hand would disappear for a second. Now that he used the axe kick, he could clearly see that his foot vanished for a moment before reappearing. And the fact that he could blow up his own arm earlier. Was he combusting his own body to fuel his attacks? What kind of quirk was this? "I won't use one for all against you because this form is all I need. It's all I've ever needed to hurt you, to beat you and anyone who stands in my way. My truth versus your ideals, and the truth is that you'll compromise. When shit gets real, there'll be a time where you'll have to choose between what you believe in and what you truly desire. Unlike you, I won't hesitate, not even for a single fucking moment if it means I can achieve my goal. That's what makes us different. That's why you're a hero." Aftermath's fist exploded, sending a torrent of emerald energy cascading into the ground. "And I'm not." The very earth erupted around Kiri, disorienting her for a second with a smokescreen of debris and uneven footing. But only for a single second. Her reply came in the form of a jaw-breaking uppercut that seemed to hit through Aftermath, the trees behind him shredded from the sheer force of her attack like shrubs in a hurricane. The projection caught his next attack with an open hand, their battle pausing for a brief moment. "Never compromise," Kiri whispered, "not even in the face of Armageddon." They let go at the same time, hammering at each other with concussive force, bludgeoning and pummeling with fists and elbows, legs and knees. Emotion against logic. Two poles of human nature face to face, fighting it out. Izuku was finally closing in on the spot where they were fighting, bobbing and weaving between panicking civilians who were running the other way. Aftermath had abandoned all semblance of calm and was seemingly going berserk, teetering on the edge of rationality like an acrobat over the chasm of his own rage. He wasn't making any sense, nothing he said made sense. Kiri on the other hand was thinking logically and trying to come up with a way to take him down, going for limb locks, throat strikes, anything she could think of and exhausting her entire arsenal against the seemingly unstoppable force. If she couldn't outspeed him then she'd outlast him, beating him in a battle of attrition. They were turning into the opposites of each other. No, they already were from the beginning. Their battle wasn't so simple as good versus evil. More like ideals versus truth. Need versus want, cool logic versus burning emotion. Angel versus devil. Kiri sent a piledriver right into her opponent's jaw, sending him reeling back before he countered with an exploding knee to her ribcage. A devastating left hook downed him temporarily, snapping his neck sideways so fast a normal human would have gotten beheaded. She got atop him and tried for a pin, but it was like trying to hold down a volcano as Aftermath erupted, tossing her back into the dirt like a toy. Izuku could feel Kiri getting exhausted, draining more of his emotions as she was almost out of power, but so was Aftermath. Long, jagged cracks were now snaking along the armored man's entire body, and within those cracks was hollow emptiness with the exception of the torso. Theories and speculations spun and churned within Izuku's mind, the boy taking into account every single detail. It couldn't be. I will be the one worthy enough to walk by his side, to be worthy of his attention, for that is my purpose, my raison d'etre. This is all I have left, I don't have anything else to live for. I've waited for nearly a fucking century for my chance. Who are you to take it away from me? This feeling I have. You know it too, don't you, Valkyrie? Izuku huffed and puffed, his lungs and muscles screaming in protest. He could feel exactly where Kiri was through their mental link. What was Aftermath talking about? A wave of dread sent shivers down his spine. Was he an all-for-one loyalist that had somehow infiltrated One for All? No, there was no reason to pass it on if he was. It just didn't make any sense. He was almost there, almost there. This feeling I have could only be called love. Love? Kiri asked in bewilderment, momentarily stunned by the declaration. But if you go beyond love, it turns into hatred, just as people turn on each other when they take their ideals too far. This fucked up world is a result of that. Lunatics running around in ridiculous costumes, bringing violence and escalation wherever they roam, and for what? Justice, power, recognition. These people get caught up in their own beliefs and prejudices and lose sight of the truth. This leads to misunderstandings, followed by discord and then by conflict. They would bring ruin upon humanity for the sake of satisfying their own inflated egos or to further their own deluded cause. If you know that, Kiri began, fury boiling up within her, then why do you still fight? You're asking for a warrior's reason to fight? Aftermath roared, his vicious rocket kick just barely missing and sweeping over her head. That is nonsense. Then you're just a hypocrite, a contradiction, no better than the people you are cursing. Maybe I am, a dodged counter, followed by a two-handed overhead swing that split the earth. You made me this way. Humans are capable of committing atrocities in the name of love, and I am no different. So what if it's selfish? So what if there are consequences? So fucking what? He burst and roared and careened into her like a missile gone haywire, an exhaust trail of burning green and caterwauling noise chasing them into the woods. His back flared once, twice, then it was no longer explosions but a constant jet of emerald plasma, sending them barreling through the trees like a magnesium-tipped tracer round through cheap plywood. She drove her feet into the ground to halt his charge, carving a deep gouge into the landscape and scarring it for decades to come. His torso exploded to separate their destructive embrace, the two fighters staring down each other in the clearing they had made. This was it. I won't let you take him away from me. I'll defeat you, he howled, his distorted, overlapping voice full of rage and despair. I don't care about the rest of the world anymore. This is my own will. You're part of the world as well, Kiri howled right back. Then consider this to be the will of the world, Aftermath screamed. My world. No, Kiri recalled her conversation with Pixie Bob about balance and needs of others, to not just focus on yourself. All you're doing is selfishly forcing your own distorted wants on others. You only have your own interests and goals in mind, not even considering that people have their own needs. Now I'm coming to smash that distortion out of you. Well spoken, Valkyrie. Aftermath rocketed forward, his arm wrenching back in preparation for a monstrous right swing. Vibrant energy blazed like flames from ragged, uneven cracks splintered along the limb. A jet of emerald plasma burst from his elbow, shock diamonds and concentric rings blossoming along its length in a visual display of colossal power. Green motes of light sparked within dark lenses. Kiri accelerated, her arm cocking back just like how she remembered from Izuku's memories and her own. A special technique that belonged to All Might, ingrained within Izuku's mind since he was 4. An attack that the boy was now capable of using for himself with the power of One for All. The blaze of green energy within her eyes intensified. Two opposing forces, two sides of the same coin. The power to protect and the power to destroy. Green against green, their ragged voices screamed the exact same words. Detroit SMASSSSSHH. The right side of Izuku's vision turned white. A blinding flash was accompanied by a monumental explosion of pressure and force as the forest exploded, lighting up the entire area like a second sun with its brilliant radiance. A pillar of shattered debris climbed into the sky like a mushroom cloud, the gale winds of a typhoon chasing the blast wave into the nearby area. A localized earthquake followed, the earth cracking and splitting open with a groan. Izuku was buffeted by the immense wind, thrown off the bicycle and onto the broken ground painfully. He got up and ignored the bloodied scapes on his knees and elbows, running towards his little sister with his mind clouded in overwhelming panic and worry. That blinding white light dissipated, and he saw through Kiri's eyes again. She was standing tall while Aftermath was falling backwards in slow motion, his right arm missing, his body lined with cracks like a broken mirror and starting to dissolve into smoke and particles. His armored, muscular chest cavity twitched, and something within moved. We're on the same wavelength, we're practically the same thing. Izuku's mind spun into overdrive, analyzing all the clues he'd gathered. The overlapping distorted voice, like two people speaking at once. The use of his own body to fuel his attacks. The way his limbs regenerated after his energy blasts. The cracks in that hollow form. The way it was now dissolving into smoke and particles like the combined form of Shimura Nana and Kiri had. Not yet, a small voice whispered. The man's torso shattered and that same something exploded out of his chest, an ethereal, translucent right palm overlapping a solid smaller one and pointing towards Kiri. A small, female figure clad in a tattered cloak tore her way out of Aftermath, her brightly illuminated, wavy hair rippling wildly in the wind. Aftermath was a mental projection. Not yet, the girl roared, firing a luminous blast that struck Kiri dead center, depleting the last of her power in a desperate final attack. Izuku's little sister doubled over in pain and ran out of energy after receiving the blow, shrinking back into her child form as she fell back and unable to fight any longer. Izuku finally pieced all the clues together at the last moment. This girl was the villain's true form. Just as Kiri was his projection, Aftermath was the girl's. Their quirks were similar, yet complete opposites. An explosive projection instead of an invulnerable one. Offense instead of defense. She had been hiding inside that projection, piloting him like a suit of power armor. But unlike Kiri, the armored projection seemed to be non-sentient, a shell, a telekinetic puppet that she controlled. It faded away into nothingness behind her, like dust in the wind. Izuku ran into the forest, or what was left of it, and finally saw them with his own eyes in the massive crater they had created. Aftermath's master snarled and raised her arm to launch another blast, only for nothing to happen. Her palm sparked and sputtered when she tried again, completely out of power. Kiri recovered painfully, stumbling and disoriented. And no, the unknown girl cried in horror. I failed, I lost. Kiri noticed her brother had arrived and scrambled over to his side unsteadily, still intent on protecting him in her weakened form. Aftermath, or rather her true form that had been piloting the projection, broke down completely. A pitch-black scream of despair and anguish tore itself out of her lungs, the girl wailing and sobbing uncontrollably. It wasn't a bratty or frustrated sort of crying. She was devastated, completely heartbroken by her loss. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her figure curling up into a shivering ball, clawing at herself with grief. No, this wasn't supposed to happen, she choked, her voice cracking with agonizing sorrow and fear. I'm so fucking useless. Looking at her, Izuku couldn't help but feel overwhelming pity. He didn't see a villain, just a trembling and vulnerable girl, completely terrified and utterly alone. She looked so young, so awfully small, sitting on the ground and clad in her oversized, tattered cloak and crying miserably. She was pulling at her hair now, her small hands shaking. All that hard work, planning, and sacrifice, why can't I do anything right? I'm so sorry, everyone. A strange feeling started thrumming in Izuku's blood as he slowly made his way to her. He could feel the itching uncertainty within him, the ice-cold fear that still surged through his veins, even the white-hot adrenaline that still circulated his bloodstream. But this strange feeling buzzing through his being was something new. Something resonating deep within, something about this whole affair that his heart had realized before his head. He hugged her gently, holding her close. The girl gasped before slowly acknowledging him, crying into his shoulder. Small fingers clutched at his back weakly as her slim arms wrapped themselves around him, her body shaking violently with sobs. She felt so fragile, like she was about to break apart at the slightest touch. Kiri stood behind him, cautious but understanding. She too had once cried like that. The unnamed girl's shivering fingers reached out and touched hers, finally returning the borrowed power in her defeat. Lovely emerald eyes gazed up at Izuku, shimmering with tears. Please, don't leave me." The girl whimpered weakly, a trembling hand brushing against his cheek. "I don't want to be alone." Before Izuku could say anything, she wailed and disintegrated into countless emerald petals, dancing in wind. The miniature storm of energy dived into his forehead in a stream of glittering light, the boy bracing for the incoming mental jaunt. The world shifted and blurred with kaleidoscopic color and noise. Izuku was now looking through another's eyes yet again, this time from the perspective of Aftermath, or rather, the girl that had been controlling him. She was trudging through a sunless blizzard, shielded from the most of the unrelenting cold by staying inside her projection. He could feel her exhaustion and despair, yet at the same time there was this determination within that flickered and waned like the flame of a dying candle. Izuku could feel her desperately hanging onto the last vestiges of hope in that swelling sea of shadows, holding onto that lifeline like how a drowning man clings to driftwood, refusing to let go. For here, deep within that darkness, was a thread that led back to what she had traveled so far for, a single spark of hope. "Don't worry," she whispered, a tear rolling down her cheek. "It'll be okay. No matter how long it takes." Ice and gravel crunched under her projection's boots. Howling, frozen wind bit into her, but she continued to advance, step by step, inch by inch. She had to keep moving forward. No matter how long it takes. The memory twisted sideways like a whirlpool of vivid colors and wild noise, spitting Izuku back into cold reality. He gasped, clutching at his chest in complete bewilderment. Kiri rushed to his side, worried. His vision was back to normal now, right eye no longer glowing. Nothing made sense anymore, and that strange girl, she had felt familiar, yet somehow foreign. Like she didn't belong, but at the same time she did. The way her quirk was also a projection, it was too frighteningly similar to be just a coincidence. Even though he had successfully retrieved the 4 lost souls, he didn't feel any relief at all. A new mystery had risen from its decades of slumber, a conspiracy hidden within One for All for nearly a century. Despite how he reassured himself that the worst was over, dread started to pool in his gut. A feeling that something was terribly wrong. No matter how hard Izuku tried not to think about it, the image of that young girl's tearful, green eyes remained as if branded into his mind. Those lovely green eyes, that looked just like his. Chapter 6 End. Thank you for reading. Special thanks to Walk the Max Plank for beta reading this chapter and helping to develop more of the story. You're awesome, dude. The 3 little girls, colors, are not OCs. They're cameo characters from the anime, Meet Saboshi Colors. During the battle between Izuku and Shinso during the tournament arc of the anime, there's a small scene where Izuku feels the previous OFA users and sees shadowy silhouettes of them in the doorway. Skinny All Might can be seen at the bottom left, but take a look at the rightmost figure in the middle row. It almost looks like someone with pointed ears. And if you squint, she kind of looks like a dog or wolf. That's where I got the idea of Coco, haha. She kinda looks like a mix of Polt and Tio from the Monster Masumi anime if you watch that. Fully human face, Monster Girl features, paws, ears, tail. Also, I have nothing against Germany, so please don't misunderstand. She's only German because she's a German Shepherd, a breed of dog which I think is totally radical. As for Aftermath, well, she's a complicated person whose goals will be explored in the next chapter. But if you look back at the shadowy silhouettes, she's supposed to be the bottom right figure. I kind of think it looks like a smaller girl, with long wavy hair. Basically, I tried to look at the canon figures to come up with ideas when creating the first drafts. Sorry it took so long to get this chapter out, my bad. To be honest, this one went through many revisions, both in my head and on a Word doc, because I was really worried about how people would react to it. I'm cool with constructive criticism, though. PLZ no bully. Stay tuned for the next chapter, 1566 Chapter 7, Fallen Angel. Sorry about the long wait, I had IRL stuff to deal with and a heavy case of writer's block. I wrote and rewrote this chapter multiple times before I was finally, relatively, satisfied. Chapter seems extra long because of that long author's note at the end of the chapter. Please take a break at the X marks paragraph breaks to rest your eyes or whenever appropriate. Edit. corrected spelling mistakes in previous chapters, and edited them so that Shimura Nana is addressed as Nana, instead of Shimura. Previously on Angel on My Shoulder, in the wake of Shimura Nana's appearance at USJ-4, lost souls have escaped from One for All, and it's up to Midoriya Izuku and his little sister Kiri to retrieve them. On their journey they encounter those who came before. The aloof Chen, a bounty hunter who turns out to be Atsuka Kendo's ancestor. The headstrong Johnny, one of the very first heroes. The excitable Coco, a dog who can turn into a human. And the mysterious Aftermath, a strange man in armor who attacks Kiri on sight, claiming that she has stolen something from him. Aftermath is the one who caused the breach. Desperate and furious, he possesses the uncanny ability to ignore Kiri's invulnerability and use All Might's trademark smash attacks. As the battle progresses, it is revealed that Aftermath is doing this all for love, and that the armored man they see is in fact a mental projection. His true form is that of a young girl, who breaks down in terror and distress after her defeat. A young girl who has lovely green eyes that look just like Izuku's. Chapter 7. A young boy stood in the ruins of a charred forest, his feet rooted to the broken ground in shock and confusion. Fear coursed through Izuku's body, 1,000 icy spears stabbing into his body and rendering him immobile. Cold sweat ran down his face, heart pounding at 100 beats a minute. His breath hitched in the parched desert of his throat, much too short and tight. All he could think about was that girl with the green eyes, that poor girl. He didn't know what to do, lost and frozen with indecision. Time became tar, an eternity echoing within thumping heartbeats and gasping breaths. Hesitation flooded between ticking seconds as he tried to think, tried to move, but his body just wouldn't listen. A small hand tugged at his frantically, pleading for him to snap out of it. Izuku-nii-chan. The world shifted back into clarity, Izuku's eyes focusing to see his little sister doing her best to drag him out of the shattered clearing in that child form of hers. His immobilizing fear drained away, melting into a sudden realization that spurred him into action. I'm fine. Thank you, Kiri. Izuku gasped, shaking his head rapidly. A strange chopping noise filled the air, distant but rising in volume and closing in. Helicopters, he guessed. The blaring klaxons of Musutafu City's emergency alert system could still be heard in the background, only adding a sense of unease and underlying fear to the situation. We had to get out of here, Izuku whispered. Can you transform? The little girl shook her head tiredly, exhaustion clear on her features. She was stumbling unsteadily as they ran, her footsteps and pace uneven. Her super strength seemed to be missing when she tried to drag him earlier, indicating that she'd been completely drained by the battle. Even worse, she was beginning to shift in and out of reality, doing her best to not turn translucent and retreat back into his mind or shrink back into that miniature form for fear of leaving her brother alone. This isn't working. I have to help her. Here. Izuku knelt down and presented his back to her. Climb on. She nodded, clumsily grabbing onto him. The boy picked her up effortlessly into a piggyback, feeling her light body slump onto his back as he sprinted along the broken ground. A trio of white helicopters thundered overhead, headed towards the clearing they'd been in only minutes ago. Izuku made it to the main road, his panting breath seeming to echo across the empty street. Right, the evacuation order. Nearly everyone had already left the area. Oni-chan, Kiri mumbled weakly from atop his back. Don't worry, it's going to be okay. Izuku called back confidently despite the crushing uncertainty that he felt. In all likelihood there would be a police barricade set up on the perimeter. Izuku began to think as he ran, planning for the next obstacle in their path. He could disguise himself and Kiri as civilians who had been trapped or too terrified by the battle to move. There were always reports of those whenever a big battle took place. He kind of looked the part of an injured civilian too, with his bruised fingers and scraped joints. All he had to do now was. The surrounding area was suddenly blanketed in darkness when something massive blotted out the sun overhead, casting a gigantic shadow onto them. A humongous dragon landed only inches away from them, the tempest from its wings nearly bowling him over. Izuku's heart sank, having seen this particular heroine before on TV and knowing exactly how powerful she was. Number 9 on the hero billboard chart, Dragoon Hero, Ryukyu. Izuku's grip tightened around his little sister, backing away in alarm. With Kiri drained and him unable to properly control One for All, there was no way to escape or fight the hero. Before he could think any longer, a taloned hand curled around him and Kiri. Ryukyu taking off with a single flap of her enormous wings. No, fear coursed through Izuku's body like lightning. They were high up in the air now and heading towards the city, towards the perimeter. He couldn't let the heroes discover that Kiri and Valkyrie were one and the same. Not only would that land both of them in hot water, it would also bring about a whole slew of problems that neither he nor All Might was ready to deal with. He struggled against Ryukyu's grip, about to activate One for All in his desperation until. "Hang on, kids, I'll get you out of here," Ryukyu cried, her voice tight with worry. "I know you're scared but please, stop struggling, everything's going to be alright." Izuku froze, then the words sank in and he let himself relax slowly, inwardly letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He had misunderstood the situation. The Dragoon hero had indeed thought they were a pair of injured civilians. On his back Kiri shifted tiredly, groaning and resting her cheek against his shoulder. Ryukyu soared above the ruined remains of the forest, giving Izuku a clear view of the sheer damage that had been done to the land in that single battle between his sister and that mysterious girl. It was a miracle that it took place in the empty forest instead of a populated area. The boy frowned. Or was it? It looked like Aftermath had tried to get them as far away from the city as possible. Perhaps he knew the scale of destruction the battle with Kiri would result in. Static crackled from a device on Ryukyu's ear, coalescing into radio chatter. "Mama Dragon, this is CP." A voice sizzled over the comm. "Status update. Any sign of Valkyrie or the unknown? Over." "CP, this is," Ryukyu sighed tiredly. "Mama Dragon. No sign of them. But I've got 2 hurt civvies on the way, I'm bringing them back to scapegoat." Ryukyu out. "Negative. Your main priority is to locate and subdue both combatants. Do not deviate from the mission. Secure the perimeter and find the targets, do not let them escape." "Cannot comply, CP. I am not leaving these kids behind." The Dragon Lady growled derisively, her statement final. Over. "Unfortunate." There was another buzz of static. The operator switched channels. "Team Bravo and Echo, you're being reassigned to sweep for primary objectives. Hawk 1, stand by to engage. CP, out." "CP, Hawk 1 is on station." A new, confident male voice drawled. "Solid copy, over." Ryukyu switched channels with a flick of her claw, annoyed. She then turned to the 2 civilians in her grip with a look of profuse worry. Draconic eyes flickered over Izuku, then onto the slumped form of Kiri. "Don't worry, kids." The woman nodded reassuringly before Izuku could say anything. "You're going to be okay." Minutes later they landed in the midst of a temporary operating area, a medical hero quickly tending to Izuku wounds. The boy noted how his light wounds disappeared and reappeared on the healing hero, realizing what the man's quirk was. The power to transfer injuries to himself. Luckily Izuku managed to lie about Kiri's condition before the hero could apply his power, masking her drained state as simple exhaustion. "Scapegoat, report." Ryukyu rumbled. "0 fatalities so far, ma'am. Got a couple of civvies with some scrapes and bruises like the kid here." Scapegoat grunted and winced, his transferred injuries fading away rapidly. "Nothing my transference won't fix. These 2 should be the last civilians in the area after Bravo Team sweep. If you ask me, it's a bloody miracle there haven't been any casualties." "Alright, I'm heading back for another look. Keep me updated." "Ryukyu-san," Izuku called, causing the giant dragon to pause and look back. Thank you for saving us." "Thank you," Kiri whispered from atop his back, her voice weak and nearly inaudible. "No need to thank me. After all," she flashed them a quick, toothy grin. "A hero will always help those in trouble." With that Ryukyu took off, her massive form diminishing rapidly as she made distance. Izuku adjusted the child on his back, making sure she was comfortable as they slid past the multitude of heroes and law enforcement moving about. The boy flipped his hood on to make himself even more inconspicuous, knowing they had to get out of here before someone noticed them. He took note of the sheer scale of the operation. There had to be at least 24 pro heroes and countless police officers roaming around, organizing search teams and rescue parties. Izuku shivered. It was pure luck that they'd encountered Ryukyu. She had managed to get them past the search teams, eliminating any suspicion anyone might have had about them when they arrived in her grip. He sighed and relaxed slightly, feeling Kiri snug against his back. He trudged back home. Everything had turned out relatively okay from the catastrophic situation and nobody had died. All things considered, it really was a bloody miracle. The electric atmosphere from the battle earlier had dissipated, and things were calming down. For now. In the depths of Midoriya Izuku's mind a small figure shifted into existence, tumbling across the grass painfully. Shimura Nana and Yagi Toshinori whirled to face her, a fiery green soul igniting above the latter's head. A small sob emanated from the little girl that had been controlling Aftermath, her fingers digging into soil as she tried to stand, staggering and disoriented. "No, I can still." She took a single step, her hands clutching at the air and longing for an embrace that was stolen from her. Her frail frame met the soft grass only seconds later, collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. "Mimi!" Nana cried in horror, dashing over. Toshinori followed shortly, and together they leaned over the girl worriedly. Her hair was messy locks of ivory, pooling around her head like a glowing halo as Nana cradled her small, doll-like body in her arms. Her pale skin coupled with that beautiful snow-white hair made her look like an albino, or someone that had never been exposed to sunlight. Now that he got a better look, he could see that two bony protrusions were sticking out above her ears. A pair of tiny white horns that were previously hidden by her fluffy, voluminous hair. He finally saw what she truly was. Her slim shoulders, thin torso, and delicate limbs. This tiny little girl was once a wielder of One for All. She was so young, too young, Toshinori thought. She looked like a child. The implications that came soon after made him feel sick. "Oh, Mimi," Nana groaned, supporting the girl's head gently. "What happened to you? Why did you do that?" Mimi whimpered and refused to answer, eyes scrunching shut. There was another sob as she tried to curl into a ball, tried to hide from the world and everything else around her. Nana leaned in to hug her. The girl weakly flung her arm towards Toshinori, her own emerald soul speeding towards her. She spiraled into it the moment she made contact, quickly reuniting with the others upon that shining halo as they flashed erratically, no doubt demanding answers. Nana paused for a moment, hearing what the others had to say. "They're telling me she's unconscious. Must have used all her power." "What's going on?" Toshinori whispered. "Who? Her name's Mikumo Akutami, or Mimi for short." Nana said hastily. "She's wielder number 4. She's—" the breath seemed to catch in his throat. "She's just a kid." "Mimi's not a kid. She has this genetic condition which stunted her growth." Nana bit her lip, a complicated expression on her features. "At least, that's what she told us. The most secretive among us all, only ever sharing snippets of her memories. She can be a nasty piece of work sometimes, but she was always someone who thought logically. I never expected her to go berserk like that. But how was she a villain? There were things about One for All that not even I knew until I got here." "Mimi, Nana turned to him, her expression uneasy. There was a moment of silent hesitation before the woman seemed to resolve something within herself, letting out a small sigh. Mimi hunted for a successor. Challenged every hero and vigilante she came across, seeking but never finding, into the nightmare again and again until she found someone powerful enough to inherit One for All," Toshinori whispered. "Not powerful." There was a glimmer of anxiety in her gaze. "Worthy." She searched for someone who matched her criteria, the willingness to sacrifice. She knew about One for All and its true nature, how it could be passed down from one person to another. But it doesn't make sense. How does she know? Mimi was, Nana shook her head sadly, always a little different from us. She claimed she was from an organization that monitored and tracked One for All, to ensure that it would get into the right hands eventually. That when the time was right she'd tell us about it. You didn't think this was a little important to tell me? You should have mentioned how her quirk was so similar to Izuku's, how both of them can create mental projections. Remember the first time we encountered Kiri? The woman said hastily. We only managed to figure out that she was a mental projection with Mimi's help. She's the one who first realized what Kiri-chan was since her quirk, aftermath, was so similar. Toshinori thought back to the first time he met Kiri in her child form, when he and Nana were still trying to identify what she was. Back then, one of the previous wielders had warned Nana that the little girl might be some sort of split personality. Mimi. She had been the one to warn them first, because she probably had an inkling of what Kiri truly was. She had the same power as young Midoriya. Similar, not the same. Quirks are an inherent part of a person's genetic makeup. But for two people separated by decades to coincidentally have such uncommon, esoteric quirks that were so terrifyingly similar, something doesn't add up. I still don't understand. Why? Why would she want to escape into the real world? And everything she said, it didn't make sense. Did she ever tell you of a goal that she left unfulfilled, or anything similar? No, she was simply content to just hibernate, but recently she's been monitoring you a lot. For the past few years, I believe. He groaned and glanced at the floating green orb, a deep sense of unease flowing through him. Who are you? Is everything all right? Izuku? Midoriya Izuku asked worriedly from across the living room. Izuku sighed from his position on the couch. He knew she had every right to be worried, seeing as an hour ago her son stumbled back into their home exhausted, his little sister resting atop his back. Kiri was currently sleeping in Izuku's room, too tired to even eat dinner. Inko immediately panicked when they got home since she saw what happened on TV, but quickly calmed down with Izuku's reassurance that they were both okay. An immense guilt about withholding information on what really happened ate away at him, but it couldn't be helped. Telling her would only complicate matters, so for now he just told her that Kiri had stopped a villain from attacking the city. Flipping on the TV only proved his claim as the evening news covered what had happened earlier, blurry images and video capturing snippets of their battle, with the last shot being that catastrophic final clash in the forest. All sorts of theories and speculation were spreading like wildfire as Valkyrie and her opponent were nowhere to be found. As crazy as it seemed, Izuku knew exactly where they were. One was sleeping in his room, while the other was sealed within him. The image of that young girl still haunted him, her desperate gaze and green eyes seeming to flash across his mind. Her eyes had looked just like his and Inko's, a distinct trait that was from her side of the family. He had hugged that child out of the blue as well, something that he normally wouldn't have done. Why did he do that? The boy leaned back, eyes closed in deep thought. When he saw her like that, crying and alone, he was somehow reminded of himself as a child, lamenting at the unfairness of the world. Her quirk was similar to his as well. Izuku shuddered internally, remembering the little detail that Inko had mentioned upon her first meeting Kiri. It was decades ago, sweetie. Your great-grandmother Taiga, my grandmother, was able to create tiny little mental projections too. Little animals the size of her palm that she used to entertain me with. Taiga. My grandmother's constructs were never this detailed, nor did they have a will of their own. They were just telekinetic puppets, but this girl, she has a mind of her own, doesn't she? Telekinetic puppets. It shows that you're not just some brainless puppet. You can think for yourself, can't you? Under different circumstances we might have been friends. Perhaps in a different world. Aftermath. Izuku took a deep breath to collect himself. There was possibly some kind of connection between them, or he might just be overthinking things. Yet, there was this odd feeling in his gut that urged him to continue, to seek answers, to find the truth. Slowly, he made his way to the kitchen and helped his mother to wash the dishes, earning him a small smile. Mom, he began nervously after they were done. Yes, sweetie? Could you, tell me more about great-grandma Taiga? Izuku asked. Oh, why the sudden interest? Inko hummed, giving him a curious look. I thought it'd be useful to know more about someone with a similar quirk. I mean, it may help me to understand mine better. I see. It's funny that you brought this up. I was looking through her old photo albums just the other day for inspiration on her costume design. Wait, what? My costume? What are you talking about? Then the realization hit Izuku like a speeding truck, his blood running cold. Aftermath's outfit had looked eerily familiar, almost like he'd seen something like it before. He had seen something like it before. His own hero costume, the one that Inko had presented to him proudly a few weeks ago. The one that had been damaged in the combat exercise against Bakugo and Iida. They looked like each other. His heartbeat began to quicken. Mom, can you bring out that photo album you were talking about? A few minutes later Inko placed an ancient book down gently on the kitchen table, prying the pages open with utmost care. Izuku sat down beside her, impressed at the pristine condition it was in. This wasn't just a collection of photographs, but memories of those who came before him. Moments of their lives frozen in time, snapshots in remembrance of his family before him. Inko's family. There's your dad, Inko said as she pointed to a man standing beside her, smiling sadly. He looked so handsome back then. Just like how you're looking now. Izuku said nothing, though his fingers curled ever so slightly. She flipped the page carefully, showing a scene that took place before Izuku was even born. A man and a woman, hand in hand, united in holy matrimony. Inko looked so young, so happy in that picture. Congratulations, Inko and Hisashi. The caption read in faded green letters. And here's my wedding, over a decade ago. The woman whispered. I still remember as if it was yesterday. Another turn of the page, another distant memory. Inko is a little girl, standing next to her parents. Together they smiled for the camera, happy as can be. The words, family vacation, Okinawa Beach, April 5th, was written in cursive. That's me and my parents, grandma and grandpa, Izuku noted. Paper rustled as the pages turned once more, now showing a photograph of young Inko next to a short old woman, the child's hand clutching the wrinkled one lovingly. And that's my grandmother, Taiga. Inko smiled. She was quite a lively one, even in her twilight years. Taiga. Izuku squinted, focusing on the old woman's face. For one, her hair was white, but that could easily be attributed to her old age. Her features were already wrinkled with age, too much for him to identify if she'd been the girl controlling Aftermath. He needed to go further back. History was unfolding before him, as if time itself was rewinding in pages of the book being turned. More and more pages went by, Izuku quickly skimming over photos he found irrelevant. Pictures of people with Inko's eyes. His eyes. Taiga, triplets. One caption proclaimed proudly. Wedding anniversary, November 11th. Another caption read. Congratulations, Taiga and Ryuji.
"We love you," a third one displayed. Even as an adult woman, his great-grandma was tiny. Izuku continued to look further and further into the past, for something he wasn't even sure he'd find. Then he saw it. In a faded old photograph was Taiga as a little girl, no older than 10 years old. This particular photo stood out as her parents looked a little roughed up beside her, the father's clothing even sporting several small tears. The family looked a little shaken, though they seemed ultimately unhurt. They wore grateful expressions, gazes cast at the heroic figure that must have saved them. And standing beside them, arms folded defiantly. Standing beside them was the armored form of Aftermath. Izuku gasped, squinting his eyes to read the minute text beneath the photo. It seemed to actually be a newspaper clipping that the family had saved, probably in remembrance of the one that rescued them. Unknown vigilante saves dozens from villain attack. July 6, 20XX. Was this it? Did Taiga mimic the form of the vigilante had saved her family so many years ago? Or perhaps Aftermath was already her projection, but it still didn't make any sense. Why would she be in possession of one for all? Taking a closer look at the photo made him think twice. Taiga had long, wavy hair as a child, but hers was a warm chestnut brown instead of snow white. Her eyes were brown as well, not green. Though they looked a little similar, she was not the girl Izuku was looking for, but Aftermath was there. "Mom, what do you know about this guy?" Izuku gestured at the unknown, knowing that it was worth a shot. "Not much, really," Inko admitted. "I just know that he's a hero, well, vigilante that saved my grandma. Like I said before, I just used him for inspiration." "Inspiration? Yup. I used his costume," Inko pointed at the armored figure, "as a basis on what yours would look like when I was making it. I thought it was a neat look for you, and it does help that it belonged to an actual hero. The hood design was all yours, with you trying to mimic All Might and everything. But this guy has similar headgear, doesn't he? How strange." Izuku felt a shiver creep up his spine. So that's why Aftermath's costume looked so similar to his. Inko had designed that green jumpsuit that he used in the combat exercise after the image of the person who had saved her grandmother. Things went full circle. Now that I think of it, my grandmother had the same problem with her quirk back then. The boy's gaze shot up lightning fast. What problem? The term didn't exist back then, but I guess Taiga was also what you would call an abnormality. She didn't know how to use her quirk, just like you. Only difference is that she didn't manage to discover how to use it by herself. Inko answered casually, nodding at the book. She had a little help from a friend. Taking a deep breath, Izuku flipped the page one last time, and finally found what he had been looking for. It was another picture of Taiga as a child, looking delighted as she gazed at the tiny, translucent figure of a miniature tiger atop her palm. One of her mental projections, just as Inko said before. But what ultimately caught Izuku's attention was the person next to her, a little girl with pale skin and hair, her lovely green eyes lighting up with an adorable smile. His eyes shot downward to read the faded caption below, squinting to focus on the cursive handwriting. Taiga and her best friend Mimi, May 20th 20XX. This was her. Izuku did the math in his head, just barely holding back a gasp. The photo was taken 91 years ago, decades before he was born. He thought back to the villain's words, how she had claimed to wait nearly a century for her chance. Aftermath, or rather, Mimi, had met Taiga in the past and was quite possibly the one that taught her how to create and control her own mental projections. Saved her. Without her intervention, there was the possibility that he would have never been born. Somehow this, Mimi, had infiltrated One for All with a purpose of her own. The only question was why. There had to be a reason for all this. A reason she was so desperate to break out of his mind. "It's getting late, Izuku." Inko nudged his shoulder gently, bringing him back into reality. "Come on, you should get some sleep. You can continue looking though at tomorrow when you come back from school." Yeah, never mind, Mom." Izuku closed the book. "I think I found what I was looking for." When the boy finally awoke after a good night's rest, Kiri was beside him, breathing softly into her pillow. Thankfully she seemed much more relaxed now compared to last night, probably having gained a bit of her power back. He lightly nudged her, trying for a response. The little girl batted away his hand carelessly while still asleep, letting out a small mumble at the disturbance. Izuku sighed. Well, at least she was alright. He'd leave her to rest for now, not wanting the poor girl to exert herself any further. Before he left the room he made sure to put a blanket on her and leave a small sticky note attached to her hand, instructing her to lay low and take the day off. Half an hour later he was out the door, waving goodbye to his mother. As he trudged along, Izuku couldn't help but feel the noticeably charged atmosphere around him. Everyone seemed to be talking about the battle between Valkyrie and her unknown opponent yesterday, the local TV stations still covering the event.
They played shaky video clips of the two fighting midair, twin blurs of white and green clashing in bursts of light. The news report playing atop a gigantic TV screen downtown began with a rather alarming statement that an unknown villain had appeared out of nowhere and battled Endeavor, fleeing when All Might showed up. She had been strong enough to match the number 2 hero. Wait, she had also mentioned using one for all against him, the hothead, but not against Kiri. Why was that? He got the feeling that she had been trying to prove something. More information was revealed to Izuku as the reporters went on. The public assumption was that Valkyrie had been badly wounded after the fight with this unknown villain, and that there was overwhelming support for her quick recovery despite her not being a true licensed hero. Thankfully, there had been 0 casualties. Izuku suspected that the two combatants had planned for it to be that way. With both Valkyrie and the villain nowhere to be found, there wasn't much more information. The latter was given the temporary designation, Surtur, and a request was put out for anyone who has information on him to contact their local police department. Finally, the Hero Association had announced that they would be increasing hero patrols for an indefinite period. Increased hero patrols, huh? Looking around, he could see that the order was already being put into place. The Hero Association had made a good play. The increased hero patrols would suppress any small-time villains thinking of acting in the wake of the event while simultaneously reassuring civilians that they were safe. The public needed that feeling of safety, especially after what happened yesterday. "Good morning, Midoriya-kun." Izuku snapped out of his thoughts, looking up to find Iida before him as he began to enter the school. "Ah, Iida-kun, good morning. Did you watch the news yesterday? They had live coverage of the battle between Valkyrie and that powerful villain. Quite the nerve-wracking experience, don't you think?" "Ahahaha. Yeah," Izuku said nervously, averting his eyes. Nerve-wracking was an understatement. After all, he had gotten a front-row seat to the battle through his sister's eyes. They continued chatting along the way to the 1A classroom, stopping when the two boys met a familiar face just outside the door. Brilliant orange hair bobbed about as Kendo took notice of them, giving the two boys a little wave. "Oh, if it isn't Iida-san and Midoriya-san, good morning," she greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning, fellow class president, morning, Kendo-san," Izuku said nervously. Right, she was the 1B class president after all. She had probably met Iida in that meeting he mentioned previously. "You two know each other? Networking already? I'm impressed, Midoriya-kun." Iida nodded, his arms waving about robotically in some strange sort of praise. It's a long story. You okay, dude? You're looking a little stressed." Kendo noted, frowning a little. "By the way, where's Ki?" "Ahem." Izuku coughed abruptly out of nowhere, causing both class presidents to blink in surprise. "I, need to speak with you for a moment, Kendo-san." "Iida-kun, why don't you go on without me?" He just barely stopped Kendo from blurting out Kiri's name. There would be questions if word got around that Izuku had a sister in the same school that nobody had ever heard about or even seen. Questions that he couldn't answer. There was also the chance that the teachers might somehow get a hold of this information via UA's rumor mill, something that he wasn't willing to risk. Iida and Kendo exchanged glances, then shrugged. "If you insist, Midoriya-kun." Izuku let out a small sigh as he watched Iida enter the 1A classroom, announcing his arrival energetically to those already within. Kendo shot him a confused smile as he walked up to her, not knowing what to expect. "What's up?" she asked, her tone friendly as ever. "Well, I need a favor from you, Kendo-san." Izuku hesitated. "Please don't tell anyone about Kiri-chan." "Huh? Why not?" Kendo frowned. "Hey, she's your sis, right?" "It's really complicated. Izuku racked his brains for an answer, before deciding to lie through his teeth in desperation. "We have different mothers." There was a short pause where neither of them spoke, with Izuku cringing internally and asking himself what the hell he was saying. "Ah." The girl's eyes widened before nodding in understanding, completely believing his absurd lie. "Yeah. People might view her differently if they knew." He blurted awkwardly, hating himself for lying yet again. "So, please." "Right, I won't tell anyone." Kendo scratched the back of her head nervously. "I don't really get it, but I guess you two have your own reasons. Sorry, I didn't know." "It's okay, and thank you. I really appreciate it," Izuku breathed. That's one problem solved for now. He had to be careful though. Building a foundation of lies would only trap him and lead to a mountain of trouble. Then there was yesterday's issue that he had to settle. "Also, Shiozaki Ibara is in your class, right?" "Yeah, I know her. She's a friend of mine, actually." The girl smirked smugly, apparently misunderstanding his intent. "Oh ho, what's this? Don't tell me she's caught your fancy? Tell you what, let this Oni-san help you out." And no, it's nothing like that. Izuku stammered. Now, don't be shy. She pat him on the shoulder for encouragement. I know that girl can look rather unapproachable, but I'll put in a good word for you. After that, whatever you two do is none of my business. Just tell her that I'm sorry for yesterday. I don't think she particularly wants to see me after what happened. Wait, what? Kendo paused, frowning as Izuku edged away towards his own classroom. Yesterday? Again, long story. Come on, you can't just leave me hanging. What happened between you and her? I would tell you, Kendo-san. Izuku gave her a nervous smile. But like you said, it's none of your business, is it? The orange-haired girl blinked, then let out a short laugh. Huh? I totally walked into that one. Fine, I'll give her your little message. She gave him a little wave as she opened the door to her own classroom. See you around, Midoriya-san. Thanks. He waved back tiredly. See ya. Neither of them noticed when a shadowy figure titled their head curiously, peeking out from the corner. Ishido Mina emerged from behind a wall as Izuku made his way into class, a small frown upon her features. She had accidentally eavesdropped on the last part of the conversation, though she didn't have enough context to understand what they were saying. Something happened between Midoriya and another girl in 1B. And since when was he so friendly with their class president? I don't think any of us even know them yet. Meh, probably nothing. Mina shrugged, skipping into the classroom with a carefree smile. Ohayo, a chorus of friendly voices greeted her, then went back to their excited chattering. In the background Izuku was listening to a group of his classmates discussing yesterday's incident. Man, did you see Battle on TV yesterday? Kaminari was saying to Shiro. It was absolutely crazy, man. Like watching a scene from a movie or anime. I know, right? Shiro grinned. I couldn't help but cheer for Valkyrie. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. I mean, she did help out during the USJ attack. Me too. But that villain was super strong as well, Mina exclaimed. To be honest, it makes me a little nervous about what kind of threats we'll face in the future when we're heroes. Izuku had a grimace on his face as he snuck past them. It was so awesome, yet super scary when they were fighting mid-air and stuff. Hagakure chirped, her invisible hands waving through the air excitedly. And that part where they fought through the construction site was awesome. I heard the site collapsed. Yaoyorozu murmured. The construction company's not very happy about it. I'm just glad nobody got hurt. Ochako piped up. It's almost as if they were trying to avoid populated areas. It was really scary when the evacuation alarm started uptown. I'm not surprised they decided to trigger an alert, especially for a threat of that scale. Apparently there will be increased hero patrols in the entire city, Kiro. Suyu chipped in. Just this morning I saw twice as many teams moving about. I think they're still looking for signs of the villain. Really? Man, hard to imagine that he got away. What are they calling him? Soot. Oh, because of all that green fire and explosions? Hagakure asked curiously. Everyone online is saying he has some sort of combustion or fire-based quirk. There was that big fire blast attack he used in the forest as well. Surtur. Shiro corrected. What kind of name is that, anyway? It's a name from Norse mythology. Izuku said absent-mindedly while in a daze, not noticing that the group turned to face him. Surtur was a flame giant foretold to battle with the gods, and the inferno that he brings forth will engulf the earth. A major figure during the events of Ragnarok, otherwise known as the Twilight of the Gods, Armageddon. Whoa, that actually sounds pretty cool, Kaminari grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Figures a guy with book smarts like you knows about all this stuff. But I don't, Izuku wanted to say. What? How did I? Before he could think about what just happened, the charged atmosphere in the classroom dissolved as Aizawa-sensei shuffled in, looking very much like an Egyptian mummy with all those bandages circling around his entire body. The man was back at work so quickly despite his injuries, apparently not minding them too much. Classes went on as usual, Izuku thankful to see that all 4 teachers involved in the skirmish with Johnny were perfectly fine. He did however feel his heart skip a beat when Ectoplasm Sensei called out his name during math class, but luckily the teacher was just trying to get him to solve an equation. He didn't seem to suspect that the boy was involved in what happened yesterday. Then it was time for the Foundational Hero Studies class. I am here. All Might entered the classroom, a magnificent cape billowing behind him in his Silver Age costume, to teach. The number 1 hero looked the same as always, a wide, confident smile on his features. Izuku gulped, swallowing his guilt. He had to tell All Might. The man had a right to know. Izuku still remembered his reaction to Nana in USJ, how he had been rendered speechless from her smile. Back then, All Might had been hiding it, but Izuku had an inkling of how the man truly felt. To see someone precious just slip through your fingers and fade away into nothingness, It probably was like he had lost her all over again. Izuku grit his teeth, making up his mind to tell the man what had really happened yesterday. Today we'll be learning about quirk power classifications. All Might announced cheerfully. Naturally, with the advent of quirks there was also a need for identification and cataloging of such information. As time passed, quirks have also made the baseline human stronger, smarter, and much more resilient, allowing even normal people to survive injuries they would have easily succumbed to in the past. Now then, can anyone tell me what the 3 types of quirks that can be identified using the simplified quirk identification system? Yaoyorozu's hand shot into the air like greased lightning. Emitter type, transformation type, and mutant type. Excellent. There was a small series of squeaks across the whiteboard. As you can see, quirks can be classified into 3 distinct groups using the simplified standard system. However, fledgling heroes such as yourselves may be required to work with foreign heroes and law enforcement, many of whom may prefer to use the international quirk classification system, which is a tad more advanced. Much like how some countries prefer the metric system while others use the imperial one, Kiro. Exactly, young Asui. Although the 2 systems coexist, here in Japan we prefer to use the simplified system. The international system is used by many foreign agencies, so it's best that you have a basic understanding of it. All Might nodded. There are a total of 12 different quirk classifications, and the easiest way to remember them is through the use of mnemonics. Specifically through the use of a rhyme. A rhyme? Like, a song or something? Cool. That's right, young Jiro. The rhyme is as follows. The teacher paused to take a breath. Mover, shaker, brute and breaker, master, tinker. Blaster and thinker, striker, changer, trump and stranger. Izuku already knew the words by heart, echoing them in his mind alongside his teacher's voice. Now that he knew Aftermath was just that girl's projection, he could classify her as a blaster, master. Though her attacks reminded him of Bakugo's, hers were much more focused and controlled. That move of All Might's that she used, Iowa's Smash, instead of a colossal tempest of spiraling wind like the original, what came out instead was a gargantuan vortex of emerald flames. Flames that were reminiscent of Endeavor's attacks. And that other move she used, Manchester Smash, he didn't remember All Might having an attack like that. He should know, he was an All Might otaku, after all. The boy decided to put that aside in favor of analyzing Mimi's quirk. If she truly had a quirk that was similar to his, he could already guess how she was creating those blasts. Using her quirk to form that projection around her and unleashing it whenever necessary, resulting in those psychic flames that burned with ethereal light. The opposite of Kiri's invulnerability, she pushed her energy outward from every part of her body instead of using it as a shield. A hybrid style that incorporated the combustion aspect of a fire-type quirk and the psionic capabilities of a projection-type quirk. In the end she was breaking herself apart to do damage to the opponent, a truly reckless way of fighting. She didn't create explosions, she was the explosion, a human bomb. The rest of the lesson was rather uneventful as he already knew what all 12 classifications in detail, along with their countermeasures. When lunch break came he tried to talk to All Might in private, but unfortunately there were some complications that had arisen over everything that happened recently. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, we teachers have an important meeting later. All Might scratched his head sheepishly. Then I have to attend another meeting downtown regarding the incident yesterday, so I won't be able to meet you after school either. I'll be honest, my schedule is packed to the brim. I'll have to notify you when I actually have time to meet you, my boy. It's okay, sorry for bothering you, but Izuku's gaze was pulled towards the floor. It's really important. It has to do with One for All. I see, but unfortunately, the hero shook his head hastily. There are responsibilities that I have to uphold as the symbol of peace. I promise that I'll make some time for you, but right now it simply isn't possible. My deepest apologies, young Midoriya. But Izuku groaned internally but nodded his head. He had to be reasonable. All Might was the symbol of peace, after all. Millions of people across Japan depended on him every single day. The man probably had dozens of duties to fulfill as the #1 hero. Oh okay. I understand. Sorry for taking up your time. All Might was silent for a second, then broke out into a great big belly laugh. He laid a massive hand on Izuku's head and tousled his hair, grinning. Nonsense, young Midoriya. I'm glad you decided to seek me out for advice. If anything, it's a teacher's job to check on the progress of their students. Move along now. You still haven't eaten your lunch. Alright. Thanks, All Might. Izuku managed to mumble, just barely keeping the guilt out of his tone. Don't mention it, I'll make an effort to meet you as soon as I can. Izuku watched his mentor go, gulping subconsciously. He'd better start thinking of what to say when the time came. The boy slowly trudged his way into the cafeteria, Recent events still heavy on his mind. He should first make sure Kiri was okay when he got home later, then he had to ask her what was going on inside his head. Did I really just think that? Izuku questioned himself, then groaned softly. It was as if his life had been turned upside down in a single day. The previous wielders of One for All lived on within him as memories, ghosts of those who came before. Would he become one of them as soon as he passed on that power? Izuku wasn't exactly a superstitious person, but now, he wasn't sure how he was to feel about all this. Life after death, and what came after. Then there was the issue of this Mimi person, Aftermath's true form and master. He was beginning to suspect that she was somehow related to him, and that photo had shown that she was friends with his great-grandmother. Izuku continued thinking hard, putting a hand to his chin. Mimi's quirk was similar to his, and yet, Aftermath and Valkyrie. Offense and defense. Internal and external. Endothermic and exothermic. They were seemingly opposites of each other, yet at the same time there were undeniable parallels between the two. There had to be a reason for why she escaped from his mind. Again, he considered the idea of how she had clearly wanted to prove something back then, but to who? To him? Over here, Deku-kun. He looked up to find Ochako and Iida waving him over, having saved a spot for him at their usual table. He smiled tiredly, making his way over until someone behind them caught his eye. Shiozaki Ibara blinked owlishly as her eyes met his, and for a moment she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief until a warm red tint slowly began coloring her pale cheeks. Ah, Izuku began, reaching out to her. The thorn-haired girl whirled around and hurried away, blushing furiously. A pair of girls from Class 1B trailed behind her, both shooting Izuku quick glances of suspicion before joining their friend. The boy groaned, shoulders sagging. I guess that's the end of my social life in UA, Is there something wrong, Deku-kun? It's nothing, Uraraka-san. Izuku gave her a tired smile. I've just got a lot on my mind. Both literally and figuratively. He decided not to add that last part. Meanwhile, Mina eyed the green-haired boy from her table with a hand to her chin. What's up? Hagakure said from opposite her, food vanishing into thin air as she gobbled it down cheerfully. You're thinking about something, I can tell. How can you tell? Jiro remarked dubiously from beside her. Well, Mina-chan doesn't really think most of the time, so it's really obvious when she does. Hagakure chirped jokingly. She gets this face of intense concentration that I've only seen in math class. Mina sniffed the air, taking in several quick whiffs. Do you smell it? What? Jiro asked flatly. That smell. That kind of smelly smell. The smelly smell that smells, smelly. Mina announced dramatically, smacking her palms onto the table while the other girl rolled her eyes. Something's fishy around here. Is your steamed fish going bad? Hagakure pointed out, eyeing the dish cautiously. You probably shouldn't eat that if it smells weird. No, it's not that. My pinky sense is tingling. The pink-haired girl tapped her horns excitedly. Something strange is going on, I can feel it. Jiro and Hagakure exchanged confused glances, then shrugged. Is this what they call having your head in the clouds? More like airhead. Hey, Kiri woke up covered in a warm blanket on Izuku's bed, looking around sleepily as she recalled the events of yesterday. Wandering around the empty house proved that no one was at home for the moment, Inko having probably gone out to do some grocery shopping. The girl decided that the first thing she should do was look for Toshinori and Nana, letting out a small yawn as she focused. A second later she was within her brother's mind, wading through a field of colorful flowers as she looked around for the two adults. After a few minutes of searching she found them, though there was a little complication. The pair were meditating under the gigantic tree that represented Izuku, eyes closed in serene concentration. Nana was somehow in the form of a kid like her and no longer translucent, sitting beside Toshinori as they meditated together. The two were in quite the picturesque position, ironically looking like parent and child. Hello, she tried, only to get no response. Humming, she picked up a long stick and began poking Toshinori in the face for a reaction. Maybe he was just sleeping. Unfortunately her efforts were in naught as the man continued to meditate, seemingly unaffected by his surroundings. Frowning, Kiri floated up to his face and began prodding at his forehead. That didn't work either. She then tried to boop Mini Nana on the nose for a reaction. Her world spun into a dazzling array of colors and noise, a corridor of rainbow light stretching endlessly before her. She could hear two people talking, their voices simultaneously close and far. Her intent, but she's still not waking up. I've already tried everything else, Nana. We'll just keep focusing. It's not hurting her, right? Of course not. To put it simply, we're lending her our own energy to recharge. If anything, it should make her feel better. Kiri poofed into existence, startling the pair mid-conversation. Shimura Nana was still in her child form as she jogged over to the confused girl, a thin, disheveled man following closely behind her. "Kiri-chan!" Nana exclaimed in surprise. A golden orb of light floated above her shoulder, flickering warmly. "I didn't know you could come in here." NN. She looked around, confused. So this was what the halo looked like on the inside. It looked really normal, actually. She had expected an empty plain of nothingness or some sort of abstract landscape, not this. The sight of rolling hills and lush fields of green met her eyes, the scene looking like something grounded in reality. But what really drew her attention was the beautiful white walls of the enormous mansion before her. "Oh, you like the mansion?" Nana smiled proudly. "Amazing, isn't it?" Amazing was a bit of an understatement. She gazed at the absolutely gorgeous building before her, the vast structure clearly having borrowed aesthetics and intricate designs from both Eastern and Western cultures. It was a fortress, a castle, a kingdom in itself. Dazzling, exotic flowers lined the perimeter in countless pavilions. The domed top reached right up into the clear blue sky, decorated with a multitude of spires, turrets and towers. The scene was breathtaking, awing the eyes and overloading the senses. In the main courtyard was what looked like a hospital bed, the girl that had been controlling Aftermath resting upon it. Sitting around her in a circle were the previous wielders, eyes closed in apparent meditation. Streams of multicolored energy flowed out from them and into the unconscious girl, with Kiri assuming it was the recharging process she had overheard earlier. Nana herself wasn't taking part as she was already running low. Trotting over to the bed, Kiri peeked over the covers in curiosity. So this was the true form of the one that had fought her yesterday. This other girl was the same size as her and dressed in a dark, tattered cloak, wearing a gray wetsuit-like attire underneath. She was so pretty, so small, like a little doll, Kiri observed. Nothing like the fearsome opponent she had fought. "She's just like me. Let me apologize on Mimi's behalf. We never expected something like this would happen." Kiri whirled around to face the disheveled man from before, his light, unruly hair blowing in the wind. He was clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking painfully ordinary for someone who once wielded one for all. An ethereal tether of white energy flowed from his body to the unconscious Mimi. He was the only one that didn't need to meditate for the transference process. Then the girl realized that she had already seen every other wielder except this man. She slowly began counting off her fingers. 4, 5, 6. Turning to face him, she found a gentle smile on his features. Sure, he didn't look like much, boasting a thin frame that looked rather sickly and kind of weak. But his eyes twinkled like aging stars. Pale diamonds that held knowledge attained over a century. There was no doubt. This man was, "Hello, Kiri-chan," he said softly. "I am Ichikawa Hiro. Everyone calls me Hiro." This man was the first and original wielder of One for All. "Hello," she replied curiously, giving him a little wave. "I see you're concerned about our little troublemaker." Hiro glanced between the two children. Unfortunately, she still hasn't woken up since her return. "The others are doing their best," Nana said, seemingly talking to the golden orb that floated beside her. Kiri quickly realized that was All Might. Toshinori, in an incomplete form. "We still don't know how long this will take." Some of the others noticed Kiri had appeared, giving her a few quick greetings. "Hey, kiddo. Friend, privyet, tiny girl, hello." She greeted them back in turn, noting that they could change their outfits to whatever they wanted. Johnny now had an added buttoned shirt on, while Coco was in her human form but dressed in an ordinary tank top and shorts. "What if she wakes up and," Misha began, frowning as he referred to the unconscious girl, "she go boom. Then we'll be on her like white on rice in a glass of milk on a paper plate in a snowstorm." Johnny offered helpfully. "There's what, 6 of us and one of her. If we have to restrain her, let's not use our quirks." Chen nodded towards aforementioned little girl. "We need her calm." A strange coldness permeated the air. Whispers of things long past seeming to escape from the unconscious girl in wisps of gray and silver. Kiri shivered. Knowing the feeling all too well but never experiencing them in this format. She reached out and to her surprise, managed to touch a wisp but was unable to consume it. Negative emotions made tangible. "Brace for memory leak," Johnny warned. A maelstrom of negative emotions swirled around them and unknown voices echoed through the air in undulating tones, ghostly and foreign. "A complete failure. She does not have it. However, there is an unexpected development. Reassign her to antithesis. If she fails, dispose of her. Simple as that." "No," Mimi whimpered, beginning to stir. "How dare you use my fucking moves, you goddamned little freak. I'll do everyone a favor and exterminate you, you disgusting abomination." The girl began shaking horribly, the entire bed rattling and shuddering as if under possession. You said it wasn't going to hurt her, Nana yelled in concern. Stop the transfer. It's not supposed to, it was never this bad when we did it with Johnny, Hiro said, gritting his teeth as everyone began pulling back their energies in alarm. Hang on, Mimi. Pathetic little creature. You're an inferior defect, a mistake. A failure. That's all you were, that's all you will ever be. Weak and unwanted. Mimi's eyes shot open, and she woke up screaming. The threads of energy that connected them snapped abruptly with a high-pitched shriek, sending everyone sprawling backwards. I'm not weak. The girl exploded from her bed in a whirlwind of green, emerald flames igniting along her arms and legs as she hovered in the air. Wild, unfocused eyes scanned for threats, her pupils narrowing into pinpricks when she realized she was surrounded. Behind her the ghostly form of Aftermath manifested, looming over the girl like a mystical wraith. Johnny and Chen sprang forward and the armored projection solidified, its hands catching them around the throat with blinding speed. A rocket-boosted kick crashed into Misha before he could react, jets of flame lancing from Aftermath's kneecap as he stomped onto the larger man's chest to pin him down. There was a blur of movement as Mimi scrambled to climb atop her projection's shoulders, her gaze still unfocused and panicked. Wait, stop, the first wielder exclaimed. 3 wielders were held immobile, the adults struggling in Aftermath's grip. Coco arched her back, ready to jump into the fray but rooted on the spot as she looked back and forth between Hiro and Mimi rapidly, clearly hesitating and not wanting to hurt her friend. Nana was a monochrome blur that rocketed into the air, rebounding off Aftermath's forearm to land on his shoulder. Mimi snarled from atop her projection as Nana caught her hands, extinguishing the psychic conflagration on her palms. A violent crackling began filling the air as the pale girl opened her mouth wide, an unstable sphere of neon flames forming within as she prepared to unleash it at Nana like a dragon's searing breath. Mimi! Hiro shouted, hands held out in panic. The girl jolted at the sound of his voice, snapping her gaze towards him. Within those wild eyes there was a spark of recognition, then confusion as her pupils began to refocus. Nana let go of her gently, careful not to make any sudden moves. Mimi, please. The original said softly, his tone gentle and worried. It's us, remember? You're safe now. It's okay, nobody's going to hurt you. Her ragged breathing began to slow, the burning energy in her mouth dissipating. Aftermath's grip loosened, the projection backing away. Mimi's enraged expression melted away into one of terror and she was a little girl again, looking confused and very, very alone. Then her eyes met Kiri's and there was the despair and distress that the vigilante had only seen in those who had lost a loved one. I'm not weak. I'm not, Mimi hiccuped, her breath hitching while she looked around in panic. Don't throw me away. Nothing like that is going to happen, the man assured, we just want to ask you some questions. He reached out slowly but she flinched and backed away, looking too much like a frightened child. She swept her gaze across them as tears beaded at the corner of her eyes, her lower lip trembling. I'm sorry. Before anyone could say a word, Aftermath's chest unfolded to reveal a hollow cavity, the girl quickly darting inside and sealing herself within. Johnny. Misha and Chen got up slowly, dusting themselves off as Nana hopped off the projection's shoulders. Everyone waited for something to happen but it just stood there, still as a statue and refusing to move. They were taken aback by how emotional she was. This was a far cry from her usual logical yet snarky attitude. In all the years they spent together the girl could be a handful at times, but never like this. Hiro sighed and made his way over to the stoic projection, knocking on its armored chest softly like a parent knocking on the door to their child's room. Mimi, come on. He frowned. Do you want to tell us what happened? A little sniff emanated from within the armored figure. Hey, Chen said gently, you can't hide in there forever. Wanna bet? The older woman shot a quick glare at Johnny, her fingers forming a line across her mouth. Zip it. With a shrug of his shoulders the blonde strode forward, lowering his tone to be as delicate as possible. Come on, Mimi, he tried, everyone's worried about you. Go away, the girl yelled, voice slightly muffled. Look, Johnny scratched the back of his head hesitantly. I know what it feels like to lose control, to be consumed by your feelings, we can help. Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. She screamed from within the armor, prompting him to take a step back. You don't know how this feels. Mimi, it was supposed to be me. More small sobs and sniffling. It's not fair, I've waited for so long and she stole it from me, my chance. The wielders exchanged glances, sharing the same bewildered looks. Kiri found herself as the center of attention when they turned to her. She fidgeted around a little under their gaze, a little nervous from the sudden attention she was getting. Everyone glanced between the two projections, already making some sort of silent connection between them. Hiro quietly stood in front of Aftermath, clearing his throat with a small cough. "Mimi, please," he said carefully, "tell us what's wrong." Silence from the armor. "You can't keep hiding in there forever, Mimi. Even if we all have our differences, we still want to help you." More silence. "We're supposed to look out for each other, right?" Aftermath's chest unfolded like paper origami, revealing a tiny form curled up inside that empty cavity. She let out a small sniff, her lower lip still trembling. The projection slowly reached into itself and carried its master out, holding the girl gently under her arms like how one would carry a cat. All things considered, they would have looked pretty cute if one didn't take the current situation into account. Mimi glanced around, jaw clenched as she tried to put on a strong front. "I will take full responsibility for everything that happened," she began, her voice shaky. "I acknowledge that I lost control." "Lost control? You blow up building." Misha stretched up his palm, opening all 5 fingers. Kaboom! No more building. "Actually that was me," Kiri admitted timidly, raising her hand. "I made sure it was empty first." Misha blinked, then turned his attention back to Mimi. "You blow up forest, kaboom! No more 4s. Words can't even begin to describe how pissed I am with you right now." Nana interrupted him mid-sentence, striding towards the little girl with an infuriated, scathing glare. "You are in so much trouble, young lady." "Fuck you." Mimi spat angrily, seemingly regaining her bravado out of nowhere. "Don't act like you're my mom or something." "Then don't behave like a child." Nana shot back. "You went out there and threw a bloody temper tantrum in the middle of the city. A rash and utterly egotistical decision with no regard for the consequences. What were you thinking?" "Whoa, you don't have to be so harsh with her," Johnny started. "I'm being harsh because I need to. Look, I don't like doing this either." She turned back to face the younger girl. "Innocent people could have been hurt. You could have been hurt. I know you were careful in regards to where you were fighting, but this isn't how we do things, Mimi. I'm disappointed in you. Don't patronize me from your moral high ground. People like you are born with a silver spoon in their mouth and think that the world is all sunshine and rainbows." Mimi yelled, her voice raw and furious. "You don't know me. You don't know what it's like to feel this way." "Wait, you too," Hiro tried, only to be completely ignored. "Calm down." "No, apparently I don't know you. I don't know what it's like, so why don't you bloody tell me?" Nana roared, her voice clearly taking on a stressed tone. "How are we supposed to understand you if when you've always refused to tell us anything? Even now, we have no idea of what's going on. Whatever the issue is, there was no reason to act on your emotions so recklessly. You're such a fucking hypocrite. You're the one who acted on your damn emotions in the first place at USJ. At least I did it for the greater good. Need I remind you that you attacked Kiri-chan and drove a quarter of the city into a full-blown panic? I thought you were better than this." "Well, I'm not. I was always a useless piece of garbage from the start. Is that what you want to hear, huh? I'm not afraid of you. And I don't want you to be. What are you gonna do? Fight me? This is how it always is with you, isn't it? All you know how to do is fight. But you can't solve all your problems with violence, Mimi. For people like us it doesn't take much strength to hurt someone. But try working things out peacefully despite all this power in your hands. Then you'll know what self-restraint means." "Enough." Hiro quickly got between them, ending the impromptu screaming match. "Both of you need to calm down. Bickering will get us nowhere. Mimi, we need to know exactly what happened. Why did you cause the breach and fight Kiri-chan? Things are not looking good for your case." "Hold up." Johnny grunted, standing beside the diminutive white-haired girl. "You know how she's usually content to keep to herself. For her to lash out like this, something serious must have happened. She knew there'd be consequences, but she did it anyway. At least they were careful that nobody got hurt, right? Come on, cut her some slack." "I agree." Chen took up a position beside Mimi as well. Even with that horrendous temper of hers, the girl still thinks logically most of the time and isn't so easily swayed by emotions. There must be a reason for her actions. "Then let's agree to disagree." Nana spoke up, a mix of conflicting emotions swirling in her eyes. "No matter what the issue is, there's no reason to lash out at the world like that. We've always tried to settle our differences peacefully and you of all people did something so ridiculously asinine. We care about you, Mimi," she grit her teeth, her voice unsteady. "I care about you, but this time you've gone too far. I'm with Nana as well. You cross line, little one. Scolding is least of your concerns." Misha scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Wait, we taking sides now?" "Let's not," Hiro muttered. "Coco, what do you think of all this?" Coco is neutral. I'm just a doggy, Juan," Coco said quickly, clearly trying to escape the incoming standoff. "Well," Hiro nodded towards the tiny girl. "I think that Mimi here has been planning something like this for a while now. Her talk of her plan being ruined, how she waited for so long. It's the boy. A small voice cut through the air like a thrown knife, everyone turning to face a wide-eyed Nana. Midoriya Izuku. You broke out of here, because you're planning something that involves him. You? The brunette's expression flashed into one of fury. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you hurt him. And no, I. Mimi's grip around her cloak tightened, much like how the hypothetical noose was tightening around any hope of her escaping. Her eyes were shimmering with anger and barely restrained tears. You don't understand, I would never. And how do we know that, after this stunt that you pulled, it seems that you don't care about anyone other than yourself. If I didn't care then I wouldn't have bridged the fucking connection, Mimi screamed, her voice cracking with emotion. The fury slipped off Nana's face, replaced by a bewildered gaze. What? Back at USJ. It was me. I bridged the connection between here and the outside world. I was trying to manifest myself though Izuku's quirk to help All Might when you hijacked my mental link. Nana. The white-haired girl cast her gaze downwards, sniffing miserably. It's how you were able to fuse with Kiri-chan. Nana thought back to the burning Rainbow Bridge, and the anguished scream that she had heard when she merged with Kiri. Let me out. A look of reluctant understanding came across her features, realizing that she had inadvertently stolen away Mimi's chance to help. This only raises more questions to be answered. Back then you told us that you were part of an organization that tracked One for All and made sure that it survived for future generations. You said you'd give us the full details, when the time was right. Hiro let that statement hang in the air for a moment before bringing it down like an executioner's axe, grimacing as he did. I think now's a pretty good time, Mimi. I'm sorry to do this now, but you owe everyone here an explanation for what you did. Silence. Nobody moved nor spoke, the spotlight on Mimi now. A tiny fist clenched at the sides of her cloak tightly. The girl knew she was cornered, anger giving way to regret and looking like she was about to cry. Seeing her like that with that miserable, trapped, and defeated expression, an old memory drifted into Kiri's thoughts. That's mean, Ka-chan. See, can't you see he's crying? Before she knew it she was standing in front of Mimi, shielding the other child with her own body. Even though she knew she had no part in this internal affair among old souls, no knowledge of the circumstances or context, and that Mimi was rightfully in the wrong for causing this entire mess, she still decided to help the other girl. Leave her alone, Kiri declared angrily. Don't bully her. Everyone blinked, stunned at her actions. But within that glowing orb floating above Nana's shoulder Toshinori Yagi felt himself smile unconsciously. For a brief moment an image of his young successor flashed across his mind. You would stand up for her? Hiro asked, brows furrowed in confusion as he knelt down to match her height. Even after she fought you? After she hurt you? You're all being really mean. The girl folded her arms defiantly. She's already sorry, can't you see she's crying? I'm not crying, Mimi denied vehemently, lip quivering. I'm not being mean to her, Nana paused then sighed, realizing the girl didn't understand that she was being harsh because she cared. She reined herself in, realizing that perhaps everyone was a little too emotional as well. I'm the bad guy now, huh? A small hand reached out and touched Kiri on the shoulder. Mimi gave her counterpart a confused, clearly distressed look. Why? Kiri tilted her head in response. Why are you defending me? Logic dictates that. Mimi hung her head shamefully, glancing at the ground. That you should hate me. Nana's right. I attacked you and brought panic to your city because of my own selfishness, so why? Because a hero will always help those in trouble. Kiri answered earnestly, causing the other girl's eyes to widen. Because I believe it's the right thing to do. A small silence fell over the group as they considered her words. She was so naive, so foolish, so childishly idealistic, but perhaps that childishness, that innocence made her statement all the more genuine. You really are better than me. Mimi whispered after a while, her expression somber. Thank you, and I'm sorry. She's right, and I'm responsible for what happened. I fucked up. It's time for the truth. The tiny girl gently nudged Kiri to join the crowd, everyone calming down and going back to sitting on their chairs which were now rearranged to face her. Mimi sat back on bed, her little legs dangling dejectedly as she considered what she wanted to say. Okay, she said finally. Keep the damn questions to a minimum as I explain. The group glanced at each other, then nodded in unison. Please understand that due to certain circumstances I was unable to reveal this information previously. There's no point hiding it now. There was an organization that tracked One for All. She looked right at Kiri to emphasize her point. Just not in the way that you think. Mikumo Akutami was a false name that I created. She took a deep breath, steadying herself to reveal a truth she had hidden for nearly a century. My real name is Midoriya Izumi, Mimi announced, and I'm from an alternate world. X. It was as if time itself had stopped as those words left her mouth. Then everyone started talking simultaneously and all sense of decorum went out the window, a cacophony of chaotic noise drowning out most of their voices. Various exclamations of disbelief and even a few swears were thrown around. Everyone, please. Hiro held out his hands, actually managing to calm the charged atmosphere. One at a time. Mimi, what are you talking about? Midoriya. Wait, what do you mean that you're from an alternate world? It's exactly as it sounds. The girl said timidly. I'm from another world, another dimension, another Earth. Good lord, is she? There was a confused sputtering from Johnny. She is? You're trying to tell us that you're what? From some parallel Earth? You can't be serious. This is some Twilight Zone shit we're talking about here. Those nutcases from the Institute for Extraspatial Studies were right all along? Existence of other worlds. Urban legend. Like from comic book. Misha rumbled thoughtfully. But then again, we are also in our own world now, yes? Other Earth or not, Coco will still love you. The dog girl huffed in a show of camaraderie. Mimi is family. Oh no, I refuse to believe this is happening. The blonde Caucasian said incredulously. And you guys call me crazy. Are you listening to this? At least it's not some convoluted nonsense like time travel, but still. She's like, from another universe or something. Be good. The distant memory of a man in a hat and trenchcoat flashed across Kiri's mind, symmetrical blots of ink swirling across the bone-white canvas of his face. He ruffled her hair awkwardly. I'm going to find that big blue bastard that sent me to this universe in the first place. This is happening way too fast. Are we supposed to just believe what she says? Johnny continued, still looking unconvinced. I guess we are. This is the first time she's actually talking about her past. Nana declared angrily, drawing attention to Mimi once more. I can't believe you kept this from us. Mimi, you could have prevented the USJ attack, Zabanya, Ravager. No, I couldn't have, because I had no knowledge of what was going to happen. It doesn't work like that. My world is similar, yet different. Something's happened, others did not. Mimi explained in frustration, trying to defend herself. In my world there was no confrontation between All Might and All for One where he got away. There was no assault on USJ. Mimi seemed to take a deep breath, then looked straight into Nana's eyes. There was no Shimura Nana. Nobody spoke, all eyes on the two girls. And yet, One for All managed to make its way to Toshinori Yagi, albeit a younger version. Mimi pointed at the golden orb with a trembling finger. And more importantly, Midoriya Izuku. Exactly as our algorithm predicted. Let's say we believe you for a moment. That you, Midoriya Izumi, are from another world. Chen began, addressing the elephant in the room. On that other world. Is another Midoriya Izuku. You're somehow related to him? Mimi went silent while Aftermath marched forward, a silent puppet controlled by invisible strings. The girl kept her gaze downwards, but it was clear that she wanted them to understand something. Nana picked up on her implication almost immediately. Wait a minute, this. She breathed, involuntarily taking a step back. Her expression was no longer clouded with confusion, melting away to one of horrified realization. You made it look like him. Those words seemed to echo through the air as everyone slowly realized what she was talking about. The projection, Aftermath, or rather, the costume it wore. The long, bunny-like ears. The strange metallic respirator. The green jumpsuit. Yeah, the girl said shakily, looking straight at them. I made it in his image. So you're obviously here to meet him again, but what's your deal? You're, what, his ancestor, sister, daughter from another world? Johnny added, shooting her a conflicted look. You making this really hard to believe? I know all this is. Mimi seemed to search for the words, clenching her hands in frustration. Difficult to take in. I couldn't have told you all before. Then at least tell us who you really are now. Midoriya Izumi. That was the name he gave me. Before that, I was just known as Mimi. It wasn't originally a name, it was a designation. There was a little sniffle as the girl clenched her fist, trying her best not to break down completely. An acronym. MIMI. Everyone held their tongue, waiting for her to speak. Kiri knew how it must have felt for the other girl to reveal everything like this, just like she had done back then to Nana and Toshinori. Her past, her shame and her truth finally revealed to them after decades of secrecy. Artificial human, Midoriya Izuku Mark I. I'm not his ancestor, his sister, or his daughter. Glistening emerald eyes looked up at them, filled with grief, regret and misery. I'm his clone. Mimi sobbed, tears rolling down her face. The aftermath of a broken world. There was only silence as the conspiracy within their ranks unfolded, something that would shake the very foundations of their phantom lives. Everyone stared, not believing what they were hearing. Perhaps not wanting to. for the truth was almost too unimaginable to comprehend. The fourth wielder of One for All, Mimi, was a clone of Midoriya Izuku from another world. I came here to protect him, just as he protected me. He saved me. Izuku took me in when no one else would, and raised me as his own. Mimi choked. There was a series of sharp breaths at that revelation. Where everyone else saw a monster, a freak, he gave me a chance. A chance to be something different. To not be bound by the circumstances of my birth, that I could be who I chose to be. He gave me a name, a home, a family. They understood almost immediately. The Midoriya Izuku of that parallel world had taken her in and raised her as part of his family. He was both a father and a brother to me, the symbol of hope in my world. He was a hero. Warm tears ran down the girl's cheeks freely. My hero. You came here to protect him, Nana started, eyes widening. Don't tell me. The unthinkable happened. We lost him. Kiri felt her heart drop like a rock upon hearing those words. Even though it was selfish to an unbelievable degree, so ridiculously irresponsible, I wanted to be with him again. Deep down I know it's not the same Izuku, but I've come too far to stop now. Everything was going as predicted. Mimi choked, her gaze slowly focusing on Kiri. Until you showed up. The plan never accounted for his dormant quirk to awaken. Dormant quirk? Kiri blinked. Then she remembered that one rainy night when she was born. Me? You were everything I was supposed to be, only better. I'm just a copy, a clump of cells cultivated in some laboratory. An artificial body, an artificial soul. She wailed, voice cracking between heaving breaths. To make things worse, you look like her. It's all just a cruel joke. Everything fell so perfectly into place for you. But the worst part was when he accepted you so easily. He loved you. Mimi, somebody said softly. When I saw that, I couldn't take it anymore. It hurts. It's like there's a knife in my chest that's stabbing over and over again, crushing and tearing my heart into shreds. She wrenched at her hair with shuddering fingers, the distress and anguish in her voice palpable. It hurts so much. I'm scared. You have to understand. I had to do something. I had to prove myself. That I was worthy enough. This time I'll protect him, and then he'll love me again. It was at that moment Kiri realized that the other girl really was just like her. Mimi was an example of what she could have become. It was like she was looking at a broken reflection of herself, a startling reminder of the time when Nana and Toshinori intruded on her home and she lost control of her emotions. No, you can't do this to me. I've come too far, lost too much. Why you can't, don't take him away from me. She hiccuped, starting to hyperventilate. What do you have that I don't? I'll stop swearing, if Aftermath's too scary I'll change how he looks. I won't yell, and I won't talk back anymore, I'll be good. Kiri couldn't help but feel pity for her. The truth was that she was so desperate, so eager to be loved and acknowledged by Izuku to the point where she was willing to abandon her ideals. Perhaps in an alternate world somewhere, this would have been her. The group looked amongst themselves and hesitated, unable to think of anything to say. Is that what he wants? A heart-rending sob, followed by several shaking breaths. A good girl? A quiet girl? I can be that. There was another sniff, the girl attempting to wipe away her tears with that tattered cloak. I don't know what to do anymore. I was supposed to be by his side, and now I have nothing left. You've taken everything from me. The poor girl collapsed, curling inward to hug her knees. She was crying bitterly, not even trying to hide it as her tiny body shuddered with miserable sobbing. Why? Why am I so useless? Why can't I do anything right? A stifled silence hung in the air. They had so many questions, with more popping up as the seconds ticked by. They had always thought Mimi was hiding something, but never to this scale. Things seemed to happen way too fast, their normally quiet way of life seemingly upended once the power of One for All had been transferred to Midoriya Izuku. A truly strange turn of events. Meanwhile, Kiri couldn't help but think back to her conversation with Pixie Bob. Fight for what you want, what you believe in. The little girl frowned, thinking hard. True, Mimi had done that as well. But what if he doesn't want me anymore? A thought flickers, she considers it. It's a delicate balance of feelings. Relationships sure are complicated, Balance. Kiri made her choice. She slowly made her way over to the kneeling girl, making sure not to startle her. Sapphire eyes met glistening emerald ones. The little girl gave her counterpart a warm hug, squeezing tightly. What are you? Why are you hugging me? Mimi stuttered, still in the midst of crying. Because people hug each other when they're sad. I don't need your pity. The upset child squeaked, doing her best to sound threatening. We can share, Kiri declared, releasing her grip slightly to look Mimi right in her tear-filled eyes. What? We can share, she repeated, with even more determination. Izuku's not just my Oni-chan. The little construct took a deep breath. He's yours too. Mimi was silent for a moment, her lip quivering. The dam broke and she began crying again, though this time there was a definite relief in her tone. A small comfort to top off a mountain of sorrow. Yuwa, before she knew it they were surrounded by warmth, everyone huddling together in one giant group hug. In any other situation it might have seemed rather cheesy, but for now everyone was willing to overlook it. Mimi cried and wailed the loudest she ever had since that snowy night decades ago, tears streaming down her face now for a different reason. A melodic chime filled the air and echoed down the halls of UA High School, signaling the end of classes. Izuku shuffled down the pristine hallways wearily, his thoughts clouded with worry. Unnoticed by him, a certain gravity-defying girl was only a few meters back, planning to call out to him like she always did. Uraraka Ochako bounced with a skip in her step, a freshly unwrapped melon bread in her hands. "Ah, Midoriya-san," a girlish voice called out, interrupting Ochako and causing her to retreat behind a corner without even realizing why. "I got your message from Kendo-san. Can we talk?" Izuku turned to face none other than Shiozaki Ibara, the thorned-haired girl fidgeting nervously on the spot. He blinked at her for a moment, then he recalled how he'd left her and the kids in the dust yesterday when Coco snatched him up and jumped off into the horizon. Yeah, he probably had some explaining to do. The boy coughed, scratching the back of his head nervously as he looked around. Sure. Wanna walk with me, since we're both headed to the exit anyways? Very well. Shiozaki stammered, a faint tint of red dusting her cheeks. I have something to say. Meanwhile, Ochako was watching the scene play out from behind the corner with rapidly widening eyes. What's this? Deku-kun seems like he knows her. That girl had been blushing. Sure, it was slight, but it was there. And she has something to say to him? Don't tell me, is this a confession in progress? Ochako turned bright pink, then shook her head rapidly. Nah, it couldn't be, even if it was. Why'd I care, it's none of my business anyways. I mean, it's not like I. Salutations, Uraraka-san, Iida declared loudly from out of nowhere. Heading home, are we? Say, have you seen Midori? MPPHHPPHHH. The brunette had nearly jumped out of her skin at his sudden announcement, causing her to whirl around and slam her untouched melon bread into his open mouth. Beside him Ishido Mina and Hagakure Toru burst into laughter, shaking with unrestrained hilarity. What's with that, Ochako-chan? Mina giggled. I know Iida-kun may have scared you, but that was a little mean, don't you think? You shouldn't sneak up on people, Iida-kun. Hagakure chided, wagging an invisible finger at the taller boy. Look on the bright side, at least you got a free meal out of it. MMMMPPHH, Iida protested, his mouth full of delicious melon bread. Shish. Ochako held a finger to her lip frantically. Something's going on over there and I don't want to interrupt it. Hagakure asked, peeking around the corner. Oh, it's Midoriya-kun. And, a girl from Class 1B? What? Let me see. Mina followed her lead, peeking out as well. Hey, wait a minute. That girl. What's all this then? I don't know, I just saw them seconds ago. Maybe it's a confession. Mina muttered quietly to herself, thinking of what she had seen in the cafeteria earlier and the conversation she happened to overhear that morning. Unfortunately she wasn't quiet enough as three heads snapped about to face her with astonishing speed. Confession? Hagakure squealed, sounding absolutely delighted. See confession? Ochako gasped and turned bright red, then ghostly white. MPPH MPPH MPPHH. Iida yelled, his eyebrows rocketing into his hairline. Shish. Mina shushed them this time. It's just a hunch, but if that's really what's happening, I don't want to spoil it for them. Oh ho, now this is a scoop. Come on, we have to follow them and see what happens, Hagakure announced, puffing out her substantial chest proudly. Detective Hagakure is on the case. Wait, we shouldn't interfere, Ochako began. We're not gonna interfere, I'm just curious to see what happens, Mina called back. Me too. You can do it, Midoriya-kun, Hagakure whispered excitedly. The pink-haired girl then began to dart from cover to cover before Ochako could stop her, Hagakure quickly following suit. Ochako resisted the urge to smack herself in the forehead. What had she gotten herself into this time? Nevertheless, she too followed along. Iida glanced at the girls for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh and shrugging, joining them in their sneaky tactical maneuver. If you can't beat them, join them. Luckily for Izuku, the group trailing behind were keeping a good distance away, unable to fully hear what he and Shiozaki were discussing. Shiozaki-san, Izuku started. I'm sorry, Shiozaki blurted out sheepishly, causing the boy to blink in confusion. I'm the one who's sorry. Actually, no, I said some things that I shouldn't have. The green-haired girl admitted, glancing at her shoes nervously. For that, I owe you an apology. It's fine, really, it's not a big deal. I'm sorry for calling you a deviant. And a heathen. Shiozaki blushed. And one who consorts with beasts. You clearly had no control over the situation yesterday. I had my suspicions, and that girl that kidnapped you seemed a little too primal. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but was she one of those rare animals with quirks, or just a pervert? The former, he said quickly. He was actually a little impressed that she figured out Coco's true nature after observing her for only a few moments, just like he did. Thank goodness. If it were the latter, I thought she would have. The girl directed her gaze to the ground and refused to comment any further, though her face betrayed her less than pure thoughts. Done something lewd to you. Well, I'm sorry you had to see that. Izuku tried, hoping to lighten the mood. It worked somewhat, the girl giving him a sideways glance accompanied by a small sigh of relief. We were worried, you know. I tried telling a police officer what had happened. Izuku flinched internally, but he didn't really believe me, even with the eyewitness accounts from the kids. Looking back, I can see why one would think that it was some fantastical, made-up story. A young boy kidnapped by a wolf that could transform into a beautiful girl. How fairy-tale-esque. Naturally, I didn't tell anybody else. Her pretty acorn eyes turned to him, sparkling with curiosity. What happened after she grabbed you? I managed to get her to let me go, then I played with her for a while, Izuku mumbled. Played with her? The pure maiden stammered and turned red, clearly getting the wrong idea. Not remotely what I meant, he corrected hastily. I just rubbed her back and scratched her ears for her. I see. So where is the dog girl now? Her name's Coco. Well, her master is unavailable, so she's staying with me for now. Izuku half lied. For the record, I'm pretty certain the dog is her base form, so you don't have to worry about her streaking all over town. I'll make sure nothing like that happens. An animal with a quirk, huh? How extraordinarily rare. The teenage girl nodded at his answer, clasping her hands together in relief. This went much better than I thought. To be honest, I expected you to be someone shrouded in decadence and sin, but you seem to be a virtuous soul. It's good to see that my assumptions were wrong. Decadence and sin. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What? You know what I mean. No, I really don't, the boy said innocently. Anyways, I'm glad you're unharmed. Shiozaki turned to face him once they finally reached the school gates, giving him a polite bow. I'll be sure to tell the colors you're fine. Farewell, Midoriya-san. Thanks. Izuku fumbled, bowing awkwardly in return. Goodbye, Shiozaki-san. He silently cursed at himself for being so weird around girls again, watching her take the opposite route out of school. Well, that was one less loose end to worry about. Frankly, he was quite glad that the police didn't fully believe Shiozaki's story. He really didn't need more attention on the current situation at hand. Now he needed to get home and… one more thing, Midoriya-san. Izuku turned back to see Shiozaki deep in thought, her fingers twirling around one of her hair vines nervously. It would be nice if you could stop by the park sometime to see those kids, she called out. It'd put their minds at ease to see that you're alright. The green-haired boy blinked, then relaxed into a warm, friendly smile. I will. See you around, Shiozaki-san. To his surprise, she actually smiled back, her demure expression accompanied by a small wave as she departed. See you. With a small sigh, Izuku refocused on getting home. He just hoped everything was going to be alright. Ochako, Iida, Mina, and Hagakure popped out from behind their corner once both green-haired teenagers were out of sight. Nothing exciting happened. Hagakure sighed, clearly disappointed. What a letdown. On the contrary, detective, we weren't close enough to hear what they were saying, but I definitely heard something about kids, and how it'd be nice if he could stop by. Mina spread her arms out dramatically. Clearly this was a case of that girl seeking child support from Midoriya-kun. It appears that our poor cinnamon roll has a rocky past. CC child support? WWWWA? Ochako looked like she was about to faint, turning white as chalk. This means that Deku-kun. Ha wah 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 wah. Relax, Uraraka-chan. She's just joking, have you forgotten that we're all 15? Hagakure giggled. This isn't one of your shoujo manga, Mina-chan. At least come up with a more plausible conclusion. MPPH MPPH MMPH HHHHHMMMPPMMMH. A muffled voice offered sagely. You're still eating that, Iida-kun? I thought you were supposed to be a guy who's fast at everything. I'll have you know that I tend to eat slower so my body can break down food more efficiently. Iida paused to finish the last of his melon bread. Anyways, what I was trying to say was that they just look like normal friends to me. Even if Midoriya-kun has a love interest or not, it's none of our business. We shouldn't go poking around in his private life. I'm sorry, but I'm just too curious, Mina sighed, head bowed. Remember that curiosity killed the cat. Iida said curtly. I expect you two to respect Midoriya-kun's privacy. Alright? Don't go around spreading unnecessary gossip that could potentially harm his reputation. Yes, class president, Mina and Hagakure croused in unison, giggling to themselves. In the meantime, Ochako was doing her best to think rationally. This was the second time she saw Deku alone with a girl. That girl was from class 1B, and our two classes haven't exactly interacted with each other. And that ice queen from the other day. It can't be, right? Maybe Deku-kun was just that friendly. Why yeah, that's it. Ochako paused, then took a deep breath to calm down. I'm overthinking things. It's probably nothing, X. In the realm of dreams and old memories, 9 people gathered around a large circular table for a more civil discussion, but the atmosphere was much calmer now after Mimi let out all her bottled feelings and some time had passed. Misha had made everyone some tea using a strange metal container and a large teapot, most of the group sipping at the delicious beverage with thoughtful expressions. Aftermath was no longer the tall, imposing statue that stood behind its master, now in the form of a little doll that hung limply in Mimi's grip. The little girl seemed much calmer now, more logical like she usually was. Little did they know she was logical because she kept using her emotions to fuel Aftermath. Just like how Kiri fed on emotions. You know, I feel that we should be more freaked out and upset about this entire thing. Johnny muttered. I'm surprised we're actually taking this so well, and this is coming from the madman. Normally we would. But these are extraordinary times, Chen nodded, along with extraordinary circumstances. Anyways, Hiro sipped at his tea. Now that we've all calmed down, is it okay if we ask you a few questions? I'll answer to the best of my abilities. Mimi nodded, hugging her doll tightly. There are some things I don't know or still can't say, it's a precaution to reduce possible information leaks and subsequent unforeseen consequences. For example, I couldn't have told you that I was related to Midoriya Izuku due to the possibility that the current wielder would find out and not pass it to him. Certain parameters have to be followed, some things can't be said, and most information about other worlds was purposely kept from me. I see. Let's make this simple for all of us, shall we? Please summarize the situation in a way that all of us can understand. Speak as if you would to a dog. He glanced at Coco, who grinned brightly back at him with her head on the table. His eyes shifted to Nana. Or a small child. Oi. Nana grunted. Let's start with the basics. Mimi said. Firstly, the multiverse exists. What's a multiverse? Coco asked innocently. Can I eat it? No, you can't eat it. How do I put this simply? The little girl put a finger to her chin. There are multiple versions of Earth, alternate realities and universes. Some so similar to one another that you could spend a lifetime searching for any distinction. Others so radically different they defy comprehension. Constants and variables. For simplicity's sake, let's call my world, Earth 1, and yours, Earth 2. They are similar historically, but mine is further ahead by around a decade or 2. Maybe 3. Alternate. Nana let the word slowly escape from her mouth. Doesn't that already mean that this world will have a different future than yours? Were it so easy. The future that I'm hoping to prevent is… She paused, frowning. It's difficult to explain in words. I'll show you all my memories of that time later. The future, huh? And that of course means advanced technologies like human cloning, Chen remarked, looking rather interested. Don't count on it, the tech's still fucking garbage. Mimi gestured to her small body. Cloned bodies don't live very long due to rapid genetic degradation. If you really are a clone of young Midoriya from another world, Johnny interjected, squinting at her. Why are you a girl? You kinda look like him if I look really closely, but wouldn't a direct clone be an exact copy? It was to make me more docile. However, the original intent wasn't to clone Midoriya Izuku. Mimi admitted. It was an attempt to clone One for All. It was deemed that a female subject would be much easier to influence and control. The air went cold. For the power of One for All to fall into the wrong hands, the results would be disastrous. Kiri thought about that weird bird-faced creature that had no soul. Nomu. If what Mimi said was true, she was probably developed from the same type of research used to create that abomination. The girl had been originally created as a tool, just like that monster. She shook that thought out of her head quickly. Mimi was different, she was alive and full of emotion, her soul burning bright. You have white hair. New Masters is green, Coco observed. That's because I'm a defect. The cloning process was imperfect, heavily flawed and generally unreliable. It's why I look like an albino. Or perhaps that could be attributed to that other factor. Anyways, instead of their own copy of One for All, they got me. A defect with Izuku's original dormant quirk. Valkyrie. Hero breed. Yes. A variation of it, to be precise. Aftermath wordlessly marched forward to stand behind its master, mimicking her every move. Green energy ignited on both their hands, Mimi exhaling a tiny stream of flame. The fire aspect from the father's side of the family, combined with the projection aspect from the mother's side. But since I didn't have what they wanted, I was put to other use. She waved her hands and an image of her in the past appeared, her terrified expression reflected on the mirrored walls of the tiny pod she was stuffed in. Various wires and cables were linked to the little horns on the side of her head, the occasional jolt of electricity causing the poor girl to let out a whimper of pain. Her unseen eyes were glazed over, chasing phantom images as they darted around frantically. "This is," Hero whispered, covering his mouth with a horrified expression. "Mimi, I'm so sorry." "Don't be, it happened a long time ago." The girl turned back to the image of her past self. Project Antithesis. Known to the Hero Association later as Weapon M. What are they? Accelerated mental aging, conditioning and combat simulations using an organic neural interface. Wetware. The girl pointed to the two little horns on the side of her head. The techniques and fighting styles of the number 2 hero, Todoroki Shoto, and the number 3 hero, Bakugo Katsuki, downloaded directly into my brain. An attempt to turn me into a weapon to destroy Izuku using the techniques of the only 2 people that could even stand a chance of beating him. She let out a small sniff, seemingly not too bothered by the horrifying revelation she'd just told them. Didn't work, of course. I did however have a much easier time fighting the Hoth Endeavor since I already knew his moves. The surroundings were quiet for a scant few seconds until Nana's furious voice cut through the silence like a chainsaw. "Who did this to you?" "An organization known as the League of Villains. My world's version, anyways. We didn't have the black smoke guy or that weirdo with the severed hands." "So you came to protect Midoriya-kun from this League of Villains?" she asked. "Not just that." Mimi stretched out her hand, palm glowing with her signature green light. "It'll be easier to show you this part." An exchange of glances, then a unified nod. Now was a good time as any. They linked their hands with hers, one by one. Kiri placed her hand out as well. Mimi took a deep breath as she prepared to show them her memories that she kept from them for decades. "Okay," she exhaled. "Let me show you a glimpse of the world I came from." The surroundings blurred into a whirling dervish of colors and noise, shifting and twisting to form a broken landscape with an ivory tower that reached into the heavens. Everyone seemed to float within the memory while still seated at the table, like astral projections or how one would experience a dream. Her memory flashback was starting. Torrents of dark smoke and raging flames surrounded the tower like a veil of destruction. An aurora of undulating, ghostly green light spread across the horizon. The air was filled with countless black dots, strange energies crisscrossing and clashing between them. At first Kiri thought those dots were aircraft. No, not aircraft, people. Metahumans. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands of them. The most destructive battles seemed to be focused around the tower. Patchwork fleets of helicarriers and flying battleships of all shapes and sizes exchanging fire. A giant pillar-like structure hung in the air with dozens of gunports along its surface blazing, spitting fire and metal into its surroundings as it rotated ominously. A scene of war and mindless carnage. Hell on earth. "That's," Nana whispered, her eyes wide. "The Justice Guild's watchtower." Johnny paled, fists clenched. "In atmosphere." They watched helplessly as the watchtower detonated with a brilliant glow, creating a gargantuan orb over the horizon that swallowed the crowded battlefield below. A massive, crashing wave of ethereal light manifested from the impact point, consuming everything it touched. Those that could fly immediately took off, only to disappear as the blinding radiance engulfed them. Planes started falling out of the sky. The memory image shook as a titanic woman sprinted across the shattered land, batting away a group that had been attempting to attack the camera. She had to be at least 20 meters tall, the ground quaking with every step she took. A black costume with dark blue highlights hugged her hourglass figure, the symbol of a crown on the left side of her chest. "That's Mount Lady," Kiri thought. "Wait, her costume is different. Different color scheme, no horns, black hair. An alternate version from Mimi's world." Then the woman turned to face them, her dark hair shifting and exposing her face. Kiri had to stop herself from gasping. For that Mount Lady looked exactly like her adult form, except she wasn't Snow White. The similarity did not go unnoticed as a few heads turned to face her, then quickly snapped back to the memory. Zenith! Her doppelganger roared, stomping into the ground with an earth-shaking boom. Get her out of here. No, the memory of Mimi's voice wailed, the image shifting unsteadily as she got to her feet. Don't leave me. A metallic arm encircled Mimi's waist, spinning her around to face another woman with pink hair. She had an intricate silver mask that covered the left side of her face, a visor shaped like a lighting bulb where her eye should have been. Her golden right pupil was in the peculiar shape of a crosshair. Kiri recognized this one, for she had seen her when she was waiting for Izuku outside the school gates. Hatsume Mei. Or rather, her older alternate world counterpart. Let me go, Mimi screamed, struggling against Hatsume's iron grip as her emotions clouded her judgment. You. Ingenium. The giant woman howled, a sweep of her arm smashing a trio of opponents out of the sky. A streak of white lightning tore across the battlefield, speeding to her aid and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Ingenium was a literal blur, and when he paused he was vibrating so fast that his features couldn't be discerned. Speed in the shape of a man. Together, the two pro-heroes defended Mimi and Hatsume, the latter's fingers flying across a holographic interface frantically. Her silver left arm shifted and flowed into a cannon, beams of arcing pink energy erupting from the prosthetic. The ravenous wave of energy from the watchtower's explosion was approaching rapidly, consuming everything it touched. A helicarrier tried to ascend out of its path only to be ensnared by glowing tendrils from the wave, dragging the massive airship down into the blinding abyss. Calculations complete, coordinates locked, Hatsume yelled, gripping onto her tighter door. Crackling energy and pink lightning filled the air, space itself seeming to warp and twist in impossible ways. There was the unmistakable whoosh of air as a shuddering, unstable rectangle of rainbow light manifested behind them. A door. Remember. Ingenium stopped for a moment to speak, his voice heavily distorted. Every sec cc cond is a GGGG gift. Make it count. I'm sorry Mimi, but the door's not gonna take more than 2 so we're staying. You turned back with a sorrowful smile as the light got stronger. No matter what you thought, I loved you like you were my own. Always have and always will. Be good, okay? Uncle Tenya. Mimi sobbed as Hatsume began stepping through the portal, tears flowing from the woman's remaining good eye as well. You. Don't look back. You grinned fearlessly despite the all-consuming wave at her back. Keep moving forward. There was a blinding flash and the memory shifted and flowed to a different time, a different place. Hatsume Mei was tending to pillar of electronics and wiring, silver tentacles extending from her back and helping her multitask. The woman seemed to be deep in thought, eyes scanning multiple screens. Heisenberg equations have been accounted for with a fluctuating 2.86777% chance of error. The multiverse is still beyond my understanding, even if I can look into it. I can't place you in a specific time in Earth 2, only in that exact time period. Hatsume hummed, pushing her goggles up to her forehead as she turned around. She still had that strange silver material that covered her left eye like an eye patch, some sort of prosthetic. It'll be decades before he is born, and even that is a prediction. You'll have to become a part of One for All to be with him again, and even then this plan is excruciatingly risky. The woman shook her head, wiping the sweat off her brow. Even with the prediction algorithm, there are uncertainties. That's why it's called a prediction. We can only make probability-based guesses. Looking at the data of other worlds and cross-referencing with our own can help inform our guesses at how things could happen, but ultimately there's really nothing set in stone. Are you absolutely sure? The perspective moved up and down as Mimi nodded. Yes. You're so stubborn, just like he was. Hatsume smiled sadly. You know there's no coming back from this, right? Even my tech isn't advanced enough. Give me a decade and I might be able to. It's fine. I don't have much time left, anyways. Mimi glanced down at her hands. I doubt I have even 5 years left in me. Consider this my last wish. You don't have to do this. If it means meeting him again, I'll do anything. Even if it won't really be him. Another version of Midoriya Izuku. Another Earth. There's no guarantee he'll be the same, even if his existence is guaranteed because of Earth Prime. We can't account for all those factors over that much time without some degree of error or uncertainty. Approximately 90 years, Mimi. Are you willing to wait that long? Yes. Hatsume sighed, then rubbed Mimi's head gently. You really do love him, don't you? Of course I do. Mimi sniffed. He's my papa. Yes, the pink-haired woman whispered, he was. The memory shifted one final time, this time to a circular room that held an archway in the center. Hatsume knelt down, a sorrowful smile on her face. This is it then. No going back. Yeah. Remember what you have to do. Save Isaka Taiga. The ancestor with the projection quirk. Retrieve one for all and transfer it to someone matching the criteria. Use Izuku's dormant projection quirk to manifest yourself. Once these 3 steps are completed, you can meet him again. You can stop all this from happening on that world if you save him. What if, Mimi shivered. What if he doesn't have any dormant quirk? What if I mess up somewhere? Analysis of Earth 1 and Earth 2's extreme correlation indicates that he will, with a 99.999% certainty. Plus, you already know the location of the third wielder. As for him receiving one for all, I predicted a 97.888% chance of success. Believe in yourself, dear. They were quiet for a moment, until Mimi suddenly ran into Hatsume and engulfed her in a tight hug. The smaller girl's hands were shivering as the woman hugged her right back. I'm scared. So am I. Are you sure you want to do this? You could. Hatsume hesitated. You could stay here, with me. Mimi looked up at her, lip trembling and eyes shimmering. You could stay with me in this doomed world, or you can fly free. To a better place. It's obvious which is the superior choice, isn't it? The woman choked. You poor, sweet thing. I wish there was a better way, another way to fix you or something, anything, but there isn't. The only way you can truly meet Izuku again is to put your entire soul into one for all and hope that you'll be reunited again. An utterly reckless plan so full of contradictions and risks and, I'm so sorry, I wish I could have done better. Don't be. The girl sniffed, her grip tightening. You're the second best thing that ever happened to me. The two held each other tight for what seemed like hours, crying softly into each other. Neon circuits glowed along the entire length of the room, culminating in that archway and snaking across its surface. Crackling energy began to form inside the arch, the very fabric of space beginning to warp. Door. Space warped and twisted like oil on water the moment that she spoke the activation keyword, rainbow energy coalescing into a shuddering rectangular door that hung in the air. The lights dimmed as the entire facility's power got diverted into holding the portal open. Whatever you do from here onwards is your choice. You're no longer bound by duty, morality, or even life itself. Hatsume whispered. So what will you do, Mimi? The girl looked right back, a gleam of confidence within her tear-filled eyes. A small, sad smile was etched on her face as she said those words. I will keep moving forward. She swept Mimi's hair aside gently and kissed her on the forehead, like how a mother would do to her child. The girl closed her eyes, taking deep, shaking breaths. They both knew it was time to say goodbye. I love you, Midoriya Izumi. Hatsume whispered. One last hug before she went. You really have grown up. I love you too, Mei. Thank you for everything. Mimi hugged her tight, and when she let go, it was like she was leaving a part of herself behind. Her fingers seemed to disobey her, clinging on until the very last moment. She felt something trickle down her face. Goodbye. Goodbye. Time flows differently between our two worlds, so perhaps one day, no matter how infinitesimal the chances might be. The woman let the tears flow down her cheeks freely. She clutched at her chest, fingers digging into the fabric. Hatsume smiled at her, lips trembling. Perhaps one day we will meet again. There was a flash of blinding rainbow light as Mimi walked into the great unknown, the memory ending with a soft rustle of wind. There was a long silence as everyone slowly acclimatized themselves. Nana was the first to speak, still looking a little confused at the whole situation. Mimi quickly wiped her face when she thought no one was looking, but Kiri saw her do it. So that's it then? Your plan was to dimension hop, retrieve one for all, pass it on to someone that matched your criteria and hope that it got to Midoriya Izuku over the span of 9 decades? She asked incredulously. It worked, didn't it? Mimi retorted, before grimacing a bit, mostly. That's a convoluted plan if I ever saw one. Hiro admitted. I think I'm going to have to replay this memory later to make sense of all this. Look, I didn't have much of a choice left since my cloned body was dying. To be fair, I'm probably the only one that could pull this plan off since my quirk is a variation of Izuku's, Valkyrie. I planned to access it with my aftermath simply by tuning into the correct psychic wavelength, which would have allowed me to manifest correctly and fight alongside Izuku if somebody, her eyes flickered towards Nana briefly, hadn't jacked my connection. But I'll be honest, being together with Izuku is my primary goal. Preventing that dark future and the end of the world is secondary. 2 birds, 1 stone. The tinker who sent you here, Hatsume Mei. Misha grunted, scratching his beard. Helped you. Made plan and portal. She was genius. She was. Mimi stared at him for a moment then looked away guiltily, looking like she was hiding something. She was one of the most brilliant people on the planet. Took care of me. I wouldn't have made it here without her. That woman with the gigantification quirk. Hiro stated curiously. Who is she? She looked just like Kiri-chan. Yu Takayama. Earth One's Mount Lady. She loved Izuku. Now their relationship will never be. But perhaps her love took on. Mimi glanced at Kiri, who was munching on a biscuit as she listened. A different form in this world. One of familial love. The silver tower that reached into the sky. Chen scowled. Endymion? Mimi shook her head. Babel, not the same one you fought for during the Solar Wars. Zenith created another orbital elevator too. She clamped a hand over her mouth before slowly releasing it. Like I said before, there's some things that she told me not to reveal in order to keep butterfly effects to a minimum, sorry. My turn. What the hell happened to my watchtower? Johnny sputtered, looking furious. On Earth 1 a new one was made after the old one got blown up in orbit. Made by the Justice Lords, who were different from your Justice Guild. She answered, very different. So that's going to happen here? Hiro asked cautiously. A war? Not just war. Armageddon. It's what will happen if all hope is lost. Mimi sniffed. The planet was. That's all I can say for now. How could this happen? Misha rumbled. Well, the little girl coughed. Do you know what the Quirk singularity is? It's a theory regarding human evolution and the nature of quirks, right? Nana said. Yeah. As the generations pass, quirks will continue mixing together and deepen. They'll get stronger and more complicated, to the point where nobody will be able to control them anymore. Mimi's gaze roamed over everyone present. Earth 1 is much further ahead, but even with all our advancements we could not stop human nature. She was met with stares of incredulity. Most of them already knew about the Quirk singularity as they paid close attention to the outside world, having seen its effects firsthand throughout the ages. Quirks were getting stronger, but to think that they would cause the end of the world, that was difficult to accept. Everyone else murmured to each other and considered what she just said. So you're saying that the Quirk singularity will cause the end of the world? Nana asked skeptically. Not the cause of it. More like it's one of the main contributing factors that led to an all-out war that engulfed the entire planet, which then led to the end of the world. As long as people are being born, the Quirk singularity cannot, and will not be stopped. All we can do is cushion the blow by ensuring that the people still have hope. The easiest way to ensure that is, well, a symbol. On my world Izuku is that symbol. The one thing that held the world together. End of the world. Johnny swore under his breath, grumbling. Shit. I'm still having trouble believing all this. Just look at One for All, it's the perfect example of things to come. See how each successive version gets stronger and stronger. One day there'll be a point where the power is too much for any user to handle. You can already see it happening in Izuku. It's breaking his bones because he's still not strong enough to use it properly. Mimi cleared her throat. But I digress. Call it whatever you want. Ragnarok, Armageddon, Judgment Day, Twilight of the Gods. Things just get foobar. Misha hummed. But how does more powerful quirks lead to big war? With power came arrogance, and the belief that might makes right. As quirks became stronger, so did inequality. Those blessed with strong quirks misused their power, and others rose up to oppose them. With prior factors such as an exploding population and dwindling resources, our civilization fragmented into neo-barbarism. Uprising. Discord. Hatred. Earth 1 was trapped in a wheel of blood that spun too fast to stop. The original reason for fighting was forgotten, with grudges and resentment piling up endlessly with no end in sight. Mimi took a moment to catch her breath. People forgot what it meant to be a hero. The girl spat, her voice tinged with anger. The newer, so-called heroes of the next generation no longer fought for justice, but rather for their own causes and self-interests. They were out of control and fought with abandon. The older generation of true heroes led by Izuku were unable to control them, let alone stop them. Things only got worse when we. Her breath hitched for a moment, arms tightening around her little doll. When we lost him. With the loss of our symbol of hope, chaos broke loose. No hope. Everyone started to use their quirks without any regard for the law, either to defend themselves and others or for their own benefit, perceiving that what they were doing was right in accordance with their own twisted ideals. Thus, an age of vigilantes arrived and the conflict reached a new level of fucked. Mimi shuddered. Can you imagine it? Anarchy in the streets. People just doing whatever the hell they wanted to with their powers. Societal decline was in full swing before. Now it practically collapsed overnight. If everyone was allowed to do as they pleased with their quirks, the world would quickly descend into chaos. Nana whispered. That's exactly why quirks are restrained and heavily regulated. To think that something like that could happen, it's horrifying. Horrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. To quote Destro. Society is a prison. We could be gods. Mimi shook her head. Well, guess what? They fucking did it. Humanity tore down their prison and became the gods they so wanted to be. Their arrogance and hubris cast them out into chaos. Divine punishment? Maybe. In the end we were just animals squabbling in the dirt. Mimi looked right at her counterpart, matching her gaze. Humanity lost its way, and paid the ultimate price. At least now we know why you're here. To reunite with young Midoriya and protect him from whatever comes his way, Hiro muttered. Pretty much, she confirmed. There must always be a symbol, someone that people can look up to. Johnny raised an eyebrow. The rest of the heroes couldn't reassure society? No, there were complications I'd rather not reveal for fear of the same happening here. All you need to know is that if society loses hope in heroes we will be hurtling. She retrieved a biscuit and popped it into her mouth, munching slowly, towards the abyss. There's something I've been meaning to ask, Hiro hummed in thought. How did the people on your world know that you could interface with Midoriya-kun's dormant quirk, and how did they know if it even existed in the first place? Seems like a bit of a stretch to me. I'm his clone, remember? Aftermath's a variation of Valkyrie, but they basically work the same way. It's how I opened the doorway back at USJ. Now Kiri-chan probably knows how to do it as well. Mimi lifted the doll-sized Aftermath in her small hands, wiggling him around a bit. To answer your second question. Mimi glanced at the glowing golden orb above Nana's shoulder. All Might. She whispered. Nana raised an eyebrow. What does Toshinori have to do with this? Earth One's All Might, or rather, his phantom appeared to help Izuku in one of his most critical moments. Mimi said. Through further research it was deduced that a dormant quirk of his had tapped into One for All instinctively, allowing for a temporary manifestation of All Might to come to his aid. I realized I could do the same, if I became part of One for All. It was my last chance to be with him again. Hatsume and I integrated these factors into our plan. All Might, huh, Nana whispered. Incidentally, Earth One's One for All had an entirely different set of wielders. The girl remarked helpfully. I identified Chen as a candidate whilst I was running counterintelligence operations, after retrieving One for All from Coco to throw off All for One's informants. Yes, you mentioned Nana didn't exist. Who was the one that passed it to All Might, then? Hiro mumbled. I dunno. Mimi shrugged, looking truly stumped, some old baldy. Misha? Hey. Some different old baldy. I see, and for you to be here among our ranks means that you died, of course. Chen questioned, stern as ever. You would even give your life to be with him again? I didn't have much of it left, anyway. Like I said before, clones don't live very long. Mimi admitted. Remember how my physical body died the moment I transferred One for All to you? Forced it upon me, you mean? I couldn't exactly forget. Even though you were my nemesis at the time, I did my best to revive you after realizing that your true form was a child. Don't worry, I left behind an empty shell. I put my entire consciousness into the transfer. My entire soul left my body and entered One for All. And yes, I didn't know I could do that. It's similar to how I can shunt a portion of my consciousness into Aftermath to control him at long range. Only this time I put everything into you. So how old are you, really, mentally? I think I'm supposed to be 18 or 19. I don't know how long I spent in the simulation. The little girl squirmed on the spot. I don't really know how old I am physically either, but my cloned body came with a slew of genetic defects, including poor health and the inability to age properly. As for the hair. Mimi fidgeted with a snow-white lock of hair. Well, we couldn't exactly determine if this was a genetic defect or another sign of what's coming. Several eyebrows were raised at that statement. Albinism and white hair was seen to be a symptom of the quirk singularity. Hatsume Mei's research observed that albino children were significantly more likely to have dangerously unstable or even mutated quirks that diverge from the family line. In other words, abnormalities. Hey, if this Hatsume person had access to the multiverse, why choose this particular world? More importantly, can the method to traverse between worlds be reverse engineered? Johnny asked curiously. We can only travel to the nearest world, and even then the requirements and restrictions to do so were monumental to say in the least. As far as I know, the way to open doors to other universes isn't possible at the moment. The Bifrost device we used requires a myriad of exotic particles and tech that haven't been invented in this world yet. It actually used to be just an experimental teleporter. She shook her head. The Hatsume Mei of Earth One is probably the only who's got the tech and the brains to do it. Exotic particles? Tachyons and shit, I dunno. I'm not exactly the science type. Coco raised her paw tentatively. Yes, Coco? I still don't get it, Juan. Mimi sighed. To summarize, I came here to meet with Izuku and protect him from any and all threats, just as he protected me. This world was predicted to ultimately reach destruction if Izuku dies, because then there'd be no one for all, and no symbol, kaboom, just like on Earth 1. The end. I am here to prevent that end from happening here on Earth 2. Do you get it now? Oh. Then all we have to do, the dog girl gave her a big, happy grin, is to protect new master. That's what I've been trying to say and do, Mimi sighed in exasperation. Hiro made a complicated face. So it's fate? It's his destiny to wield one for all? I don't know if something as occult as destiny exists, but there's clearly some form of cause and effect at work. She mumbled, touching her fingertips together. Personally, I prefer to place my faith in constants and variables. I've only got one final question to ask. Johnny cleared his throat. So, what do we do now? A short silence befell the group as they each considered what to say next. In the end they didn't have to, for a unanimous decision was already on their minds. Well, the first wielder sighed, looking around the table and seeing collective nods. It's obvious, isn't it? Mom, I'm home. Izuku closed the front door and flicked on the lights, assuming his mother was still outside for grocery shopping or one of her errands. He took off his signature red shoes, wondering if his little sister had slept through the entire day. Kiri, are you there? He called gently, wandering towards the kitchen. She wasn't there. Maybe she really was still asleep. The boy quietly headed to his room, opening the door very gently. He shouldn't have bothered, because they were already there waiting for him. His sister stood in the center of the room, facing another little girl with long ivory hair and dressed in a dark, tattered cloak. Izuku realized who she was, an expression of shock forming on his features upon seeing her. There was a blur of movement as Mimi flinched, scurrying behind the other girl and peeking out with a frightened, doe-eyed gaze. Time seemed to slow, Izuku gulping as he remembered the battle that he saw through Kiri's eyes yesterday. This girl, Mimi, she was a far cry from the terrifying aftermath that had annihilated most of the forest yesterday. That being had been intimidating, ominous and overwhelming. The child he saw before him now was hesitant, lost, and afraid. Izuku realized with more than a little confusion that she was more afraid of him than he was of her. This tiny girl had gone toe-to-toe with the number 2 hero and the number 1 vigilante. And yet she was shaking in her shoes before him, terrified of what he would think of her. Kiri nudged her counterpart gently, who responded with a nervous nod of her head. Izuku thought for a moment, then calmed himself and went down on one knee, lowering himself to match their height. The little girl took a step back, uncertain at first, but she slowly inched her way towards him. A steady hand extended towards her, the boy watching as her small, trembling fingers brushed against his disbelievingly, almost as if to confirm he was real. Then she pressed her forehead against his. A rainbow kaleidoscope of color and noise met his senses, Mimi using the same type of memory sharing that Kiri utilized during their first meeting. There, Izuku saw what had transpired earlier within his mind. Mimi revealing her true nature to everyone, her convoluted plan, her relation to him, or rather, her relation to a Midoriya Izuku from another world. The events that took almost an entire day compressed into a convenient memory package for him to understand. A look of realization came over him, the boy too overwhelmed to even speak as his brain processed what was going on. This girl, she was. Mimi shied away, glancing towards the ground timidly. In the background Kiri watched quietly, not wanting to spoil the moment. I want you to know that, she began, her voice a trembling cadence. I'm not a good person. I'm selfish, I get angry easily, I curse and swear like a sailor. I fought heroes and villains alike, broke the law and brought it to its knees. I'm ashamed of some of the things I've done, things that still haunt me to this day. I was willing to alter the path that this world would undergo just to meet you. And I know you're not really him, but. The girl blinked, tears beating at the corner of her eyes. I've dreamt of this moment for so long, but the words just won't come out, she whispered. All I want to say is that I. Izuku was patient, opting to let her take her time. She had gone through much to be here. I love you, Papa. Mimi said, her breathtaking emerald gaze meeting his own. And I'll understand if, she glanced at Kiri for a moment, lip quivering and blinking away her tears. If I am unneeded here. There was silence as her gaze met the ground, waiting for his answer like the accused before a supreme court. Just waiting for his judgment, for the axe to fall or for her salvation. Izuku was frozen in the moment, thunderstruck as he considered what he'd just seen in those transferred memories. The existence of other worlds. The revelation that Mimi was his clone. The death of his otherworld counterpart. Armageddon. Dimension hopping. A complicated plan that spanned nearly a century. It was so much to take in, too much for one 15-year-old boy to digest in such a short amount of time. But that wasn't what truly mattered to him now. Izuku's mind is numb, so he thinks with his heart. Reaching out, he embraced the girl with both arms and hugged her tightly. She let out a gasp and he found tears streaking down his own cheeks at what hardships she must have endured, all in the hopes of just meeting him again. What he saw before him was someone who needed help, terrified that she wouldn't be accepted. He pulled back slightly to get a good look at her, the girl already beginning to cry as great teardrops ran down her face. His emotions surged like waves crashing against rocks, a dozen different feelings rising to the surface. Izuku did his best to smile warmly, finding a face that looked very much like his, beautiful green eyes that reflected his own, glistening like polished jewels. "Stay here, Mimi. With me. With us. After all, we're family, aren't we? Family sticks together." He smiled, voice cracking slightly. I don't know what to say, it must have been so difficult for you, you poor thing. Papa." Mimi sobbed tears of relief, shaking in his arms as she began to return the hug and crying into his chest. Kiri got closer to her, rubbing the other girl on the back lightly. "I've waited for so long, please don't let this be a dream again. Everything's going to be okay now." Izuku hugged both children tightly, acknowledging them as his own family. "I am here." The sunset of Musutafu City was a sight to behold, warm evening light cascading down onto the street below like a curtain of gold. Bubaigawara Jin took another drag from his cigarette, feeling the smooth burn make its way into his lungs. What drew his attention was a young girl walking down that same street with her father, her excited chattering climbing up to his apartment and assaulting his ears. Jin ran a thumb along the scar on his forehead, grimacing slightly. Ever since the accident everything seemed to contrast and fluctuate like ocean waves. His thoughts shifted and flowed as he watched the pair go, a strange pressure that pressed against his skull before quickly disappearing. For a moment he was reminded of the annoying little neighbor girl that used to disturb him. At least she could be quiet. He wondered how she was doing nowadays, hoping that she was all right. A rare coherent thought of genuine goodwill in that scrambled mind of his. An incessant ringing began filling the air, sending another dull wave of pressure into his head. Jin fumbled around for his mask while he picked up the phone, the dark holes of the cheap plastic receiver drinking in his smoky breath. "Hello," he rasped. "Yo, Jin-san. It's Jiren. Haven't heard from you in quite a while, how ya doing?" "I'm okay. I'm not okay. What's up?" There was several thumps as Jin continued looking. "Have you watched the news recently? Been a wild week, huh?" He could almost imagine the smirk on the caller's face. "More importantly, did you hear about the attack on UA's USJ facility? The one that failed spectacularly. Shame. What of it?" "Well, you remember Shigaraki, right? Pale skin, lots of hands? He was the one leading the operation." "Ol' Shiggy Diggy. Yeah, I remember." "No, I don't remember." Jin smacked his temple angrily. "What, did he get himself captured?" "No, nothing like that. Wisey, the thing is, with everything going on we'll be needing some capable people to work together with him. Times are changing, Jin-san." Jiren chuckled. "Want to be part of this great change? I'd rather you get to the point. I'm a little busy right now." "No, I'm not busy." That last part prompted Jin to begin looking harder, the pulsing pressure against his skull increasing by the second. "Shut up. We're putting together a team." Jiren continued on, unperturbed. "A vanguard, of sorts. A man of your many talents would be invaluable to our cause, you see." "A team, huh?" Jin finally found his mask, quickly pulling the monochrome fabric down over his face. He took a moment to breathe and consider the offer before shrugging. "Why the hell not? We're all maniacs who have no place to belong or call home. Might as well strike up some camaraderie with you lunatics, yeah?" "Excellent." Jiren cackled, the sound of scribbling audible in the background. "We'll be in touch, Jin-san. Perhaps sooner than you think." Only one issue. Don't call me by my real name when we're out there doing crazy shit." He gazed upon a mirror, finding the cracked reflection of a black and gray visage staring back at him. "Call me twice." Chapter 7 End. 1566 Chapter 8. Step by Step. Chapter 8. There was the clink of glass on metal as Izuku set down the plates he was holding onto the dinner table, presenting his two little sisters with a pair of strawberry jam sandwiches served alongside warm tea. Leaning back into his chair, the boy tried to calm his thoughts to the best of his abilities. Things were happening way too fast ever since that night Kiri had appeared. He wasn't exactly sure how to feel about this entire thing. He could barely even believe all this was real. Frankly, Izuku was pretty sure he was supposed to be terrified of the death of his dimensional counterpart, and a whole new mantle of responsibility thrust upon his shoulders. A new little sister to take care of, as well. Sisters, huh? Realistically speaking, he barely even knew them, and yet he found himself genuinely caring for the two girls sitting across him. Was it some form of guilt or misguided sense of responsibility that had him feeling this way? He pondered that thought for a moment, eyeing the two girls carefully. A memory of himself as a child drifted across his mind, all alone in an empty house. Perhaps he didn't want them to feel the same aching loneliness that he did so many years ago. For two people that had been fighting to the death yesterday, they seemed to be getting along pretty well, munching on the sandwiches he'd made hungrily. He noted how their mannerisms also seemed to be opposites of each other. Kiri was gobbling down her sandwich in big bites, seemingly trying to eat as fast as possible, while Mimi was taking small nibbles, almost as if she was trying to conserve her food. The boy smiled warmly at the sight before cold reality snapped him back into his thoughts. How in the world was he going to tell his mom about this? Stifling a groan, Izuku leaned back in his chair once more. To tell her of Mimi's true origins required him informing her about the quirk All Might had bestowed upon him. His biggest fear right now was of dragging his mother into the entire debacle with One for All, something that he deemed utterly unacceptable. If All Might's enemies somehow found out about the existence of One for All and his role as its inheritor, there was the terrifying possibility that she could get hurt in the ensuing crossfire. He ultimately decided not to tell her about One for All for now. Maybe he would reveal it to her in the future when things were more stable. Another deception atop his already growing pile of lies. Guilt flooded through him. The boy trying to reason to himself that this was to protect his family, but deep down, he wasn't sure what was the right course of action. Are you alright? A small voice asked from across the table. Izuku felt himself calming down, cracking his eyes open to give his new sister-daughter a small smile. I'm fine. It's just a lot to take in. Mimi nodded and glanced at her sandwich guiltily. He'd pretty much gotten used to Kiri after a few days, and now he'd probably have to dedicate some time to get to know Mimi better as well. Reaching across the table, Izuku ruffled her snow-white hair, eliciting a surprised squeak from the girl. It was soft and fluffy like the fur of a bunny. The exact same texture that he got from feeling his own hair. You don't have to feel bad about anything, okay? He beamed, smiling to encourage her. I'll just need some time to, well, get used to this. Also, the two of you should also lay low and rest for a few days. The girls nodded in unison, knowing that it was for the best. Tell you what, we'll go get some ice cream soon, okay? It'll be a good opportunity to learn more about you, Mimi. Ice cream, Kiri said excitedly, eyes lighting up at the mention of the frozen delicacy. Oh okay, Papa. I'd like to learn about you too. Mimi stammered. I should probably call you something else, right? You can call me whatever you like, I don't really mind, Izuku said cluelessly, too innocent to see a problem with how she was addressing him. You don't? Okay, how about? A little frown decorated her features. A hand raised to the girl's chin as she thought hard. Aniki. I'll call you, Aniki, so you'll be like my big B brother. Sounds good to me, he grinned, as long as you're happy. The two sisters cupped their mugs with both hands, gingerly sipping at their warm tea. Izuku hummed to himself, feeling a strange sense of brotherly love for the pair. They were similar, yet different in their own unique ways. How curious. He could see how their features clearly resembled his when he looked closely, but oddly enough, neither of them had his freckles, just like his parents. Perhaps that trait tended to skip a generation. The smile slipped off Izuku's face when the rattling of keys reached his ears, followed by the sharp clack of the front door opening. His mother had returned from her grocery shopping sooner than he'd expected, and he still hadn't thought of a way to explain the situation. Rising panic welled up within him as Inko made her way into the kitchen, two large grocery bags in her arms. I'm back, Izuku, Kiri-chan. Are you hungry? I'll be making dinner now. Inko's sentence was cut short when she peered over the bags, eyes widening. Izuku bit down on a scream that threatened to explode from his throat, his heart temporarily forgetting that it was supposed to beat. Oh, who's this, Kiri-chan? The woman laughed, putting down her cargo and smiling at the newcomer in her kitchen. Did you make a new friend? Yeah, Kiri said enthusiastically, not fully understanding the severity of the situation. She's Mimi. How sweet. Hello, Mimi-chan. Inko gushed, the child blinking in surprise and not sure how to react. She turned to Izuku, her tone teasing. Why didn't you tell me Kiri-chan had brought a friend for dinner? I would have bought more snacks or something. Izuku managed. She's my new sister, Kiri said, her cheek pressing against the other girl's in a warm hug. A few awkward seconds ticked by, Izuku just waiting for the bomb to drop. Technically it already did, but Inko had frozen on the spot like a mannequin, stiffening at that little comment. The boy had the privilege of watching his mother's face change like the phases of the moon. Starting from blank confusion to rising trepidation, and finally shocked realization. Izuku, is she? Inko's eyes flickered towards the little white-haired girl, eyes as wide as dinner plates. Did you? Why yeah. Mom, meet Midoriya Izumi. She goes by Mimi, Izuku stammered, doing his best not to panic. Hi, Obaa-chan. Mimi blurted out awkwardly, managing a shy little wave. Inko stared at her for a few moments, her jaw hanging open slightly as her brain contemplated what she'd just heard. The woman's eyes rolled backwards as she fainted only a second later, the two sisters darting forward and catching her simultaneously before Izuku could even take a step. This felt familiar. Squaring his shoulders, the boy helped them place his mom on the family couch before turning to the grocery bags. He supposed he would have to make dinner in her place today. It was a little later when Inko awoke drowsily, looking around with a tired yawn. She rubbed at her eyes, groaning when she checked her watch. Izuku, sorry, I must have fallen asleep. The woman slurred, shambling into the kitchen. I'll be making dinner now. Her sentence trailed off as she saw the two children seated at her dinner table, a large selection of inviting dishes with fragrant aromas permeating the air. The two children peered at the food hungrily as Izuku waved for his mother to come over, Inko taking her seat across the sisters with a bewildered expression. Hey, Mom. Izuku served one final dish, sitting down beside her. Are you feeling better? Yeah, Inko stammered, her eyes roaming across the table and onto Mimi, who seemed to squirm under her gaze. I'm just fine. Mimi, was it? Yes, ma'am. The girl mewed timidly while her gaze flickered between the older woman and the table, all sense of bravado and confidence disappearing in the face of this new situation. Inko watched her closely, Izuku not daring to breathe as she did so. The moment passed and Inko sighed, reaching over to pile a selection of food onto Mimi's plate. The girl looked up in confusion, finding a kind, motherly smile directed at her. Welcome to the family, Inko said warmly, it's very nice to meet you. Pale cheeks turned pink, Mimi nodding and accepting the plate slowly, thanks. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief until his mother's gaze snapped towards him, eyes narrowed. To his credit, he managed to give her a nervous smile in response before she exhaled slowly, in spoken words between them promising that this wasn't over. Dinner was a rather quick affair with 2 more mouths to feed. Surprisingly, Inko hadn't questioned about the elephant in the room, how Mimi came out of absolutely nowhere. She had, however, sent a few suspicious looks his way and highlighted how they would talk about this tomorrow. After he sent the children to bed, Izuku began washing the dishes slowly, contemplating everything that he'd been through the past week. It was almost like a dream, or the plot of some comic book. But it was real, and definitely happening. Izuku felt the crushing weight of responsibility on his shoulders. As All Might's successor, he already knew that the journey ahead would be brutal, arduous. He had big shoes to fill, after all. But now, Mimi's words echoed in his mind. Symbol of hope. My hero. Cold, icy fear and self-doubt lanced through his chest. How could he be worthy of such a title? He wasn't anything special, not a chosen one, not a confident main character. He was just him. Little Midoriya Izuku. Over 10 years of bullying had left its mark, the words of his once best friend cutting into him like knives. Useless. Weak. Loser. Nobody. Coward. Deku. Izuku's hands stopped moving, the dishwater beneath stilling. His visage was reflected in the water's surface. A baby-faced, innocent, plain-looking boy staring back at him. He was still a child himself. How could someone like him raise 2 children, let alone bring hope to others? Then there was also the issue of Mimi. He feared he wouldn't live up to her expectations, that he would disappoint her. Disappoint them both. He felt his teeth clench in anxiety, fingers tightening. How could someone like him? There was a soft shuffling behind him that caused Izuku to jolt, head swiveling around to find his mother standing in the doorway. I thought you went to bed early, he mumbled. Couldn't sleep, she replied and rubbed her eyes a little. You know why? Inko strode up beside him wordlessly, rolling up her sleeves as she too began to wash the dishes alongside him. They stood like that for quite a while, focusing quietly on the mundane task. The food today was great, Inko began. Your cooking skills have gotten better. Must have picked something up from all those videos I saw online. Izuku answered absent-mindedly. Not that I'll ever match you, Mom. Hey, Inko snorted, holding back a chuckle. You said it, not me. A heavy silence plagued the next few minutes. So, she said quietly, another one? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but it was as if the breath caught in his throat. The words, mistake, and accident, floated across his mind for a mere instant, and his grip around the plates tightened. No, he refused to call Mimi any of that. Not with what she'd gone through in the past. Not when he too was once addressed as such. She appeared out of nowhere, yes. Izuku started, glancing into the soapy water. But she needed help and I couldn't just leave her, Mom. He turned to her, eyes glimmering and fearing her answer. From the bottom of my heart, I feel a need to care for her. For both of them. I know it sounds absurd to just care for someone I've just met, but His mother gave him that look, that indescribable look which all mothers gave their sons at some point of their life. Izuku shut up immediately, waiting for her to speak. Her vision seemed to glaze over with nostalgia and long-forgotten emotions, sighing to herself. I'll be honest, I'm worried about you. All these things that have been happening. Your Quirk suddenly developing, a long-lost sister and now, a new one. These events just keep occurring one after the other. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Izuku gulped. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Her voice was soft, trembling. Before you ask, call it a mother's intuition. The boy looked down guiltily, feeling ashamed. Of course she would know. She'd been the one to raise him, after all. His chest tightened, mind racing as he tried to think of something to say, anything. He wanted to tell her the truth, but the thought of her getting hurt made him hesitate. Peace and safety built on a lie. What would happen if that lie came crumbling down? He looked towards her, hands shaking. Mom, we all have secrets we hold dear to our hearts, and she is one of yours. To his surprise, Inko smiled at him sheepishly. I suppose you'll tell me when you're ready. I was expecting. The boy paused, fidgeting with nervous apprehension. Something else. Believe me, I have quite a few secrets myself. I don't have the right to lecture you about that. Inko mumbled while scrubbing tirelessly. I get it, you feel you're responsible for taking care of them. I am responsible for taking care of them, they're a part of me. Then why are you hesitating? The sponge in his hand made a soft squelch when his fingers suddenly closed around it. He looked down shamefully, slowly loosening his grip. I don't know if I'm good enough. Inko kept silent, waiting for him to gather his thoughts. I know that I love them, as crazy as it sounds. But I don't know if I can take care of them well. I'm just, me. Izuku continued, biting his lip. There's so many things that I'm uncertain about, to the point where it terrifies me. Is this really the right thing to do? What if I mess up somewhere? What if I teach them the wrong things? What if I? His mother blinked, before letting out a small sigh. Izuku. Look at me. He did. She cupped his face, and he was suddenly aware of how short she was. No, it wasn't that, he was the one that had grown over the years. Inko looked right into his eyes, and images of him growing up flashed past her mind. Of course, she knew of her son's low self-esteem and confidence issues. The bullying. The broken dreams. All of which she blamed herself for. And yet he always cared for others. From that first fight defending another kid from Bakugo Katsuki when he was 4, to saving that very same bully by risking his own life years later. He was young, reckless, constantly growing and changing. Always moving forward and improving. Look how tall you've gotten. She smiled. I would tell you to be yourself, but that's a little cliché, isn't it? His green eyes that he'd inherited from her stared back with more than a little confusion. Inko still remembered those green eyes from the hospital, a tiny bundle cradled in her arms, then a child learning to walk towards her, transforming into a young boy sitting on her lap, the image finally changing to her son in his UA uniform, the first day of his new life. No matter how strange the situation felt to her, she had to acknowledge that her child was growing up. Her hand brushed against his face. Be the best that you can be, she whispered, keep moving forward. Inko hugged him tight, giving him a few encouraging pats on the back. He hugged her back awkwardly, his gaze directed out the window above the sink and at the stars dotting the midnight sky. You're my son, and I believe in you. Izuku blinked and she let go, her hand on his shoulder. Take good care of them, okay? Raising a kid is hard, too, I can't even imagine. The sacrifices I had to make while raising you alone. Inko sent him a tired, weary grin. I know they're different, but deep down they're children too. Just know that I'll be here if you need to talk. Thanks, Mom. Parent and child glanced at each other, coming to a sort of mutual understanding even in silence. That quiet tranquility continued as they resumed washing the dishes, the soft sound of rushing water and clinking glass in the air. She's got your eyes. Inko whispered. Izuku felt himself smile unconsciously, thinking back to that photo album they had looked through only yesterday. Yeah, he murmured. She does. Thin rays of morning sunlight shone through the living room curtains, Izuku sitting up groggily when he woke up. He stretched a bit, feeling some stiffness since he wasn't used to sleeping on the floor and the old futon he had found. The reason for his current predicament was that he had given his bed to the two sisters, naturally prioritizing their comfort instead of his own. Checking on them, he wasn't surprised in the least to find them still sleeping. Kiri had somehow managed to flip over in her sleep, Her tiny limbs spread outwards haphazardly while her head was positioned at the foot of the bed. Mimi was again her sister's opposite. She slept ramrod straight like a soldier, arms stuck to her sides stiffly. Izuku stifled a chuckle before gently adjusting their shared blanket so it covered them both. His two sisters shone with childish innocence, subconsciously reminding him that he had to be better. For their sakes and his own. That combined with the talk his mother gave him seemed to light a fire in his heart. A determination that urged him to constantly improve on himself no matter how big or small, to be the best he could be. That determination was counterbalanced by the uncertainty and hesitation that still lurked within him. The low self-esteem and insecurity that haunted him for years wasn't just something that disappeared so easily. He still had a long, long way to go. Izuku glanced back at the children, careful not to wake them by closing the door gently. "Big brother will do his best," he whispered. The boy then began considering what to do next while he stumbled towards the kitchen sleepily, not paying much attention as he began to make coffee for himself and his mother. Somehow Inko hadn't questioned the fact that his new sister looked exactly like her grandmother's best friend decades ago, even sharing the same name for goodness sake. Perhaps Inko just didn't feel a need to comment on that, or maybe she'd forgotten. Then he still had to tell All Might. Well, how on earth was he supposed to explain the entire situation to him? A notorious illegal vigilante was actually his long-lost sister, who was also a mental projection that had access to his mind, which in turn housed the souls of those who had previously wielded One for All, 4 who escaped and caused several incidents, and one of whom was his clone from another dimension. Izuku groaned, wondering how things had gotten so needlessly complicated. The boy sipped at his coffee, before blinking in stunned surprise. Had the coffee he made always tasted this good? "Morning, Izuku." Inko yawned, sending a nod to him while she picked up her mug and took a sip. "Ooh, this is nice. Just what I needed. Did you buy a different brand or something?" "No, I think I just made it differently," he murmured, taking a few quick whiffs. It smelled heavenly, making him feel more awake already. "Whatever it is you did, keep doing it," his mother hummed, sitting down at the table as she checked her phone. The soft pitter-patter of feet echoed down the hallway a little later, Izuku's younger siblings shuffling past the doorway together sleepily. They were holding hands, guiding each other while they stumbled blindly into the kitchen with yawns and half-opened eyes. Mimi was now wearing a plain, dark blouse that fit her perfectly instead of that tattered cloak. Inko couldn't help but grin at their childish behavior. The two girls still too groggy to notice her while they pulled themselves up onto the wooden chairs. "Morelling, Omi-chan." Kiri slurred, her head rocking from side to side. "Mornin', Papa." Mimi mumbled from beside her, doing the same. "Good morning, you two." Izuku beamed from the kitchen counter, still preparing breakfast. Inko nearly choked on her coffee, breaking out into small, barely restrained giggles. "Good morning, children." "Izuku, she calls you Papa? That's so sweet." "Morning, Grandma." They echoed in unison. The older woman's smile promptly disappeared, replaced by a heavy yet acknowledging sigh. Izuku chuckled to himself, serving up the breakfast he had made for the family. It was nothing special, eggs and toast for him and Inko, while he had specifically made the effort to prepare some pancakes and fruits for the kids. It seemed that he had made the right choice, the two children gobbling down the pastry delightfully. "Mimi," Izuku began. About that ice cream I promised you." Despite her excitement yesterday, Kiri had opted to stay at home this time, wanting Izuku and her new sister to get to know each other. The boy was surprised at her decision at first but relented and promised that he would bring her out for ice cream another time. Musutafu City was back to its peaceful routine, the safety of its people guaranteed by the numerous hero patrols that scoured both the skies and streets every so often. Just by walking towards the local park they had already seen 2 sets of heroes, the girl making sure to stick close to her brother to avoid catching attention even in that child form of hers. She was trailing behind him a little, doing her best to keep up with her shorter legs. Strangely enough, she always walked either behind him or beside him, never in front. He soon realized that she was keeping him in her line of sight, always watching for any incoming threat. Izuku thought for a moment, then slowed down for her, extending his hand. She hesitated for a moment before her palm slowly slipped onto his, small fingers clinging on tightly. "Sorry if I'm walking a little slow," the little girl mumbled. "Usually I get Aftermath to carry me around on his shoulders." He could imagine it. Aftermath was about as tall as All Might, so sitting atop him made sense as it would allow for greater situational awareness when she wasn't in combat, even allowing her to quickly enter the projection when needed. The image in his mind was awfully adorable, though. "Do you want me to carry you too?" Izuku asked jokingly, looking bemused. No thank you, I'll have you know that I can walk just fine," she stuttered, regaining a bit of her confidence from before. Is that so? Izuku smiled and thought about what she just said. Aftermath just follows your commands without complaining. Remember, unlike you and Kiri, Aftermath isn't a separate entity from me. He's not a sentient being. He's a part of me like an extra limb. She tilted her head to look up at him. In other words, I am Aftermath. Did you call yourself that? Got called that, so I stuck with it. She shrugged. It's the same with Kiri-chan, right? The public called her Valkyrie. I see. He mused, his voice soft. I hope you two are getting along. We're okay, I guess. I mean, if you look at it from another way, I'm an alternate version of her. She's really nice to me, too. Izuku smiled down at her. It's good to hear that. He felt a strange familiarity with her, like they had known each other for years. It had been the same with Kiri too, except this time there was also an undercurrent of uncertainty and nervousness that radiated from them both. Though it was easier to talk to her since she had calmed down from yesterday, it would still take some time and patience for the two of them to get used to each other. A part of him wanted to ask what had happened to that other him, but he knew the time wasn't right. Still, he couldn't help but be a little curious about the world she came from. You know, I still don't know how you beat Endeavor. Izuku tried another topic. You must be really strong, huh? It's more of how I caught him off guard and got really lucky, actually. He didn't expect me to know exactly how he would fight and underestimated me. Mimi said slowly. My version of One for All helped, too. Then there's this. The girl held out her hand and breathed a stream of green flame onto it, shaping the conflagration into a swirling ball of plasma atop her palm. Her fingers caressed the unstable, crackling orb of energy, focusing and condensing it into something all too familiar. Is that? Izuku asked, mystified. Forbidden Sun, I can do it too, so I know exactly how to counter it. She wiggled her fingers and the miniature sun danced and flickered in a beautiful display of embers, its curling tendrils of emerald energy looking like solar flares. The power of the sun, in the palm of my hand. Mimi closed her hand and squeezed, squashing the ball of energy and returning it to her. Izuku made a few mental notes, impressed. He didn't feel any heat from the psychic flame, realizing that it only burned what she willed it to. It was why there hadn't been uncontrolled fires at the areas she had fought in. Perhaps he could have been capable of doing that if his quirk had been more like his father's. Not that he would change the one he had now for anything in the world, of course. Soon they reached the ice cream shop, and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the scene that played out before him. His sister was tiptoeing and pressing her face against the cold glass, trying to peek over the large counter. Without a word he put his arms under hers and picked up her light body delicately, lifting her up a little to pick and choose whatever she wanted flavor she wanted. He wanted to get a nice, big treat for her but she declined, opting for a single scoop. In the end Izuku got himself a green tea ice cream in contrast to her pistachio one, wondering if she had different tastes as compared to Kiri. That stray thought was soon forgotten as he watched her eat a small spoonful, her face scrunching up in delight. He took a bite of his own, still considering what to say whilst relishing the light sweetness. Frankly, the boy was surprised at how well he was taking this. He'd expected himself to be a nervous wreck at all these revelations headed his way, but he felt pretty calm even without Kiri consuming his emotions. Maybe this was him maturing after everything he'd experienced, a normal part of growing up. Izuku thought for a moment, then reevaluated himself. Nah, having two kids at the age of 15 definitely wasn't normal. But seeing Mimi's eyes light up like that, happiness from something so simple, and Kiri, gradually learning how to show her emotions. There was a delicate warmth in his heart when he thought of them. Not some artificial connection forged up by his quirk, but genuine feelings that showed he cared for them like they were his own flesh and blood. He knew how strange it sounded. To care for someone he'd just met, he'd take this time to know her, to know both of them. Baby steps, he supposed. Thank you. He blinked, opening his eyes to see her glancing down into her cup. No problem. We can stop by any time you'd like. I didn't mean the ice cream, Aniki. Her eyes met his. You gave me a chance. Even when I appeared out of nowhere. Even when after what I did. Just being by your side is like a dream come true. I believe that everyone deserves a chance. To be honest, Kiri appeared out of nowhere, too. I'm still getting to know her. The boy took another scoop. That's why we're here, aren't we? To know each other better. I see. She blinked as well, her tone awkward just like his own. Well, I'm technically supposed to be older than you. The you, not the other you, Izuku frowned. She idolized him. Or at least, a version of him from that other world, the one that took her in and raised her as his own. Was he just a substitute to fill that gap in her heart? He didn't want her to put him on a pedestal or give her false hope, especially when she'd gone through so much to get here. Mimi, he began slowly. I'm not sure if I can be who you want me to be like your Midoriya Izuku. And you don't need to be. She answered, I've already said it before, haven't I, Papa? Deep down I know you're not him. But that doesn't mean you're a replacement. That'd be horribly cruel and unfair to you. My admiration is for you. The you right now in front of me who gave me a chance, who accepted me despite my own selfishness and the mess I caused. Her green eyes met his. I made it my mission to help you out, and you don't need to pretend to be someone you're not. You are you. There was a short, awkward silence between them before her cheeks turned pink, the girl ducking down and trying to hide behind her ice cream cup. I probably shouldn't have said all that, it was really lame. Sorry, I'm bad at conversations. She muttered to herself sheepishly and sank deeper into her seat, eyes darting to and fro. It's okay, I'm really bad at talking to people, too, Izuku reassured, holding up both hands to calm her down. Just to make things clear, you don't owe me anything either, I'm happy just being here with you. Alright. I'll do my best. They glanced at each other for a moment before both giggled, reveling in the awkwardness of the situation. That muttering she was capable of seemed all too familiar. Perhaps they were more alike than they originally thought. They technically shared the same blood, after all. Hey, Iniki, she said after a while. MMHMM? When I said I was selfish I meant it. That's something I can't deny. He waited for her to speak, watching her fingers rub against the cup nervously. The girl seemed to be somewhat insecure at times, a reflection of his own insecurity. I've had a lot of time to do a lot of thinking, you know. It made me realize something. Mimi said slowly. Whether it's something good or bad, happiness or sadness, no matter the magnitude, once something has occurred, it is the past, a reality that one has to accept. You was right. It took a long time to understand what she meant. People have to accept that the past happened and move on. She paused to eat a spoonful of ice cream, he did the same. The things that I saw, the things that I did, it is undeniable that what happened to me and my world was a terrible tragedy. However, it is my tragedy, and regardless of what happened back then, it does not give me a right to alter the path of another world. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mimi looked up at him, her serious words juxtaposed against her innocent appearance. I came here because of my own ego, because of nothing more than my own selfish desire. I was unable to let go of the past, and in doing so I may have changed fate itself. If such a thing even exists, that is. He did understand what she was saying. It was also why she was reluctant to give out information regarding her world besides what she had told them already. Just as how the flap of a butterfly's wings had the potential to cause a hurricane, a single scrap of forbidden knowledge from that other world could result in serious problems they couldn't even imagine. A resonating cascade of unforeseen consequences. Her coming here had already altered his life, something she felt immense guilt for doing. He didn't blame her at all, but it was clear that she blamed herself. However, the fact that it happened meant that it was possible nothing was truly set in stone, and as Mimi said, it was questionable that fate even existed. Hey, Izuku tried. Which is why I've decided, she blurted out. I'm going to fight too, alongside Kiri-chan. I'm going to protect you, and this world. Her declaration caused him to pause, worry welling up within him. You want to become a vigilante like her? I want to change things, to make a difference, and if there's no fate but what we make, Emerald eyes glimmered with determination. Then let us make good. Judging by the way she was trembling slightly, it was taking a whole lot of courage for her to say this. She was struggling to meet his gaze but did so anyway, her lower lip wobbling all the while. Izuku calmed himself and contemplated what he would say next. He did recognize that Mimi was independent, as was Kiri. He wasn't there for them during the first few years of their lives. Though it was due to the circumstances at the time, the boy couldn't help but feel an immense guilt for his absence. But now he was here, and could actually play a part in their growth, something that terrified him all too much. What if he made the wrong choice, or was a bad example for them? The conversation with his mother yesterday lingered in his mind. I believe in you. Izuku closed his eyes. Just the people he loved believed in him, he would have to believe in them. He opened his eyes to see Mimi still waiting for his response. I can't stop you, can I? He smiled, keeping his voice level. You can try, she answered nervously, but I think you'll find that I inherited your stubbornness. I see. Fine, you can join Kiri. You'd probably have to come up with a new costume or something, though. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Izuku said, I'm just worried for you. The feeling's mutual. I'm a horrible person, a coward, and perhaps this is my way of atoning for what I've done. Her face was serious, solemn. I've spent my whole life being saved by others. This time it's my turn. The boy felt a slight warmth at her words. No fate but what we make. He took a big spoonful of ice cream from his cup and offered it to her, causing the girl to give him a confused look. Ah, he began, wiggling the spoon. Mimi raised an eyebrow and looked bemused, then bit down on the offered treat quickly. "How is it?" "It's good," she mumbled, embarrassed, annoyed, and happy all at the same time. "Geez, I'm not a kid anymore. I'll be honest with you, I'm not feeling too sure of myself either," Izuku admitted, glancing down at his hands. "Everything that happened to me seemed to be by chance so far, by coincidence. Meeting All Might, Kiri, and you. All this power and responsibility just fell into my lap, as if it was handed to me on a silver platter. Sometimes I ask myself if I deserve such a blessing when I didn't do anything worthwhile to get it." She seemed to understand how he felt, opting to nod in response. "Which is why I'm gonna work hard too." Izuku looked up, his eyes glinting with that same determination he saw in hers. "Let's do this together, all of us." Mimi blinked, before her stunned expression melted into one of newfound confidence. "Let's." Before they knew it, the ice cream was all gone, time passing quickly while they had a small discussion about the others that lived within him. They were doing just fine, of course. Mimi seemed to have enjoyed herself more than she had expected on this little trip. The pair made their way home with Mimi's light steps pitter-pattering along that same cobblestone path that Izuku used to play on as a child, her hand clutching his. Just like how his mom used to do for him. The silence between them wasn't awkward, but rather a strange tranquility that both enjoyed. As long as she was happy, then so was he. For the next few days the sisters laid low since both were unable to fight, Izuku spending time with them after school in an effort to get to know them better. The hubbub regarding the forest battle was mostly forgotten when new scandals and stories emerged, as they always did in such a turbulent society. He managed to learn a bit more about the sisters, such as their likes and dislikes, including what they liked to eat. It turned out that Kiri preferred sweet foods, while Mimi preferred spicy ones. In a not-so-surprising turn of events, the two children exchanged information and learned from each other, resulting in Kiri now having control over her floating, while Mimi learned how to alter her own physical form instead of aftermath. Now that she was out in the real world, Mimi was using her own power to manifest herself, unlike the previous time where she was using both One for All and Kiri's energy. There was a drawback, however: she was unable to use One for All now. The quirk that All Might passed down to Izuku didn't get any weaker or stronger. Mimi just seemed to lose access to it when she was out here with them. A quick trip back into his head reassured them that she could still use One for All, but only within him. It was truly a strange state of affairs, but sometimes quirks were just weird like that. Izuku had given Kiri a more official-sounding name as well, just in case. "Well, since Mimi is Izumi-chan," he hummed and cupped his chin. "Would you be okay with being Kurimi-chan, Kiri?" "Okay." Kiri nodded, looking a little happy. "I think it's cute. You two match now, it's adorable," Inko cooed, hugging the two children close to her. That brought the sisters to this conversation now, only a day later. "You sure this is going to be okay? You know, with our names and stuff?" "I'm sure." Oni-chan said it's fine to visit them as long as we don't say any secret stuff. Twin streaks of gray and white flashed across the horizon, a comet tail of green energy trailing behind the lead figure as she held her sister by the hand. Since Kiri was unable to fly by herself, Mimi was doing it for her, the two sisters holding on to each other as they soared through the air. It had been 3 days since the battle between them, and now here they were, working together as a team. Well, technically they hadn't done anything yet. This was Mimi's first day on the job. The sisters glided over a large river, flying low atop the water's surface. A foamy wake formed on the water beneath them, the jets of green flame from Mimi's feet propelling them forward with a quiet hum instead of the deafening roar that was associated with Aftermath's flying. This new body was much lighter, after all. Mimi took the opportunity to glance at her new form once more in the water's reflection. Because of her genetic degradation due to the cloning process, she was unable to grow properly, not that she had the lifespan to do so in the first place. It was why she had never thought she would ever get to see something like this. The body and face of a young woman, her as an adult. It made her nervous and excited all at the same time when she first saw herself. No longer was she hiding in a projection. This body of her looked like Kiri's Valkyrie, a woman's featureless form that was almost a mirror image of her counterpart. A stoic and emotionless face so gorgeous she couldn't believe it was her was reflected in the water. Instead of the snow-white skin that Valkyrie boasted, hers was an unnatural steel gray, complete with a long pair of elegant ebony horns that grew out from her temples and curved upward. She had the option of shapeshifting them away, but ultimately decided to keep them, acknowledging that they were an undeniable part of her. Her expressionless face looked similar to Valkyrie's even without any alteration, another indication of their relationship as siblings. Great pupils were paired against inhuman black sclera, her gaze radiating a light emerald glow just like her sister. To differentiate herself, Mimi had short, messy hair in this body in contrast to Kiri's long, straight locks. Unsurprisingly, their child forms had hairstyles that were the opposite. Kiri had short hair while Mimi's was long. This new form of hers was composed of the same energy that made Aftermath, in essence, same engine, new chassis. A few tests earlier revealed that she could still summon her intimidating projection, albeit for short periods of time, with the girl ultimately deciding to keep him in reserve. I have to admit, she muttered telepathically. This is different, especially since it's my own body now. Even if I still have Aftermath's explosive force field surrounding me, it feels kinda weird. Are you cold? I can give you a hug. No thank you. Kiri wondered how her friends would react. This was their current task. She was allowed to introduce her new sister to her very small circle of friends. Izuku only agreeing after learning of who they were and because he thought it would help to prevent further misunderstandings. He reasoned that word might spread that Mimi was a new ally, not the daughter of an enemy that came back for revenge or whatever wild speculation that the Hero Association was going to cook up. He did make both sisters promise not to reveal their true nature for obvious reasons. Naturally, they agreed wholeheartedly. We're almost there, Kiri chirped, pointing across the river. Their cat base is near that mountain. That one? Okay. Mimi shifted their trajectory to match her mark, Kiri enjoying herself immensely as they angled upward to soar high above a busy suspended bridge. Rarely did she manage to get this much height, even with all her floating. She could see why Mimi loved flying. To sail through the air, free as a bird. It was invigorating, a complete rush that made her feel alive. That feeling of joyous euphoria soon ended when a jagged spike of alarm and icy fear entered her range, followed by a distant crash and the screech of metal below. Looking down, the sisters found that a car accident had taken place on the bridge, a bus full of passengers beginning to tip precariously off the edge. Neither girl said a word as they immediately headed towards the scene, prioritizing the lives of innocents above all else. Getting closer revealed that the situation was worse than they originally thought. A few cars had flipped over with the occupants trapped within. They landed in the midst of pained groans and chaotic cries, splitting up to help whoever they found. Grateful thanks and several looks of awe were directed at both siblings. Mimi extracting the trapped civilians from their mangled, overturned vehicles quickly but with utmost care, while Kiri managed to grab the back of the falling bus just moments before it tipped into the jaws of doom. Steel warped around her fingers and she began to drag the multi-ton vehicle back to a safe position when the ground much further away from the accident area crumbled unexpectedly, a car and its terrified occupants sliding forward and beginning to slip off the bridge. Kiri snapped her head towards them, alarmed. She was the only thing preventing that bus from plunging into the river while the car began to fall. No, she watched in horror as the asphalt beneath it shattered like cheap plaster, the family within fearing for their lives. It was times like this she dreaded the most, when she had to choose. One or the other. Even with all her strength, she was only one person. One person alone could not always be there to help everyone, but this time she wasn't alone. I got them, a telepathic voice exclaimed. A streak of gray burst forward and dived after the falling vehicle as it slipped over the edge, and for a moment Kiri held her metaphorical breath. Until her counterpart rose from the edge of the bridge, green flames blazing under her feet as she held up the car gently with all 4 occupants safe and sound. Kiri let out a sigh of relief, though her expression clearly didn't show it. With a great heave she dragged the bus to safety, away from the damaged bridge section. Mimi put down the damaged vehicle without a word, a small jet of flame from her index finger acting as a plasma cutter to force the warped doors open and free the passengers within. A great cheer arose from the gathered crowd as both sisters completed their tasks, ensuring that everyone was safe before turning to each other. We did it, Kiri said telepathically, relief in her voice though her outward face still remained passive as ever. You saved them. I guess I did. Mimi answered, opting to follow her sister's lead and keep her face expressionless. I'm not as good at this stuff as you are. That was when the grateful civilians began to crowd around them, most of them just wanting to thank the pair while some were curious about who this new vigilante who looked so much like Valkyrie was. Pictures were being snapped, along with videos being taken. I think we should leave, Kiri whispered. Without a single word uttered between them the sisters linked hands, taking to the skies with a roar of jets. Below the civilians gaped, having witnessed one of the most important events of the year. It was only a few minutes later when they arrived at the base of a mountain, staring down a set of gargantuan steel doors. The home of a certain hero team that Kiri had sought advice from just before meeting her brother. Mimi eyed the structure cautiously, keeping her guard up. How do we let them know we're here? Kiri paused, then raised her fist. We knock. Before they could do anything there was a crackle of static, followed by a mechanical click when a microphone above the door activated. Stop, wait, no knocking please. We just installed some sensitive equipment. A woman's voice wailed. I got a hunch that's it you, hang on, where's the button to switch cameras? The sisters paused, waiting for the mysterious speaker to continue. Kiri glanced at a camera near the doors patiently. Ooh, is it this one? Another voice asked, boop. No, that's the button for the helipad, a third voice answered casually. We have a helipad? There we go, the first voice said, a note of tiredness in their tone. A mounted camera panned towards them. Now, how can we help you this time, Val? Whoever was speaking trailed off, resulting in a sudden pause that seemed to permeate through the forest. Both sisters waited for them to speak, opting to keep silent. Ragdoll. Yeah, I think this camera is broken. That, or I've had too much to drink yesterday. Nope, I can see them too. There was a moment of silence, then a series of heavy metallic groans as the giant doors began to slide open. Oh boy. Come on in, you two. Kiri and Mimi strode in, the latter admiring the size of the facility within. After walking through a short hallway, they opened another door to find themselves in a sort of living room decorated in cat-themed furniture, complete with various giant cat cushions and plushies scattered all over the place. The only hint of masculinity in the place was a leather reclining chair that stood out to the side, a bunch of magazines about expensive cars stacked atop it. The wild pussycats soon made their appearance, this time dressed in casual wear instead of their hero costumes, but only 3 of them were here. Tiger was missing. For a moment both Kiri and Mimi just stood there, tall and intimidating, until they shrank into their tiny child forms, preparing to introduce themselves. The 3 women stared at the small children, various expressions of disbelief on their features. Ragdoll, however, seemed to be delighted, clasping her hands together and visibly holding herself back from squealing. She was even in her pajamas for some reason, whilst the other 2 were in normal civilian attire. I don't believe it. There are, 2 of you now, Pixie Bob stammered. 2, why you've multiplied? Wow. You girls, look really similar despite the opposing color schemes. Mandalay said, looking bewildered. Wait, don't tell me. Ragdoll managed. The girls stepped forward in a practiced fashion. Hello, my name is Karimi. You can call me Kiri, Kiri said. Hello, my name is Izumi. You can call me Mimi, Mimi continued. They bowed politely in unison, mirror images of each other. Nice to meet you. The 3 women stared for a few silent seconds until Ragdoll was the first to act, finishing her suppressed squeal and surprising them all. The woman had an expression of joy on her face, but ran back towards her room. Wah, Ragdoll, where are you going? Mandalay asked. Camera. I need my camera. Pixie Bob slowly walked up to Kiri with a little apprehension, getting on one knee to match her height. Her expression was complicated, nervousness mixed with confusion. I saw what happened on TV. She began fussing over the smaller girl like a worried parent, looking for any injuries. Are you alright? A little nod was sent her way. Still emotionless as ever. Looks like you're just fine. But... The woman paused. Did everything turn out okay? Why, you know, about what we talked about last time. It did, Kiri said. Pixie Bob glanced at the girls' joined hands, then let out a small sigh of relief. I see. Karimi-chan, Kiri-chan, was it? The girl nodded again. It's a lovely name. Pixie Bob smiled warmly. It suits you. Mimi stepped forward, bowing towards both Pixie Bob and Mandalay. Thank you for helping my sister. You have our gratitude. It's an honor to meet all of you. This one talks to me, Mandalay gasped, amazed. Then what she heard slowly sunk in. Wait, sister? The 2 girls nodded, watching while the women exchanged amused yet concerned glances. You didn't tell me we would be meeting famous heroes. Mimi whispered at her counterpart. You said they were cat people. But they are cat people. Kiri took a moment to remember the team's name, the Kitty Crew. It's the Pussycats, Mandalay wailed. The wild Pussycats. You 2 are adorable, but please, don't get the name wrong. It happened to us once in the news and was a marketing disaster. Ragdoll appeared out of nowhere, breathing heavily and holding her Polaroid camera along with a plate of snacks. I've got the camera, and some sweets, A few minutes later they were assembled on the living room couches, the group sitting together and enjoying their snacks. The only sound that cut through the silence was the soft munching coming from the 2 kids along with the occasional snap of Ragdoll's camera. So, Pixie Bob began. So, Mandalay agreed, Ragdoll was the last to speak. I have no idea what is going on right now, but I am loving it. Well, Kiri-chan, Mimi-chan, Pixie Bob called, catching their attention. Do you 2 need anything? I mean, you must have a reason for dropping by, right? We came to say hi and thank you for last time, Kiri explained. I also wanted to introduce Mimi. I see. The blonde woman nodded, then took a bite out of one of the butter cookies and found it to be delicious. Both children seemed to be enjoying the treats immensely, to the point where she was starting to get concerned over whether they were eating enough at home. She'll be working with me from now on, the little girl said between bites. Pixie Bob choked on her cookie, prompting Mandalay to pat her on the back. Mimi glanced around in the meantime, looking a little puzzled. Say, isn't there supposed to be one more of you? She asked. Oh, Tiger is at the zoo with Koda-kun. Thought it would help the little tyke, Wisey, Ragdoll answered. Wait, time out. Pixie Bob coughed a little to clear her throat, looking up to find that both sisters had did what she said and paused mid-bite. Kiri-chan, what did you mean by working with you? Helping people. You mean that vigilante stuff you do? Pixie Bob gasped. But, is that really okay? I mean, you two, look really young. No offense. It'll be okay, Kiri nodded. I can handle myself, Mimi assured. Wait a minute. Mandalay narrowed her eyes. How old are you, Mimi-chan? In fact, how old are the two of you even supposed to be? We're Kiri said innocently before Mimi quickly covered her mouth. Technically not supposed to tell anyone, it's a secret, she said urgently. Secret. Kiri agreed, getting the hint. Mandalay looked perplexed. If you don't mind me asking, why did you suddenly decide to help out now, Mimi-chan? It's pretty sudden, especially since your sis has been operating solo for so long. The girl in question cupped her own mouth, mumbling her reply. That's a secret too. Is that so? The brunette woman said slowly, a gleam of suspicion in her gaze. Well, then which one of you is the older sister? It's me, both girls said simultaneously, then paused to exchange glances. Huh? But I'm older than you, Mimi began, raising an eyebrow. But I came first. I'm the Oni-chan, Kiri countered flatly. Oh yeah. The glare that they gave each other could hardly even be called that, both kids reacting rather differently. Mimi was squinting with cheeks puffed out and pouting, while Kiri responded with a stoic, expressionless gaze. The three women experienced an awkward, chilly silence for a few seconds until they all realized that neither girl was going to give up. Pixie Bob began, trying to defuse the situation. Too late. Kiri figured out her sister's intent a split second before Pixie Bob did and sprang into action. She turned her face away, eyes squeezed shut as her tiny hands reached forward to flail away childishly. A moment later Mimi launched her counterattack and she was doing the exact same thing, her equally small hands smacking against her sisters lightly. They weren't actually hurting each other, far from it, in fact, it looked like the sort of slap fight that often occurred between kids on a playground. I'm the Oni-chan. No, I'm the Oni-chan. Oh dear, Pixie Bob quickly reached over and quickly separated them, stopping their little scuffle. I'm sure the two of you can compromise. Never compromise, Kiri shook her head, still wriggling around in the older woman's grip. Mimi frowned, then seemed to think of something. Okay, then how about this then? She leaned over and whispered into the other girl's ear, securing an agreement a few seconds later. We've decided. Kiri turned to Pixie Bob, nodding. We're twins, so we're the same. You are? The older woman asked. Yep. Twins. Mimi agreed. Fraternal of course, since we don't look exactly the same. What happened to never compromise? Ragdoll joked. Not compromise. Agreement. Kiri replied earnestly, with Ragdoll getting excited that she was responding. Huh? Mandalay glanced at Mimi. I thought you said you were the older one? I changed my mind. We're twins now. The brunette woman still wore a suspicious expression but ultimately sighed, shrugging her shoulders. Fine, have it your way. I wish I could change my mind about my age. Pixie Bob couldn't help it and finally laughed, the melodic sound seeming to lighten up the atmosphere. She took a few seconds to calm herself down, wiping off tears of mirth while gazing at the two children to her sides. So you two are close enough to fight, She grinned, nudging her brunette friend playfully. Reminds me of when I was younger. Mandalay and I were kind of like that when we were in university, too. The kids blinked at her then seemed to look away, a little embarrassed at their own childish actions. You know, you're still as emotionless as ever on the surface but, the blonde woman patted Kiri on the back. I feel like something about you has changed for the better. Small, fragile fingers curled around each other as Kiri held her sister's hand, nodding. Pixie Bob was right, she had changed. To be a little more human? It was hard to say. All she knew that she was happier now, with everyone. Izuku. Inko. Mimi. Even the phantoms of One for All. I have a family now, Kiri whispered, So you do. Pixie Bob smiled. Are you happy? I am. Then so am I, the older woman said, then turned pink. I know that's a weird thing to say, especially since this is only our second meeting, but well, how do I say this? They watched her fumble for a few moments before she collected herself. All I'm trying to say is, I'm happy for you. Pixie Bob finally managed. You always seemed so lonely in the past, but now things are better, I guess. Kiri felt a small nudge at her side, Mimi urging her sister to do what they had practiced. Go on, Mimi told her telepathically, you can do it. The little girl nodded. At first Pixie Bob thought she was making weird faces at her but slowly realized what was happening when the child's mouth eventually curled into a small, wobbly smile. The older woman felt a gentle warmth in her heart at that. The girl who previously couldn't even show any emotions was now doing her best to smile, showing her gratitude. Thank you, Kiri said, smiling together with her sister. Pixie Bob was simply content to watch while Ragdoll snapped a quick photo of them, Mandalay grinning in the background. The moment soon ended as the sisters suddenly stood up simultaneously, putting down their snacks. We must go, Kiri stated. So soon? Well, the blonde woman looked slightly disappointed. You two are free to come back anytime, alright? If there's anything you girls need, don't hesitate to come find us. Yup, Ragdoll exclaimed. I'll always have snacks on standby, mostly for myself, but you're welcome to take some. It was fun meeting you too. You're always welcome in our home, Mandalay agreed. There was a light shuffling as the two sisters bowed politely, thanking their hosts. As they linked hands and prepared to leave, Mimi suddenly spoke up. Tsuchikawa Ryuko. She echoed. Again, many thanks for helping my sister, we owe you one. You're welcome, really, you don't owe me anything, you too, Pixie Bob stammered. I can see where your son gets his kindness and selflessness. Huh? What are you talking about? The blonde woman tilted her head, confused. I don't have a son. Mimi seemed to tense up at that comment, before slowly relaxing. You will. With that last ominous statement they were gone, vanishing into thin air and leaving no evidence they were ever there in the first place. Pixie Bob contemplated what the strange little girl had just said, completely and utterly confused. Then she realized one very important fact that everyone had overlooked. She gulped. Did I ever tell them my real name? No, Mandalay said slowly, a tone of caution in her voice. You didn't, and yet, she knew. Our names are pretty well known 'cause we're public heroes, ladies, Ragdoll offered. Oh yeah. Anyways, Mandalay turned to Ragdoll. How did it go? It didn't work. The green-haired woman answered, biting into another cookie. My search flowed off both of them like water off a raincoat. It seems that Mimi-chan is very much like her sister. If I were to describe it, I would say they're untargetable. It's the same feeling I get when I'm trying to use my quirk on an inanimate object, or a robot. Of course. They are the same, My telepath didn't work on them either. Mandalay cupped her chin. I was wondering if we should say something to the Hero Association about her. Pixie Bob held her breath, but nah. They trust us. The brunette turned to her team, grinning. We'll trust them as well. In fact, I think I'll put in a good word for them if we ever get the chance. And let out a sigh of relief. And besides, talking to them made me think about a few things. Mandalay admitted. I think I'll try talking to Koda-kun again. While the sisters were going around the city to meet Kiri's comrades, Izuku was having another normal day at school. Despite primarily being a school for training heroes, UA was still one of Japan's top academic institutions, which meant that education was also a top priority for students. Right now, Class 1A was in the middle of history class. Turn of the century. Midnight was saying, her flogger-style whip smacking against the whiteboard lightly. Now, can anybody tell me, who was the first metahuman? That's an easy one, Zero said, raising his hand to answer. The glowing baby that was born in Qingqing, China. Very good, Zero-kun. Midnight smiled. The glowing baby, his name lost to time. Patient Zero. However, some have argued that the glowing baby was the first officially catalogued metahuman, claiming that people with superpowers had existed even before he was born. It's all a conspiracy theory, of course, backed with blurry images and near unintelligible documents without any official sources. That is why I expect to see citations on your work, boys and girls. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. The teacher thumbed a remote from her hand and the whiteboard fizzled, turning on to become a screen and showing images of the past. Crowds of people marching down the street, holding signs in protest. No monsters, one said. Protect our future, said another. On and on they went, millions of people marching as one. Cars were flipped over, buses laid on their side. Some vehicles were on fire, belching hazy black smoke that rose in ominous columns. As all of you already know, similar supernatural phenomena popped up all over the world once the glowing baby was born. People of all ages and walks of life could wake up the next day with an ability, a superpower, something that made you different. Understandably, many were scared, and society experienced a series of socio-economic earthquakes that shook the world. The protests and riots were only the beginning. Cowards. Bakugo grunted. Losers, all of them. Can't accept their betters, can't accept change. Midnight looked slightly disappointed. You have to understand, Bakugo-kun. It's not a matter of whether one was better than the other. Those first few years were some turbulent times. People fear what they do not understand, and what they fear. She pressed another button on her remote. They seek to destroy. The next image on the whiteboard wasn't all that disturbing, but the implications were clear. It was some sort of poster, large black text drawing the reader's attention. Do you know what your children are? It read. Below that proclamation were pictures of 4 ordinary kids, but the last photo had the words, Muti, stenciled across the child's face in jagged red letters. Back then, normal people had a reason to fear people with superpowers. Many metahumans abused their newfound gifts, committing unspeakable crimes and acts of great injustice. They could have just fought back. Bakugo growled, his crimson eyes narrowed. Only the weak and useless don't fight back or stand up for themselves. Oh, believe me, they did fight back. The problem was that innocent people often get caught in the crossfire as well. Hatred clouds the mind, and fear even more so. Midnight lectured. Think of it from their perspective. How is one supposed to defend themselves from people who were at the time comparable to gods? That's a question to the class, by the way. Keep in mind that this was before heroes existed. Suyu raised her hand, and the teacher nodded for her to speak. They could set rules in place, Kiro. Laws and legislations, combined with societal pressure. Manpower and technology to enforce those laws. Representatives to talk things out. Excellent point, Asui-chan. For society to function, there must be a set of agreed-upon rules, which we call laws, to govern all individuals which comprise them. Without these laws to abide by, individuals would most likely work against each other and societies would collapse. Even assuming the inherent goodwill of people within a society, having laws allows us to determine the point at which a dysfunctional individual must be stopped. Midnight paused to take a breath. However, laws are simply words. Spoken words are words on paper, but only words. Laws gain power through their enforcement. Enforcement via societal pressure can be a means of deterring individuals from breaking the law, but it often means nothing to those who are already too far gone. Thus, the general consensus is that enforcement is only viable through force or the implied threat of force. Unfortunately, trying to make the aptly named metahumans follow even the most basic laws during those times became an insurmountable challenge when they had the power to shoot lightning out of their hands or heat rays out of their eyes. Those without quirks understood this, and feared the future. Another click of the remote. Some of the creatures are individually as powerful as entire armies and they number in the hundreds. Hundreds. A man in a crisp suit was saying, his eyes burning in anger. These monsters ignore our laws and threaten our freedom, and yet we stand by and do nothing. Most of the class watched in uncomfortable silence. Izuku kept writing, taking down notes. He already knew of the turmoil that was caused by the appearance of superpowers over a century ago, having been obsessed with heroes to the point where he watched many documentaries on related topics. The emergence of quirks led to unprecedented levels of human suffering regardless of whether you had one or not. He continued writing. Human? You dare call that thing human? Izuku jolted in his seat, eyes shooting upward. Had the volume of the video increased suddenly? Taking a quick look around, he saw that nobody had reacted despite that sudden proclamation. That angry statement had been deafeningly loud, almost as if someone had just shouted in his ear. In fact, his ears were ringing a bit, along with a slight headache that soon vanished. And yet, nobody seemed to have questioned that increase in volume. These mutants must be contained, but how? The man continued, the video still at a normal volume like Izuku remembered. How do you contain a being that can uproot mountains or walk through walls? How can you reprimand creatures that are indestructible, that can bend the very lightning to their will? Make no mistake, we must find a solution or it will be the end of humanity as we know it. I think that's quite enough. Midnight paused the video, exactly at a frame where the politician's eyes were wide with fury. Izuku noted that beneath that fury there was also an underlying hint of fear. As you can see, it was a horribly chaotic situation for the whole world. Hate was the spark. Fear did the rest. For a while, it looked like society as we knew it was doomed. The woman paused to take a breath. But then, something amazing happened. A miracle. Ordinary people started to help others whenever they needed it. Saving lives. Fighting villains. Bringing back hope to the world. Midnight smiled, hands on her hips. These people were known as vigilantes. Izuku breathed, then blinked and realized he had accidentally voiced his inner thoughts. Exactly, Midoriya-kun. The brunette nodded. Some might say that vigilantes are heroes, but there's a clear distinction, especially when laws come into play. Law dictates that vigilantism is illegal, and people who participate in it are deemed to be little more than illegal heroes, who take matters into their own hands. Keep in mind that it is a crime and you can be arrested for it. I don't want to see any of you kids doing that sort of thing. From an academic standpoint, vigilantism can be defined as a system that tends to naturally propagate during periods of societal upheaval for the sake of maintaining order. Using chaos to create order, Tokoyami muttered. Without darkness, there cannot be light. That's a lovely analogy, Tokoyami-kun. Midnight grinned. Note that vigilantism is a reactionary phenomenon. A response to heroes being unable to meet the needs of society. Izuku's thought back to what Mimi had said. An age of vigilantes. People forgetting what it meant to be a hero. Could that really happen here? He dreaded the answer, but Midnight did have a point. The more vigilantes there were meant that people were unsatisfied with the current state of affairs, deciding to take action in response. Judge, jury and even executioner in some cases. We also have to remember that vigilantism is a transitory affair. As society stabilizes, vigilantes are either absorbed or eliminated by the official hero system now that they are no longer needed. It is why they are considered a rarity, relics of a bygone era in these days of peace under All Might. Midnight continued, her whip cutting through the air with a sharp crack. In fact, this was exactly what happened during the Rhode Island Accords during the dawn of the supernatural era. One can even argue that vigilantes were the predecessors to heroes. It's simply not cost-effective to be a vigilante anymore these days, especially since the danger involved outweighs the meager gains. As such, the few remaining vigilantes are theorized to be acting based on altruism instead of personal gains such as reputation or popularity. A remnant of the first heroes. The school bell rang in its familiar 8-tone melody, signaling the end of class and beginning of lunchtime. Midnight hummed, clicking the remote one final time and turning the interactive whiteboard back into its blank default mode. That's all for now, class. Make sure to read up on the anti-mutant protests and Rhode Island Accords on Chapter 8, along with the paranormality origin theory on Chapter 9 for our next lesson. Remember, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Most of the class said as one, earning a grin from their teacher before she dismissed them. Class 1A relaxed, beginning to mill about and preparing to leave for lunch. Izuku packed up his desk as well, but question about Midnight's lesson still lingered in his mind. He decided to ask it anyways, both for academic reasons and his own curiosity. Deku-kun, Ochako said cheerfully, giving him a bright and innocent smile. Let's go for lunch. You guys go on ahead, Izuku said apologetically. I've got a few things I want to ask Midnight-sensei about the lesson and it might take a while. Alright, Midoriya-kun. Iida nodded. We'll see you later, then. If you ever need help in your studies, don't hesitate to ask me. He watched as they went, before walking up to Midnight and thinking of what to say. Most of the class had already left, and the teacher was still arranging a set of papers. It was raining heavily outside, a sharp pitter-patter sound and the smell of rain permeating the room. Thunder rumbled in the distance like an ominous war drum. Midnight-sensei? I've got a question, Izuku asked nervously. Did Midnight really have to wear that outfit even when teaching? To make things worse, she looked really good in it. Even at a respectable distance, the barely noticeable yet heavenly scent of vanilla wafted off her, likely an effect of her quirk. So she looked and smelled great, just wonderful. Izuku made sure not to get too close. Yes, Midoriya-kun, the older woman smiled, eyes lighting up with curiosity. Always a pleasure. Gah. Then there was the way she spoke, too. It was naturally sultry even without her even trying. I was wondering about what you said earlier, about vigilantes. Izuku mumbled, flipping through his notebook. You mentioned that they were essentially people that were unsatisfied with heroes and took matters into their own hands. Midnight tilted her head and made a handwave motion, urging him to go on. The boy couldn't stop thinking about the memories he had seen. That broken landscape, the sky filled with battleships. People just doing whatever they wanted. A complete loss of control. A wheel of blood, a cycle of violence and hatred. If vigilantes are truly that, where do we draw the line? How do we determine if their actions are right or wrong? For example, if a person is unsatisfied with society and becomes a vigilante, aren't they just doing what they're doing is right in accordance with their own ideals? Izuku said, a complicated expression on his features. How do we determine if that is right or wrong? Of course, there are laws and stuff, but, how do I put this? Midnight was quiet as she held a hand to her chin, contemplating his question. As Izuku waited, he tried to gather his thoughts. What he just asked wasn't really concerning his sisters and their status as vigilantes, but mostly about the world that Mimi came from. A world where heroes fought only for their own causes and self-interests, and not for the innocent or for justice. A part of him wanted to understand what had led to that, perhaps in hopes of preventing it. Well, Midoriya-kun, Midnight smirked playfully. That's an interesting question. In other words, you're asking, what defines the boundaries of good and evil? Yes. I guess? Izuku nodded nervously, still a little unsure. That's an age-old question that humanity has asked since the dawn of time. Since childhood, people are taught to think in binary. Things are either white or black, good or evil. But reality isn't that simple. If you were to ask me, I would say it's neither black nor white, but gray. The older woman stated, her whip swishing back and forth. Do you see where I'm going with this? You're saying that, the boy tried his best to follow, good and evil isn't easily defined. That's right. Good and evil, or rather, right and wrong are just words. Concepts, at best. Who has the right to say if something is right or wrong? The victim? The aggressor? Yes, there is justice and injustice, rules and rule breakers. But many times the idea of right and wrong is subjective, based on the circumstances of one's situation and their point of view. I cannot count how many times a villain thought what they were doing was right, despite their actions causing harm to others. Villains often think they are the hero of their own story. You see, even those with the very best of intentions can do immeasurable harm. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, after all. I was going to talk about this during our next lesson, but since you asked, I'll indulge you. A question to answer your question, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded again. The Rhode Island Accords were also known as the first pro-hero system, effectively converting then vigilantes into official heroes or labeling them as villains. Midnight hummed. Can you make a guess on the one deciding factor that determines if a vigilante was deemed suitable to become a hero back then? The green-haired boy thought of All Might, trust? Close. But no cigar. Midnight teased, it's popularity. Popularity. Izuku blinked. Really, you might think it's petty or shallow, but fact of the matter is that this is how heroism, in our modern society works. The older woman explained. You see, quirks have no set boundaries to them. The possibilities are near endless. For all we know, the next person you see on the street could have a quirk that allows him to have bendy fingers, or he could be a walking nuke. The boy listened intently while scribbling in his favorite notebook, lines upon lines marked onto the crumpled, slightly burnt pages. For that reason, we have no choice but to trust each individual to decide what constitutes right and wrong when it comes to using their quirks. Using the popularity of a person to judge them is basically seeing how much societal support they have. How much the public trusts them, reveres them, believes in them. Midnight continued, shrugging. Believe me, it's an extremely flawed system, but it's also the best solution we have now. It is why the JP Hero Billboard chart is more of a popularity contest than an actual system to measure a hero's capabilities. To summarize, the more someone is accepted by the general populace, the more they are seen to be in the right. A halo effect, of sorts. Does that answer your question? I think so. Izuku said slowly. So society defines what is right and wrong. The answer didn't satisfy him, not at all. What about the society that Mimi came from? Then, perhaps in their own way, were they in the right for just trying to survive? The teacher seemed to observe him frowning for a little while before clearing her throat, deciding to add on. You seem a bit disappointed, Midoriya-kun. Not what you expected to hear? I'm not too sure. Oh, in that case, Midnight crooned, her voice low and husky. I'll give you something else to think about. What is it? Izuku stammered, doing his best not to back away. A wise philosopher once said, a society that is built around the concept of heroes and villains is an infantile one. A dependent one, the older woman said slowly, making sure that he heard each and every word. I want you to consider that, think about it long and hard. You're a smart little boy. I'm sure you'll figure it out. She gave him a playful smirk. Now then, was there anything else you needed? I think that's all, sensei. I'll try to, think on what you just said. Right. Midnight smiled cheerfully, before suddenly frowning. Are you feeling okay, Midoriya-kun? Yeah? Why do you ask, sensei? When the video was playing you seemed to get really startled all of a sudden. You were looking awfully pale, too. Midnight said, her expression worried. She leaned in closer and inadvertently presented her generous cleavage to him, causing the boy to blush scarlet. "Oh dear, you're turning red now. Do you need to see recovery girl?" "I'm fine, sensei," Izuku said quickly, turning away out of respect. "Close, too close." I was just startled by its volume suddenly increasing. "What?" The teacher leaned back much to Izuku's relief. "Nothing like that happened, it was playing normally throughout. Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm sure," he said, still a little confused. The video was fine, perhaps it had been his imagination. "If you say so." Midnight shrugged with a small smile. "If you're having any problems in class or difficulties regarding the lesson material, feel free to come have a chat with me. I love talking to my students, after all." "I'll keep that in mind," Izuku said, closing his notebook. "Thank you, Annette." The classroom was quiet for a moment, Midnight looking mildly confused while Izuku was wondering if he said something wrong. Then the words sunk in and he turned whiter than chalk. What? What?" Izuku's throat felt tight, parched and dry. He broke out in a cold sweat, his heart thumping against his ribs with the force of an overcharged jackhammer. A grating itch lanced through his skull for a brief second before disappearing, the boy blinking rapidly in response. "What did I just say? Why did I just say that? Oh no, I have to get out of here, before she—" "Midoriya-kun?" Midnight's voice echoed from a mile away. "You're looking really pale." "I am fine, sensei, it's nothing," Izuku said quickly, avoiding her gaze. Thankfully, the teacher didn't seem to realize what he'd just called her or had forgotten that name judging from her reaction. If anything, she was approaching with some concern. "You're bleeding." Izuku stopped, bringing his hand up to his nose. It came away with small streaks of crimson, several small drops landing on the teacher's desk with an ominous splat. Midnight got closer, practically radiating worry now. "Oh dear, hang on, I'll bring you over to recovery girl." "I'm fine," Izuku cried, batting away the woman's hand with a sharp smack that echoed through the room. For a few painful seconds she seemed stunned at his sudden hostility, but there was a definite concern for her student in those widening eyes. Izuku was breathing heavily now, a look of dread mixed with utter bewilderment meeting her gaze before he pulled away, sprinting out of the classroom. "Wah! Midoriya-kun, wait, what's wrong?" Midnight called after him. Izuku did not wait. He did not stop. The boy kept running for what seemed like hours, which in reality was just a few minutes stretched by the confusion he felt. He kept running down the hallway until he slowed to a slow jog, then a tiring walk. Annette, that was the name of Johnny's wife, the woman who looked like Midnight. He looked back, still breathing heavily while he leaned against the wall for support. Midnight wasn't chasing him, and he hoped she'd just go about her day while putting this incident behind her as another act of random teenage defiance. "Why did I say that name?" In that loud statement just now during the video, like somebody was yelling into my ear. But nobody noticed. It's impossible, it can't be. I would never confuse Midnight Sensei for another person. I wouldn't, but someone else had. The green-haired boy gulped, his heart rate increasing by the second. The sound of rain hitting the windows of UA intensified. Izuku stopped walking, feeling an icy, gut-wrenching fear coursing through his body that he was barely able to rein in. His head throbbed slightly, a warm pressure that squeezed his temples like a tightening vice. Are there memories leaking into me? Turning away, Izuku looked out of the windows that slightly reflected his translucent image. It was still raining heavily, roiling black clouds darkening the sky and obscuring the sun. Thunder crashed and a bolt of lightning speared through the sky, lighting up the surroundings for a mere instant. In that instant, that split second of light caused the window to reflect his face clearly. Except it wasn't his face anymore. Aftermath stared back at him. Izuku recoiled in shock, stumbling and falling flat on his back. When he got up and looked once more, the reflection was him again, plain old Midoriya Izuku. No empty pits of darkness for eyes. No burning green coals for pupils. Just a young, scared, plain-looking boy staring fearfully at his own reflection in the window. The green-haired boy gulped and swallowed his fear, dusting himself off and walking away quickly. He made an effort to avoid all windows and mirrors, afraid of what he might see in those murky reflections. Something dribbled down his nose and Izuku pulled a hand to his face. It came away with smears of red again, and he felt lightheaded. Izuku felt his hands trembling before he steeled himself, pushing away the fear to the back of his mind. Don't think about it, he told himself. He decided to pursue the matter later when he was at home, in a safe environment. Now wasn't the time to focus on that. Wiping his nose with a tissue, the boy pressed onward towards the cafeteria for lunch. He hoped that seeing his friends would help calm him down. Thankfully, it did. Is this the place? It's actually not that far, but still. Mimi asked, looking down the hallway. Some old ass apartment in Naruhata, huh? You got some strange friends, Kiri-chan. NN. I wanted to ask them for advice last time but I could sense they were busy so I went to the Pussycats instead. I think she had exams. Kiri replied, looking far off into the distance. She had felt a few hints of fear from her brother, but it soon faded away. It seemed that he was controlling, or rather suppressing his emotions for some reason. The girls strode down the corridor in their child forms, knowing they were in a safe part of town thanks to the people they were going to meet next. Kiri had told her sister about them, about how they helped take care of her after she ran out of power during a flash flood 4 years ago. It seemed that Kiri still visited them from time to time before she met Izuku, and that they had worked together on several occasions to stop villains and save innocents. They stopped at an apartment door that was at the top floor of the building, the nameplate next to it bearing the name, Himawari. Kiri raised her small fist and knocked on the door several times, waiting for an answer. "Just a moment, I'll be right with you," a young female voice called out. There was the sound of footsteps and the door opened a crack, revealing a girl who looked only a little older than their brother, her fluffy pink hair being the most distinctive trait they first noticed. She soon flung the door open upon seeing Kiri, eyes widening behind her glasses. An ordinary-looking brown cat rubbed against her legs, inspecting the newcomers with curious eyes. "Hello," Kiri said. "Kazu. Kiri-chan. It's been quite a while, hasn't it?" the teenager gasped, reaching down to give the smaller girl a quick hug and fussing over her. Her tone was warm and kind, giving her the air of a caring big sister. "You're all right." "Ah, I was so worried when I saw what happened on the news." She then gazed at Mimi, glancing between the two girls. "And who's this? Wait, you two look kinda similar." I'm Izumi, Kiri's sister. You can call me Mimi." She bowed cautiously. "Nice to meet you." Sister? Oh, hello, Mimi-chan. "Nice to meet you too, I'm Hanayama Kazuho." The pink-haired girl smiled nervously, beckoning them in. Come in, come in." The inside of the apartment was warm and cozy, feeling rather lived in. Mimi took a quick look around and evaluated the surroundings, noting the multiple pairs of shoes near the doorway in both men's and women's sizes. A pair of brass knuckles and a katana were mounted on the living room wall, making for a strange art piece. Next to it were several childish drawings that had clearly been made by Kiri, probably depicting Kazuho and her friends. Scribbled in what appeared to be crayon were sketches of 4 people. A thin man with 2 rabbit-like ears above his head, a bigger masked man with broad shoulders, Kazuho with her pink hair and a pair of bat-like wings, and a sword-wielding ninja. Mimi shrugged, deciding it was none of her business. The place was surprisingly clean even with a pet around. Speaking of which, she observed the cat with a careful eye. It eyed her right back, its tail swishing through the air nonchalantly. Tails, because, well, this cat had 2 of them. "This is Sway," Kiri said, picking the feline up without any trouble. "He is very long." "Nya." Sway meowed. He did indeed look rather long since Kiri picked him up by the front, allowing his body to stretch downwards. Surprisingly, the cat didn't seem to mind her much. She put the animal down carefully, gently petting him. Mimi soon joined wordlessly and both girls were petting Sway, the feline purring and enjoying himself immensely as their fingers ran through his fur. "I'm making lunch. You two want to have some soup?" Kazuho called from the kitchen. "Ah, remember to wash your hands if you're playing with Sway." The girls obliged, making their way past her to the sink. On their way there, Mimi caught a glimpse of a black leotard among a pile of laundry, along with what looked like an old All Might hoodie. She then eyed the bin, taking note of the few bandages that lay within. A minute later Kazuho brought 2 bowls of soup for them, warning that it was hot. A few sips in and they realized it was delicious, a testament to her cooking skills. She also gave Sway some fish, the animal munching down on its meal hungrily. "Now, what's the reason for the sudden visit, Kiri-chan?" Kazuho asked. "I would assume you were just hungry but this is the first time you're bringing your sis over. Did something happen?" "We just wanted to say hi," Kiri nodded, "and thank you." Kazuho blinked in stunned confusion before giggling, bringing a hand to her mouth. "Don't mention it. But if you're here, it means that you must have told Mimi-chan about us?" "A little," Mimi said slowly, sipping at her soup. "You're one of the Naruhata vigilantes." Kazuho said nothing, her expression even as ever. "You're the vigilante idol, Popstep. Correct?" The older girl nodded and looked somewhat nervous. "There isn't going to be any problem, is there?" Mimi blinked. "No, why would there be?" "Well, I don't exactly know how old Kiri-chan is since she's a shapeshifter. I'm pretty sure you are one, too. For all I know you're an older woman who's about to give me a stern scolding." "Wouldn't dream of it. In fact, I wanted to thank you for helping out Kiri-chan." "Ah, no need to thank me," one vigilante to another. The albino girl raised her eyebrow at that, a questioning gaze appearing on her features. "Well, you're going to be a vigilante alongside your sister, aren't you, Mimi-chan?" Kazuho smiled lightly. This girl was much sharper than she originally thought. "Just be careful, okay?" the teenager continued. "You two seem a little young to me." "That's rich, coming from you. Hey, I can't argue with that." That aside, Mimi turned towards Sway, who was already lazing on his side. "That cat. He's special, isn't he? We called him Sway since he has 2 tails. Keep this a secret, but he's one of those rare animals with a quirk," Kazuho whispered. "The poor thing was forced to cause a villain attack around 3 or 4 years ago, resulting in a big hubbub that we helped contain. We're keeping him here to protect him, and he sort of became our pet. I guess you could say we're a bunch of misfits that stick together. Isn't that right, Sway?" "Nya," Sway answered, rolling over to lay on his belly. "Would you mind keeping your tail? It's a bit too late for that, but you know it's supposed to be a secret for when people visit. You need the practice." The feline seemed to consider her words before obeying, its twin tails merging into one. Mimi narrowed her eyes. She got the feeling that Sway was much more intelligent than a normal cat. Was that because he had a quirk? Coco's intelligence was also off the charts when compared to a normal dog. Having a quirk improved both physical and mental capabilities in humans, so it was also possible for animals to experience the same effects. Some animals with quirks were also known to have drastically improved lifespans. It was almost like. "By the way, Sway technically belongs to the owner of this apartment," Kazuho said. "He should be back any." Sway's ears perked up at the jingle of keys coming from the front door, the animal getting up and darting towards the entrance to greet his returning master. "Speak of the devil," the teenager grinned. "Welcome home." A tall, lanky young man dressed in smart casual wear came into view, reaching down to pet his cat. "Nya," Sway meowed, rubbing against him happily. "Nya. I'm home." He looked up with more than a little confusion at his guests, then slowly settled into a small smile. "Kiri-chan? Long time no see, I'm glad that you're all right." "Kochi." Kiri nodded, pointing him out to Mimi. "Oi, Koichi. I made beef stew today, you okay with that?" Kazuho called. "Yeah, thanks," Koichi said with a smile full of gratitude. "Everything you make tastes great, of course." As he got closer to them, Mimi could get a better look at him. This person was a plain young man in his early 20s, but he wasn't anything special. In fact, his plainness seemed to be his defining trait. She kept her guard up, remembering that this guy was probably one of the Naruhata vigilantes as well. As for his relationship with Kazuho, well, that was none of her business. He looked confused when he spotted Mimi, glancing between the 2 children with a slow realization. "Whoa, there are 2 of you now." Koichi blinked slowly, then rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "Doesn't that mean I have to feed you twice as much, Kiri-chan?" "Manners, Koichi. Oh, of course. Hello, I'm Himawari Koichi." He introduced himself nervously yet politely. "Izumi, but everyone calls me Mimi," the little girl replied curtly. "He's Holler," Kiri whispered to her sister. "Yes, I guessed as much." "It's the crawler, Kiri-chan." Koichi sighed. "You gotta put the in front, too. I don't blame you though, everyone just keeps calling me Holler or Cruller, but enough about me. How are you doing?" "I'm okay," Kiri said simply. "Mimi's my sister, by the way." "Sister?" Koichi asked, raising an eyebrow. "You never told us you had a sister?" "I didn't, huh? Well, what are you 2 doing here? If it's food you want I don't mind, but it's making me awfully concerned about your living conditions at home," he muttered, looking worried. "No, Koichi. They're here for," Kazuho began to explain the situation. After a few minutes of back and forth discussion, Koichi began to understand what was going on. He was worried about whether Mimi was able to handle the whole vigilante thing since it was dangerous, but ultimately decided to trust in her abilities. Furthermore, he had a few friends in high places and underground that could help spread info about how the new vigilante who fought alongside Valkyrie was harmless except to villains. Of course, he would obviously keep the sisters' shapeshifting abilities and identities a secret. Mimi also confirmed her sister's friendship with them. 4 years ago, Kiri had indeed run out of power while working non-stop for 3 whole days due to the chaos caused by an enormous flash flood. Her child form had been revealed when she shielded Kazuho from an explosion with the last of her power, and the vigilantes decided to take care of her until she recovered. They soon became friends after that, with Kazuho and Koichi bringing her out to play with other kids, treating her to good food, and various activities that they thought she'd enjoy. If that's what you 2 want, I don't have the right to stop you. Just be careful out there," Koichi finally said after learning of their situation. "One more thing." His face took on a serious expression. "Take good care of Kiri-chan, yeah?" Mimi met his gaze, almost as if to challenge the other vigilante, of course. There was no doubt. Just as she was suspicious of him, the opposite was true as well. She already knew that Valkyrie suddenly having a partner out of nowhere that looked like her was going to draw a ton of suspicion, and that not everyone was going to trust her. This was Koichi testing her to see if she knew what she was getting into, while also being worried for Kiri. The older man's eyes glinted with caution and Mimi met his stern look with one of her own, filled with steely determination. The moment was over as soon as it began, Koichi letting out a small grin of acknowledgement. You two mentioned that you're leaving soon? That was fast. Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner later? No thank you, Kiri said, thinking back to the Midoriya household. Our family is waiting for us back home. Kazuho and Koichi exchanged glances, then smiled. I see, off you go then, the pink-haired girl said. You're always welcome here, you too. What she said, if you're having any trouble, Koichi gave them a thumbs up. Just give us a call. The sisters nodded and said their goodbyes, linking hands to teleport. Then they were gone in the blink of an eye, the space that they had been occupying replaced with empty air. Koichi glanced at the spot for a moment before letting out a huge exhale. Yuwa, that was really scary. He sighed, man, for a moment I thought she was going to punch me. I just hope the two of them will be alright. I'm sure they will. After all, Kazuho smirked, nudging him in the side. We turned out okay, didn't we? Nya. Sway curled around their legs. Yeah. Koichi smiled, thinking of all the adventures they had been through together. We did. At Musutafu General Hospital an old lady was trying to cross the street, the roads busy and packed due to the afternoon rush hour. She hobbled along slowly, a walking stick in one hand and the other on her hip. Unfortunately the traffic wasn't letting up, making it rather dangerous to cross. She sighed, knowing that it couldn't be helped sometimes. The old had to make way for the new, that's just how it was. Don't stand in the doorway. Don't block up the hall. Good thing that the one she was waiting for was nearby, just past the street. Just as she was about to take a step forward, two elegant figures landed softly beside her. One white and one gray. Kiri and Mimi glanced at her wordlessly. Then the latter went on to stand in front of the road crossing to temporarily halt traffic while the former extended a helping hand. The old lady looked at her benefactor with more than a little confusion before letting out a chuckle, accepting the offered hand with a small smile. She understood that they were just trying to help her cross the road. Slowly but surely they made their way across, hand in hand. Once they safely reached the other side, the old lady turned to them, reaching into her bag for something. Thank you, dearies, she said, presenting them with a reward. Here, have some Haribo gummies. Kiri, Valkyrie now, stared at the outstretched hand for a second before opening her palm, her face cold and expressionless as always. 6 gummy candies were dropped into her hand and she divided them evenly, giving half to her sister. Together they munched down on the gummies without a single word, enjoying the treat. The old lady watched them carefully, observing the way that they behaved and looked out for each other, almost like they were. A quiet realization was made after a while. So that's how it is, huh, the old lady thought. Then they were gone as quickly as they appeared, the two vigilantes leaping into the air and disappearing from view barely before nearby civilians could record them. The old lady hummed to herself, watching as a disheveled man strode up to her while hiding his concern. Oi, are you alright? I didn't expect them to appear again so soon. I'm fine, Aizawa-kun. She smiled, a twinkle in her eye. In fact, I may have learned something. That old lady was none other than Shuzenji Chiyo, otherwise known as Recovery Girl. What did you think of them, Aizawa-kun? Recovery Girl asked curiously. It didn't work. The disheveled teacher grunted. I had them, both of them in my line of sight, and nothing happened when I used my quirk. It seemed to flow off them, for lack of a better term. Oh ho, it seems that Valkyrie's new playmate is the same as her, then. Another little tidbit to add to the meeting tomorrow. Anyways, what's the situation? Word on the grapevine is that the Hero Association is censoring all information regarding the Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Second Valkyrie. They're doing a surprisingly good job since most people aren't even aware of her yet. I don't think they can keep her a secret for long. Incompetent as ever, always handling the situation in the worst way possible. Recovery Girl sighed. Ring the car, would you? I'm not your personal chauffeur, you old bag, just this once. Consider it a favor you owe me for all the times I healed you, one of many. TCH. X. The bells of UA chimed, signaling the end of classes and that it was time to go home. Groups of students rushed out, chattering amongst themselves like all teenagers their age did. However, one girl in particular was walking by herself slowly, her expression stoic and cold. Her straight raven hair shifted when a gust of wind swept past her, revealing a pair of deep blue sapphires for eyes. Her name was Kodai Yui, and she wasn't a very interesting girl. In fact, some might say she was the exact opposite of interesting. Being a girl of few words, she didn't think she had any defining traits that made her stand out in a crowd with the exception of her silent, expressionless demeanor. Her childhood friend Kendo had once joked that the term, kuadere, would best describe her personality, and she was inclined to agree. Unfortunately, this meant that she was terrible at communicating with others. That was something that she carried with her since childhood, something that she couldn't help. In other words, Yui was just a normal, plain, expressionless girl. And that was how she liked it. Normal was good. Normal meant that nothing important was happening, that everything was alright at the moment. Yui lived in that normalcy day in and day out, so it was a surprise to everyone, even her parents, when she had decided to apply to to become a hero. Perhaps it was an act of teenage rebellion or some hidden desire for change that the girl had kept within herself for years. No one could tell. She was, after all, unable to express her emotions properly to others. Yui's normal life soon became not so normal with her acceptance into UA, making new friends and learning so many new things. And today, her normal life was changing once more. Thanks to the appearance of a certain green-haired boy. "Ah, hey, so you're here again today." He had greeted her on the steps outside of UA after school with a warm smile and freckled cheeks, his sparkling eyes reminding her of a lush green forest. At first she wasn't sure if he was talking to her and had looked to her sides and even behind her until he laughed, a musical sound that seemed to resonate through the air. "Yes, I'm talking to you." He grinned, looking strangely relieved. "Who else would I be talking to? I'm so glad to see that you're here." Yui tilted her head slightly, a little confused. She didn't even know this guy, and he was just coming up to talk to her out of the blue. How strange. The girl opted to respond in the only way she knew how, by staring blankly at him. Strangely enough, he didn't seem weirded out, intimidated or afraid of her at all, not one bit. Very unlike how most people reacted upon first meeting her. Meanwhile, from the perspective of Midoriya Izuku, the boy had made a fatal, horrible mistake that he wasn't even aware of. Since Ochako had to go home early and Iida had to attend another meeting, he had thought he'd be walking home alone until he saw Yui. He completely forgot about it, but his sister's teenage form was Yui's spitting image, something that Kendo had mentioned previously. Of course, the poor boy hadn't even considered that he would ever meet this person and pretty much forgot about that little detail, which led to the strange situation which was occurring now. Basically, Izuku had mistaken a completely different girl for his sister. "Come on, wanna have some ice cream with me?" Izuku asked, still thinking that he was talking to Kiri. Yui blinked. Several times, in fact. Was this guy hitting on her? Huh. That was the first time that something like this has happened. Right now she wasn't exactly sure how to respond, especially when her response is typically composed of one-word replies, another aspect of her personality. She tilted her head, eyeing him warily. Perhaps he just wanted to be friends. The girl didn't actually know how friends were even made in the first place. Kendo and her lived near each other as kids and boom, they were friends, just like that. It was similar with the girls in Class 1B as well. They simply up and decided they liked her and accepted her warmly into their social circle. Was this how people normally made friends? Confusion, suspicion, doubt, curiosity and even amusement were waging a battle for dominance within her mind, a torrent of contrasting emotions that lay underneath her expressionless appearance. She took another look at the boy, examining him carefully. There was nothing special about him, really. He was cute, at best. Plain, at worst. Yui considered the situation carefully. He had made the effort to approach her, haphazard as it was. Plus, she had her quirk and years of martial arts training with Kendo as backup, so it would be fine. Right? This guy seemed pretty harmless as well, and since he was from UA, too, well, if he tried anything she'd crush him. Besides, some ice cream sounded awfully appealing, especially on a hot day like today. Why not? Yui nodded slowly, deciding to trust her instincts. She agreed mostly because she was free, and didn't actually know what to do in a situation like this. It was a decision fueled largely by hunger and curiosity, but deep down she wasn't exactly sure why she was doing this either. "Alright," Izuku said softly, smiling. "I know this popular place nearby." Was this a date? No, Yui quickly decided. She didn't even know this guy. If anything, this was just testing the waters. For friendship, of course. Still, she made sure to have Kendo's number on speed dial just in case. Her cerulean eyes tracked him carefully, with her following a few steps behind. To her surprise, he made the effort to slow down and walk alongside her, matching her pace effortlessly. "So how was your day? Did everything turn out alright?" Izuku asked, referring to Kiri's mission with Mimi. Yui blinked, a part of her still reeling in confusion. The other part was mildly amused. Was this how a date was supposed to be like? Wait, no, this isn't a date, she quickly reminded herself. She didn't even know anything about this guy, not even his name. Did he even know hers? The girl sent him a sideways glance, trying her best to answer and ask at the same time. NN. Was all that came out. Along with a shy nod, she silently cursed her own inability to communicate. Ah, I'm glad it did. Are you hungry? Don't worry, we'll be there soon, Izuku said. I'll even buy the biggest one for you. He somehow understood her, but that last part. Oh dear. Perhaps that was a bit too extravagant. She felt like they should at least get to know each other before he bought her anything. It wouldn't be fair to him, after all. Somehow, the boy didn't seem too bothered by her continued silence. Even her classmates found it strange that she was so quiet, but this guy, he didn't mind it at all despite the near one-sided conversation they were having. As for me, I'll just have a scoop. Some important stuff happened today, and I don't mean in hero training. We can talk about that later. Oh, and this morning Aizawa-sensei mentioned that the UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks, so I'll have to train more to prepare. She felt her curiosity grow. Hero training? That meant this guy was probably in the other class, 1A. So they had something in common, at least. But do guys really just go up to girls and just ask them out for ice cream? Maybe he was just that confident. She still didn't know his name, and perhaps he didn't even know hers. Think, she told herself. What would Kendo say in a situation like this? Remember, licking doorknobs is illegal on other planets. Her friend's cheerful voice echoed in her head. She sighed internally, knowing she should have paid more attention to Kendo's advice instead of watching Saturday morning cartoons. Frankly, she never would have thought it would come in handy. Too bad the other girl had class president duties and was unable to walk home with her today. Yui blinked again when he suddenly extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against hers and sending a feeling akin to a light electric shock up her arm. He wanted to hold hands with her. The girl shook her head and pulled back nervously, experiencing a new feeling akin to a swarm of butterflies fluttering around in her stomach. I'm sorry, but my heart isn't ready. I don't even know you yet. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, then shrugged with a gentle smile. Not today, it's alright. Whatever makes you comfortable, he said, his tone understanding. I've never said it before, but it's a nice change of pace to see you in that form. You look really pretty like that. Unlike me, it seems you look good no matter what form you take. Of course, Izuku's intentions and words were completely and utterly innocent. Yui wasn't exactly sure what he was talking about, but her cheeks felt warm as she glanced downwards, glad that she was slightly behind him so he couldn't see how red her face had become. She couldn't help but think that comment was slightly creepy as well. We're here, Izuku smiled, snapping her out of her thoughts. Which one would you like? My treat, of course. A minute later they were seated at a table, and Yui found herself wondering how she'd gotten into this bizarre situation. He had indeed bought the biggest one for her, the girl carefully eyeing her expensive parfait topped with colorful fruits. At first she felt rather awkward and nervous, but after seeing how calm he was she began to relax just a tiny bit. Unfortunately the poor girl didn't know anything about making friends, let alone hanging out with a guy, so she had no idea if this was how things were supposed to go. In fact, she was fidgeting a little under the table out of nervousness despite her lack of expression. Unbeknownst to the both of them, another girl with a mushroom-shaped hairstyle just happened to see them by pure coincidence. Kodai-chan is on a date. How nice, shroom. Wait, isn't that one of the boys from Class A? This other girl then sipped at her bubble tea, observing the pair for a moment before shrugging and making her way home in a happy-go-lucky manner. Meanwhile, Jiro Kyoka did a double take and came to a complete stop upon seeing what looked like her plain-looking classmate on a date with a girl from the other class. Whoa! Jiro took a quick photo of them on her phone and hummed to herself as she headed home, still in slight disbelief at what she had just seen. At least she had some actual evidence to prove that she wasn't hallucinating. You seem a little quiet today, more than usual, Izuku asked, looking concerned as he bit into a spoonful of ice cream. Are you alright? The brunette nodded, but she felt an undercurrent of worry at his words. More than usual? She began increasing her guard. She then took a large spoonful of her own dessert and found it to be delicious, worth every dollar the boy had paid. The tantalizing taste of caramel, mint and honey flooded her taste buds, alongside the soft, smooth texture of expensive ice cream that was an absolute delight to her senses. Honestly, she felt a little guilty that he'd bought such a thing for her, but since he offered it'd be rude not to finish it. Plus, it tasted really, really good. Alright. He angled his spoon towards her so that she could have some of his ice cream, just as he did for Mimi. Here, want some? Yui's face turned a warm pink the moment he said that. though her expression remained flat as ever. She backed away slightly, head shaking as she declined his offer. Frankly, this guy was a little too direct for her, especially since this was their first meeting. Suit yourself. Oh, you got a little ice cream on your lip. She quickly dabbed at her mouth with a napkin, prompting him to chuckle. When she sent a confused look his way, he simply smiled, his emerald eyes meeting her sapphire ones. She realized with a little amazement that he could tell what she was feeling just by looking at her eyes, just like Kendo could. Of course, Izuku had learned how to do it after spending time with his little sister and equally expressionless demeanor. It's nothing. I'm just thinking of how cute you can be sometimes, Izuku said, thinking of Kiri stuffing her mouth full of biscuits the first time she met his mom. I'm really glad to have met you. Yui stopped. See cute? The schoolgirl felt a cozy warmth course through her from the top of her head down to the tip of her toes, like her entire body was blushing. Was this how embarrassment felt like? Her heart began beating faster, feet fidgeting underneath the table. It wasn't that she was uncomfortable, she was just unsure of what to do and feel in this situation. They continued eating their dessert in peaceful silence. Izuku felt that his little sister was quieter than usual, and there seemed to be something different about her, he just couldn't put his finger on it. Her face was redder than usual, but then again this was only the second time he saw her in this teenage form, so he wasn't sure. Her appetite was still there though, and it was apparent that she was enjoying her ice cream parfait. She was eating rather neatly today instead of wolfing down her food. That was good too. Smiling, the boy decided to strike up another conversation topic. It's good? Nice to see you enjoying yourself. It makes me happy that you're happy. NNN. Aren't you going to call me Oni-chan today? He teased. Yui stiffened mid-bite, that statement shocking her to the core. What? The girl felt her face heating up, backing away slightly. She appreciated the treat, but maybe he was getting a bit too cocky. The sheer audacity of this guy. Who the heck did he think he was? He must be some sort of playboy or smooth talker if he thought he could get away with a line like that. This was still their first meeting, and he wanted her to call him that? This guy might be dangerous, she thought, cheeks burning with embarrassment. A guy who plays around with girls' hearts. Are you really okay, Kiri-chan? Izuku asked, leaning in worriedly. You're looking awfully red now. Kiri, Yui paused, completely lost. She had heard that name before somewhere, but where? Then it all came back to her in a flash. Her doppelganger, the one that Kendo noticed standing outside of school the other day. The girl that had looked exactly like her, save for the lighter shade of blue that her eyes held. That means, this guy was? Maybe you have a fever. Izuku frowned, then gently placed a hand on Yui's forehead, causing the girl to stiffen even further with her back straightening instantly. Can you even get a fever? I'll have to ask mom for some remedies, or maybe I'll make some chicken soup for you when we get home. Consider this a big brother's duty. It all clicked together at that last statement. Kiri was his sister, he had confused her since they looked almost identical. All this time he wasn't hitting on her, he was just trying to treat his younger sibling to some ice cream like any good brother would. All the strange things he was saying now sort of made sense, especially that Oni-chan comment. However, it did make her a bit worried that she couldn't differentiate his sibling from a completely different person, even if they looked almost identical. Yui quickly shook her head, raising her hands and signaling, no. We both made a mistake, you've got the wrong person, she tried to say, I'm not your sister. You're feeling better already? Izuku asked, still worried as he scooped up another spoonful of ice cream. I'm still wondering why you're so quiet today. I want some too, Oni-chan. A small voice said from behind him. Izuku whirled around to see his sister looking over his shoulder, eyeing his ice cream hungrily. She was in her teenage form and dressed in her hoodie and shorts, which clearly marked her as the real Kiri. The green-haired teenager froze like a deer in headlights, looking between the two girls in confusion. Huh? Two of you? Izuku said. Then a light bulb seemed to turn on above his head as the boy made a wild guess. One of you is Mimi, right? That is some great shapeshifting, I couldn't even tell the difference. Mimi went home early cause she was tired, Oni-chan. Kiri bit down on his still held out spoon happily, enjoying the scoop of ice cream. And we can only shapeshift into ourselves. What? Izuku froze, his head swiveling towards Yui with a rising dread. Then, who are you? Yui slowly raised her eyes to meet his, then pulled out her US student identification card and handed it over to him shyly. She felt terrible now, embarrassed and guilty that she'd unintentionally tricked him into buying such a nice treat for her. Izuku accepted the card with trembling hands and an expression of mounting horror. Kei Kodai Yui, he read, his voice shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. CCC Class 1B. Their eyes met, and Izuku's face alternated between bright red and chalk white. He immediately backstepped a few meters, bowing down several times as he began to apologize profusely. Yui blinked in confusion, watching the boy with her default blank expression. "Uwa, I'm so sorry," the boy exclaimed frantically, his eyes wide and cheeks burning red. Didn't mean to. Why, you see, Kiri looks like you. And you look just like her. I didn't mean anything by it." Yui and Kiri exchanged glances as he kept bowing, the latter giving her mirror image a friendly wave. She waved back. "I'm so sorry, please forgive me," Izuku continued, still bowing. He finally realized that Yui was the person Kendo had confused Kiri for during their first meeting. "Kodai-san, it's my fault. I wasn't trying anything, I swear. I really thought you were my sis." His panicking was stopped by a movement by Yui, a hand coming to her mouth. Izuku looked up to see her and she was smiling. A tiny, wobbly smile was plastered on her doll-like features, the girl even giggling a bit and covering her mouth. It was strange, she thought she would have felt humiliated at being mistaken for another girl or even angry, but the truth was that the entire situation was so absurd that she couldn't help but find it hilarious. That in itself was an accomplishment. She couldn't remember the last time something made her laugh. She began pulling out some money until the boy raised his hands in protest. "And no, it's alright, consider that my treat. No wait, I didn't mean it in that way. For all the trouble I've put you through, I mean, air." Yui slowly stood up and turned towards them, giving them a polite bow. Izuku watched in confusion as she nodded lightly, signaling to him that she understood the situation and that everything was alright. "What's," Yui said slowly, her delicate voice barely even a whisper, "your name?" Izuku looked confused, before steeling himself and deciding to answer her. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." I liked. Her cheeks were bright pink, and her eyes met his for a moment before looking away. The ice cream. She stood a little to the side, the sun at her back. The golden rays bounced off her ebony hair and pale skin, the slightest hint of a smile on her features. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun," she whispered, "be-bye." The moment was over in a flash, Yui hurrying away while feeling her own awkwardness wash over her. That was the best she could do for now. It wasn't every day that she spoke so much, especially to a boy. She had experienced so many different emotions today, something that hadn't happened ever since her acceptance into UA. It was the most fun she had in ages. Izuku stared blankly at where she had stood before making his way to the counter, buying a new parfait for Kiri much to her delight. His face was still blank when he brought it back to the table for her, and remained that way for the first few seconds while she began eating happily. Then everything he'd said and done to Yui sunk in, all at once. "I couldn't tell my sister apart from a completely different girl," Izuku cried out, horrified. "Oh, I'm the worst big brother in the world." "It's so yummy," Kiri said between bites, enjoying her dessert immensely. "You're the best big brother in the world." I tried to hold hands with her, called her CCC cute, asked her why she wasn't calling me Oni-chan, and I even touched her head without permission. The teenager groaned, burying his head in his hands. "Oh my god, oh no." The worst-case scenario was playing out in his head despite Yui's assurances that she knew it was all one big misunderstanding and didn't mind one bit. Kodai-san would tell Kendo-san what happened, then Kendo-san would tell Iida-kun, then the whole class would know. Not just 1A either, 1B would know too, and after what happened with Shiozaki-san, there's definitely some people who are suspicious of me. I'm so dead. At this point Izuku was having visions of his social life going belly up. For a second he imagined his friend Ochako staring down at him in contempt, arms folded and her lips curled into a frown full of revulsion. "Ha, so you like dating girls that look like your sister? Ew. And playing around with the girls from the other class, too? I can't believe I actually thought of you as a friend. Now I know what you really are. You're just a gross, pathetic, creepy, siscon, pervert." The imaginary Ochako wore a disgusted expression, her cold eyes gazing down at him icily and boring a hole into his soul. It was like she was looking at walking garbage. "No, you've got it all wrong. It's all a big misunderstanding," Izuku moaned painfully. "Ooh, I wanna die." "Uwa, don't die, Oni-chan," Kiri squeaked, patting him on the back reassuringly. To her credit, he actually did feel a little better after that. "And I said all my heartfelt words that were meant for you to her." The boy sighed glumly, his face flat against the table and muffling his words. "I'm sorry, Kiri-chan. Can you ever forgive your foolish idiot of a brother?" "I forgive you, Ni-chan," she said happily, still patting him on the back. Naturally she had no idea what he was talking about, but was content to absorb his worry and embarrassment even as it surged out of him endlessly. There. Izuku nodded shamefully, still wallowing in his embarrassment. "By the way, why are you a teenager today?" he asked curiously. Sometimes people will get worried if I'm walking around alone as a kid, Kiri explained, still munching. Oh, Izuku said, still slumped on the table. He remained there until Kiri finished her parfait, then looked to his remaining ice cream curiously. Aren't you gonna finish that, Oni-chan? I've lost my appetite, you can have it. Yay! Izuku was exhausted when he finally reached his house, giving a tired greeting to his mother and Mimi upon arriving. He wanted to ask her about the memory leak thing, but she was so excited to share what happened earlier with Kiri that he didn't want to ruin her day. Either way, Izuku was simply too tired to think any longer and decided he would ask her about it tomorrow. The boy practically collapsed into his futon on the floor after sending both sisters to bed, falling into a deep slumber. That night, Izuku dreamed. A psychedelic dream full of sound and color, emotions and words. Waves consisting of eerie shapes and fractals lapped against him, splashing around and twisting in patterns that were reminiscent of oil on water. Whispers surrounded him, speaking of things long past. He quickly realized that this wasn't a dream, but something else entirely. 1,000 voices croused as one. Words mixing together into a cacophonous orchestra that surrounded him and echoed in a chaotic mess. Looking down at himself, the boy found that everything below his nose was missing, turned into smoke. He was basically a floating head in an ocean of memories. 9 stars of multicolored light floated before him, miniature supernovas that glowed with their own unique color. Amidst the 9 there were 2 that stood out. The first was a blurry golden orb that shimmered and danced like a flickering firelight. It seemed to grow brighter, almost like it was trying to mimic the brilliant radiance of its compatriots. The second was a tiny green ember that floated towards him, like a fragile little match that could fizzle out at any moment. He watched as ghostly, ethereal threads manifested between the 9, connecting them like a circuit. The surrounding noise suddenly increased without warning, a torrent of words and emotions surging around Izuku. People speaking, and the feelings associated with those words. Even so, I still love you, my pathetic younger brother. Regret. Dance with me, John. Love, please kill me. Uncertainty. Run. Self-loathing. We have to leave, it's not safe here anymore. Fear. I call it the guardian angel protocol, my promise to protect them. Trust. It's just like you said, sensei, the ones who smile are the strongest of all. Pride. Izuku curled into himself, trying to shut it out. It was too much, all of it too much. A never-ending stream of emotions crashing and surging like a current, tossing and turning him around, making him lose all sense of direction like he was caught in an undertow. Amongst the chaos he heard a familiar voice. You look like you needed saving. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, trying his best to wake up. Old memories churned around him in tangible streams. A rainbow cocoon of other lifetimes. He felt as though he was drowning, gasping for air in that swirling sea of colors. Stop it, Izuku managed. The whirlpool of memories shuddered, the chrysalis binding him throbbing like a beating heart. Stop it, one for all, it stopped, and Izuku found himself in a different time, a different place. Not the garden within his head where Kiri lived. Not the enormous mansion where the others slept and rested. This place was a sandy beach underneath the bright blue sky. A place he knew all too well. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Where All Might had trained him for 10 months to prepare him for the UA entrance exam. He glanced down at himself, still in that smoky form. Despite that he could hear the crashing waves, feel the sea spray on his skin. The smell of the ocean reached him, along with the taste of salt in the air. He took a look around him once more at the pristine sands, the beautiful shoreline. Perhaps this was after he cleaned up the place during his training. A short huffing and puffing reached his ears and a small figure ran by him, as if she hadn't seen him at all. Snow-white hair bobbed up and down, gleaming in the sunlight. It was Mimi. He reached out to call her but quickly realized he couldn't even make a sound. The boy's phantom form was forced to follow her, gliding over the shore. The girl was jogging along the beach, her feet leaving small imprints in the sand. Izuku wondered what this place was, what she was doing, when she suddenly called out to another small figure crouching on the sand. Hey, Mimi called out. Taiga-chan. Izuku looked up and found himself looking at a little girl who looked no older than 10, her long brown hair billowing in the wind. His great-grandmother Taiga as a child. It was then he realized this wasn't the real Mimi either. This was a memory, her memory. This was Dagoba before people started dumping trash, a look back at the little piece of paradise it had once been. Dagoba Beach, approximately 90 years ago. Oh, Mimi-chan. Taiga smiled, picking up her bucket. How'd you know I was here? Your family lives so close to the beach, duh. You come here every day, besides, your mom told me. Izuku took this opportunity to see his great-grandmother. She had passed away when he was just a toddler, and his mother had said the old woman had held him in her arms a few times. Everything he knew about Taiga was what Inko had told him, so this was a chance to see her in person. Well, sort of. His mother had always claimed great-grandmother Taiga was an inspiration to many, having lived a long, happy life. This child version of her was dressed in a simple sundress and flip-flops, a plastic shovel in one hand and a colorful bucket in the other. A large straw hat was perched atop her head. Shielding her from the sun, he noted that she resembled Mimi with that long, wavy hair of hers, and her eyes sparkled with a childish happiness that he could sometimes see in his sisters. "So what are you doing here anyways? It's getting late, you know." "I'm collecting crabs." "Look," Taiga said enthusiastically. Sure enough, her bucket was full of small, harmless crabs that could be found on the beach. Izuku realized that the same species was making a comeback thanks to his efforts at cleaning the beach. You know you can't eat these, right?" Mimi said flatly. "They're not for eating, silly, crabs in a bucket, Taiga sang, waving her catch around. "I don't think you know what that quote means." "I do too, Daddy taught me," he said. People are like crabs. Even if one crab can escape, the rest will pull him down, so they're all trapped together. If I can't have it, neither can you. It's sad, isn't it?" Izuku and Mimi both peered into the bucket, and sure enough, the crabs were doing exactly that. "Humans never change," Mimi began, shaking her head with visible disdain. "But I believe that's wrong. People aren't crabs, so they shouldn't be like that. Everyone should be helping one another to be better, not the other way around," Taiga interrupted, eyes sparkling with positivity. "Don't you think so, Mimi-chan?" I guess," the white-haired girl said slowly. "Wait, what are you even doing with these things?" "I'm collecting them so I can put them back into the sea." "What?" Mimi paused, puzzled. "Why? Well, if I leave them here in the sun all day, they'll die," Taiga replied simply. "They'll dry out and turn into dried crab. And not the tasty kind. I think most of them are too dumb to go back into the sea by themselves." "Taiga-chan, look around you. There are hundreds of these things." "I know, that's why I've been here so long. Dora and Tora have been helping me collect them too." A translucent miniature dragon and tiger appeared on Taiga's shoulders, a crab in each of their mouths. Her projections dropped their captures into the bucket, then picked it up and glided further towards the ocean to drop their crabby payload into deeper waters. "A dragon, huh?" Mimi remarked. "Dragons are cool, they breathe fire, like you," the brunette said happily. "Yeah, wait, I'm getting sidetracked. How long have you been here, anyway?" 3 hours, exactly. "See, it'll take you the entire day to collect these things and throw them back into the sea," Mimi argued, looking exasperated. "Besides, they'll just wash up again no matter how many you collect. What difference will it make?" Taiga watched her friend with a puzzled expression, then simply picked a small crab off the ground and threw it lightly, back into the deep blue sea where it belonged. She turned to Mimi, grinning widely. "It made a difference to that one." Mimi opened her mouth and tried for an explanation before ultimately sighing, shoulders slumping in defeat before steeling herself once more. Wordlessly she began to pick up the crabs and tossed them back into the sea as well, much to her friend's delight. "The things I do for love," Mimi grumbled. "I knew you'd help me, Mimi-chan," Taiga squealed, hugging her. "You're the best." Yeah, whatever. Let's just get this over with so we can get you home early." Izuku continued watching as they began picking up more crabs, chatting to each other all the while. It warmed his heart to see them like this, a reminder of his own youth and innocence when he was little. Now he just had to find his way out of here. Before he could do anything, the world shifted sideways, tilting like an hourglass. Izuku took a moment to compose himself, finding that he was still in the same place, but the two children had been replaced with different people now. 2 boys, one chasing the other. "Big brother," the younger one cried, huffing and puffing. He went on his knees out of exhaustion, near the concrete platform his brother was climbing. "Wait for me." Izuku recognized that platform, but it looked brand new, unlike the weathered old thing he'd helped clean up. Dagoba Beach, just after it was built. That meant that this was even further back than Mimi's old memory. But then, who were these 2 kids? "Geez, you're so slow," the older one grumbled. "Here." The older brother stretched out his hand towards his sibling. "Take my hand." Together, the 2 brothers managed to get themselves up on the platform. Watching the setting sun, the ocean glimmered under the sun's golden light, the 2 boys staring across the water. The rhythmic sound of waves washing against the shore and the shrill cries of seagulls reached their ears, the setting sun playing long shadows across the white sands. Thank you, brother," the younger one said timidly, coughing a little, for bringing me here." "Don't mention it," the older boy grunted. "Just this once, alright? You should stay at home because of your weaker body." They stood there for a while, Izuku feeling guilty that he was watching someone's memories like this. It felt like an invasion of privacy, even if he didn't mean to. He'd probably apologize to Mimi as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? It is. And that's why, the white-haired boy gathered up some courage to speak. That's why I'm happy I was born into this world, no matter what, and… He turned to his sibling. I'm happy that you're my brother. The older boy blinked for a few moments, before finally showing just the barest hint of a smile. Oh my, you shouldn't be here, someone behind Izuku said. Izuku whirled around, or at least did his best to in that incorporeal form. A lone, disheveled man with messy white hair was looking around with a confused yet nostalgic expression. And neither should we value everyone's privacy, after all. He finished with a small smile. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Izuku tried to say. Don't worry, young man. I'll get us out of here. The man waved his hand and they were back in the abyss, surrounded by darkness, then entering a tunnel of rainbow light. That blinding radiance soon faded and they were back at the mansion, a jewel in the garden of memories. A paradise in his mind. It's still a little too early, ninth. Don't spend so much time dwelling on the past, Midoriya-kun, after all. The first wielder turned to Izuku and gave him a pat on the shoulder, his hand glowing a brilliant white. This is your story now. Izuku's eyes snapped open like loaded springs, the boy blinking rapidly. He still remembered what he'd seen, Taiga's face crystal clear in his mind. However, the boy began panicking a little when he realized he couldn't feel his arms. Looking around, he soon realized why. Both sisters were sleeping beside him and using his arms as pillows, their heads resting on his biceps. He took a deep breath and relaxed slowly, realizing that everything was all right. Well, except for the numbness in his arms, but that could be forgiven. The two children seemed to be in a deep sleep, so he opted not to disturb them, instead lying back and waiting for them to wake up eventually. Their soft breathing tickled his ears and resulted in a persistent itch, but Izuku kept completely still to ensure that they wouldn't get startled. Staring at the ceiling, he thought back to what had just happened. There is a way I can speak to the others inside one for all, he realized. It's difficult, but not impossible. I may be able to replicate the situation so I can meet them at the mansion. He tried to go back to sleep, but soon realized it was already morning from the way the sun's rays peeked through the living room curtains. Both children still weren't waking up, and his arms were just getting number. The boy wondered to himself why they even slept in his room if they'd just end up on top of him the next morning. Glancing down, he realized that their shape-shifting abilities had improved, with them making different colored pajamas for themselves. Kiri was wearing white while Mimi was wearing gray, a callback to their adult combat forms. For a moment he wondered what they were dreaming about, and if that was even possible. It's cold and sweet, Kiri slurred, talking in her sleep. Where's the chili sauce? Mimi murmured, drooling a little. Well, he got his answer. At least they were having good dreams. In the end, Izuku decided he didn't want to wake them despite the increasing discomfort in his arms, prioritizing their comfort over his. His predicament was soon over when Inko entered the living room with a yawn, looking down at the three siblings with an amused smile. She quietly picked up the two girls without waking them and placed them back onto Izuku's bed, earning a quiet thanks from her son. Everyone woke up soon after and Izuku made breakfast again, going for a jog around an hour later. Instead of staying at home to watch TV, the sisters followed him today, though not in the way he didn't jog alongside him but floated instead, trailing after the teenager like little balloons and earning him a few amused smiles from the other morning joggers. He reasoned that they just wanted to spend more time with him. This would be a good time to ask questions as well, so he decided to take the path that sent him to Dagoba Beach Park. Izuku took a short break at the beach from Mimi's memory, gazing at the gleaming ocean waves. He took a look at his white-haired little sister and found her expression to be melancholic, if not nostalgic. Looking around in the sand, he quickly found what he was looking for. Mimi, he said gently, could you come here for a moment? She nodded and made her way to him, and he dropped a small live crab into her open palms. Her reaction was not what he expected, with her blinking at him in confusion. Kiri peeked over her shoulder and began poking the crab cautiously. What's with the crab, Aniki? She asked, before leaning over to give some advice to her sister. Kiri, you can't eat these. I saw Taiga yesterday, Izuku admitted, and Mimi suddenly stiffened. In a dream, no, a memory, yours. Why you did? She asked, and he was surprised to see her looking a little frightened. What else did you see? Calm down, that was the only thing I saw. He reassured her. It was a complete accident, sorry about that. No, it's all right. Mimi looked guilty, like a child with her hand caught in the cookie jar. I'm sorry too, Papa, but there are certain things that I'd rather not be reminded of. I'm just scared they'll happen again. Kiri pat her sister on the back, and she responded with a small, thanks. Don't worry, Izuku said. Kiri and I will be here for you, we can do this together. NN. Kiri nodded. Mimi's nervous expression was accompanied by a gulp before the girl seemed to find new determination and nodded, deciding to put her faith and trust in her new family. She then turned towards the glimmering waves, quietly watching the rising sun, the devil, and the deep blue sea. Taiga loved this place, you know. Mimi began, looking wistfully across the water. Like she was drawn to it, she came here. Every day. Izuku finished. Every day. The girl nodded, she was so naive, so childish. Seagull cries echoed through the air, alongside the sound of waves washing along the sand. And she was my best friend. Mimi turned back, her expression melancholic once again. The white-haired girl looked at the crab in her hands, then slowly walked towards the ocean. Kiri followed after her, watching to see what she was doing. After a few seconds of contemplating, Mimi bent down and gently dipped her hands into the water, letting the waves reclaim the small crustacean. She watched it for nearly a minute until it was gone, returned to its rightful place. He watched as she took a deep breath with her back towards him. Goodbye, Taiga. Izuku patiently waited for her to gather her thoughts, not knowing what expression she had. A while later she turned around, a tiny smile on her face. Thank you. For bringing me here. For making this place beautiful again, for everything. He was silent for a moment before gently placing a hand atop her and ruffling her hair, causing the girl to blink in surprise. You're welcome. Izuku smiled. After all, a big brother has to keep his sisters happy. Mimi nodded and relaxed. Alright. Now I've been thinking of doing some training with you too, but there's also this memory leak thing yesterday. Izuku didn't manage to finish his sentence when a throbbing sensation appeared in his head, both sisters immediately reacting in alarm without him even telling them. They shrank into their tiny, chibi forms as a storm of violet petals rushed out from his forehead, coalescing into the form of a tall, athletic woman before anyone could say a word. He quickly picked up both disoriented sisters and placed one on each shoulder, making sure that they were safe and secure before turning to face the newcomer. Huh? You're… Izuku began, bewildered. He recognized that face. Dark hair tied in a partial bun, two long strands framing her face. Pearly white teeth gleaming in a radiant grin, and a mole under her right cheek. His initial impression of her was that she was fearsome, Amazonian, and incredibly beautiful all at once. The wise, mythical hero who trained All Might and who was nearly perfect in every way. Until she opened her mouth. After 10,000 years I'm free. It's time to conquer Earth. The woman cackled, spreading her arms out triumphantly. Nana. Kiri began, still a little dizzy but looking slightly interested. Hello. Hello, lassies. Quick, young Midoriya. She got right up in Izuku's face, staring down at him. To defeat me, you must gather a team of teenagers with attitude. WWWA. What are you doing here, Nana? Mimi said flatly, eyeing the phantom. You're really ruining our moment. At least you've gotten your adult form back. I know, isn't it great? Nana made a pose and flexed, showing off her impressive physique. Anyways, I heard the word training, so here I am. You're Shimura, Nana? Izuku breathed in disbelief. Wait, training? That's right, nice to finally meet my protégé's protégé. The older woman exclaimed happily, then tried to pat him on the shoulder only for her hand to phase straight through him. What the hell, it's like I'm a ghost. You are a ghost, Kiri said helpfully, giving the phantom a gentle poke. Spooky. How are you even doing this? I think you're drawing energy from us. Mimi guessed, glancing down at her tiny self. If you're a ghost, then what are we supposed to be, fairies? Ghost or not, I'm still gonna try to train ya, Nana said confidently. Look, we're gonna just put the multiverse stuff behind us because that's way too heavy right now. Also, Hiro told me what happened yesterday with the memory thingy, but we'll talk about that later. And the mansion sort of, appeared near your tree, but that comes later. Time for training. Woo, huh? Izuku managed, completely stunned and overwhelmed by his predecessor's devil-may-care attitude. Well said, Midoriya-kun, but before we begin our super awesome training montage to get you into shape for the sports festival. The older woman looked around, her hands placed proudly on her hips. Where's my boy Toshinori? In a dark room somewhere in Musutafu City, a secret meeting was taking place. There was the shuffling of papers along with a few murmurs and whispers, resulting in a serious atmosphere. The distinct scent of freshly brewed tea wafted through the air. My fellow comrades, this meeting is top secret and for your eyes only. Someone began with a solemn and straightforward tone. What happens next is strictly classified, and nothing we say leaves this room. Don't you mean eyes and ears? One voice asked. Why is it so dark? I can't see anything, another complained. Well, it has to be dark. Mina clicked on her flashlight, illuminating the rest of the room. It's a secret meeting, after all. 5 other girls from Class 1A stared back at her, dressed in their casual outfits. They had originally gathered here at Momo's enormous house to discuss their homework and the upcoming UA Sports Festival, but apparently Mina had other plans in mind. What's going on? Ochako asked, her voice laced with confusion. I'm just as in the dark as you are, Kiro, Suyu said from beside her. In the dark? Momo said slowly, before bopping a fist into her palm. Oh, I get it. Because we are literally in a dark room. That's a good joke, Asui-san. Call me Suyu. Why are we here again? Hagakure asked, her arms wrapped around a large plushie. Well, Mina slid her eyes over to Jiro. Why are we here, Kyoka-chan? I should have kept my big mouth shut. Jiro said flatly. You're the one who came up with this, so you tell them. Alright, fair enough. Mina cleared her throat. Ahem. This meeting is for the official formation of the 1A Investigation Squad. The what? The 1A Investigation Squad, Mina repeated with gusto, her index finger pointed skywards. And what exactly would this squad of ours be investigating? Momo asked curiously. Well, Kyoka-chan just happened to see a little something that she perhaps shouldn't have seen. It matches up with some suspicions I've been having recently. Momo offered the rest of the girls some tea as Mina continued to speak, while Hagakure asked if this was about her pinky sense, whatever that meant. The tea was absolutely fantastic. Momo had called it Imperial Golden Tips or some other fancy name. Either way, it sounded and tasted really expensive. Ochako made sure to savor the beverage, experiencing its flavor to the fullest extent. It's a boy, alright, Mina finally revealed. A boy in our class, and something fishy's going on with him. Huh? Is this one of those girl talks, Desua? Momo said, her eyes practically gleaming with excitement. Oh my, this is the first time I'm having one. Yes, the pink-haired girl grinned enthusiastically. No, Jiro countered. Maybe. Suyu shrugged. I don't know, Ochako answered honestly, and they could almost see the question mark floating atop her head. Can you repeat the question? Hagakure asked while sipping her tea. But I digress, Mina stood, becoming the center of attention. A certain boy in our class, that's what this meeting is about. Ochako sipped her tea again, raising an eyebrow. A boy in Class 1A? I still don't understand what you're trying to say, Kiro. Suyu said politely though she looked visibly confused. Someone in our class who needs investigating. I'm saying that. Mina lowered her voice to a near whisper, taking on a conspiratory tone. I have reason to believe that Midoriya-kun is dating, or at least flirting with some of the girls from Class 1B. Ochako proceeded to spit out a mouthful of one of the most expensive teas in Japan. Chapter 8 End.